committee.
You want to change the date?
Wait, this is an old one.
Go to your 4th.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call committee A to order.
Back in.
Call the roll. Dr. Madam.
Here. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Dr. Speakerman is not present. I'm Jerry Landau. I am here. First order of business will be the approval of the minutes of March 16th, 2019. And I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The next order of business will be bring it up here, give me a moment. The Committee A, this is the consent agenda. There are 4 items on the consent agenda. Dr. Mann, would you wish any of the 4 be removed?
I do not.
Neither do I, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent
Second,
agenda.
all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.
Okay.
And now B. Which would be Dr.
The second.
Committee B, review consideration and approval of minutes of March 23rd.
I'll move we approve. Let's call the roll. Call the roll.
Oh, you have to call who's here. Roll
here?
call first. For you. No. For your group. Yourself.
Myself,
I'm present.
And Mr. Landau.
Mr. Landau, Mr. Landau,
Jeff Berg.
Present.
present, Dr. Cunningham.
I'm not.
You're
I'm not on the
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Dr. Erbstrasser, who's
Yeah.
yeah, but he's not on the
Not
committee.
on that committee.
Not yet. So
Okay.
Dr. Erbstrasser isn't here.
He's not here. So
but
do
you
we have a
but
quorum
you have
to
a
vote?
quorum.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
It's for the last week, not
Okay.
this week.
I'll move approval of the minutes of March 16th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Minutes approved.
And I will, I'll move approval of the 2-item consent agenda.
I have a second.
Thank you. And all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes.
And we're adjourned.
That's it. Move for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
All done.
Okay.
Great job.
All right. Dr. Powell, you all set? We're all ready to go? All right.
Okay.
Everybody good?
Good.
Okay.
Good.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order this morning. Welcome, everyone. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
And a review of the agenda.
Dr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Landau.
Aye. Present.
Dr. Reese.
Present.
Mr. Berg.
Present.
Dr. Madam.
Present.
And Dr. Erbstrasser and Dr. Speakerman are absent.
Okay. We have a quorum, so we'll get started here. Welcome, everyone. The mission of the board is to protect the public by setting educational and training standards for licensure and by reviewing complaints made against osteopathic physicians, interns, and residents to ensure their conduct meets the standard of the profession as defined by law. I don't believe we have any. Do we have any medical students here today? We have one. Welcome. Where are you from?
Midwestern University.
Midwestern. Okay. Well, welcome. We're glad to have you here, and hope you'll find this a great learning experience for you. Is there another? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the other one. Where are you from? Midwestern. Midwestern. Both of Midwestern. Great. I'm glad you're both here. All right. Hopefully you'll find this a learning experience for you. Okay. If there is any member of the public who is who is not a respondent, licensee, or applicant, or complainant who wishes to address the board on a matter that appears on the agenda, you will be asked to speak during the call to the public. If you want to address the board on the issues not on the agenda, you will also be asked to speak during the call to the public, and those wishing to speak should fill out a speaker form and give it to a staff member. All righty. So first, before we get started, and we start with our minutes, we have an esteemed guest here today, Dr. Scott Seingard, who is our president-elect of the Federation Board, and he was going to give us an update here. What's going on? Welcome, Scott. Welcome.
Well,
Good morning, everybody. And Jeff, congratulations. Justin, congratulations. You are in a great board, if I may humbly say. We're having an upcoming year. We have our upcoming annual meeting for the Federation of State Medical Boards. For those in the audience who don't know, the Federation is an advocate for all of our state medical boards and our efforts to protect the public. And it is based out of Euless, Texas, and Washington, D.C. We have 2 offices, and we are actively engaged in medical regulation. As those who have been on the board for a number of years know, and you are about to learn, medical regulation is changing virtually every day, but its mission remains to always protect the public. And so we are... the Federation is there as a resource for you, and Justin, I'm sure you're familiar with administrators in medicine, which you'll get to be a part of in the near future, and they have their annual meeting as well, so we're looking forward to, we work with them collaboratively. We have, I thought, because this is where I got my start, and I just thought I would give you a quick, because I know you have a busy agenda, a very quick update to what the Federation's doing. It just so happens that your vice chair, vice president of this organization happens to be the treasurer of the Federation of State Medical Boards, Mr. Landau, and so he can always update you whenever you want, but this is coming as we come into the new year. We're setting an agenda, and I just thought I would give you some heads up of what we're going to be doing. First of all, bring greetings from our current chair, Dr. Pat King from Vermont, and from our president and CEO, Hank Chaudhry. We have, as you may have heard, this year, Dr. King had embarked on a work group on looking at sexual boundary violations and sexual harassment in medicine. And it has really taken us to kind of learning in more depth about what's going on. And actually, at the annual meeting, we're going to be having a work group, a panel group, a discussion about it. And it was so involved and so extensive, including between doctors and patients, but also among doctors themselves, trainers harassing medical students or residents, and boundary issues regarding that. That actually the work group is going to be going on for another year during my term as chair, and so that work is still going on, and so that's one of our work groups that's going to continue. The other one that Dr. King is doing that's finishing up is education on medical regulation. So for our medical students, for our training students, we have a course, an online course on what is it like to be on a board, what does the board mean, what does the licensing board do, how do you get yourself, what happens in that world, and then if you get in trouble, what do you do? Like if you fall below the standard of care, if there's a complaint against you, it's an online series of online modules that are easy to follow, and we hope that Midwestern and AT still have access to those, as well as our MD schools here in town. Then the other, we have a couple of work groups that I'm going to be starting. It's likely that our guidelines for impaired physicians have not been updated in a number of years, and as you guys know, things change. 10 years ago, we never looked at social media as the way we look at it now. Texting, was not really a big problem in medicine, but social issues, impaired issues have kind of remarkably changed our dynamic. So we're going to be looking at what guidelines what do we look at guidelines for impaired physicians, and burnout has played a big role in how the impaired physicians are looked at. And I think you're changing the application, which I applaud you for. I know that was kind of a controversial area, but the other thing that's we're going to be working on is kind of an area that's sort of personal to me, but that is the late career practitioner. And issues regarding late career practitioner. I know when I served on this board, we had cases involving doctors who were in their near the end of their careers, and it was regarding substandard care. And the question always was their age part of the problem, or was it just happened to be that they were a little older and had this? And part of the issue remains that a lot of these people are mentors of ours. That sometimes they are pillars of the medical community. And so there's a number of issues that surround that duty to report. Sometimes this can be kind of tricky because sometimes we actually consider them friends. And in the osteopathic community, which is actually quite small here in a state like Arizona, that can be a little daunting. So we're going to start investigating that. We're going to put a work group together on that. And the other one we're going to be doing, which is a little smaller, but it's on family prescribing within family members. So we've got a very ambitious schedule. The work groups are going to be very busy, but I'm looking forward to it. I know the treasurer of the organization has loosened the purse strings so that we're going to be able to put these work groups together, and we're looking forward to it. The final thing I would tell you about the Federation for both Justin and for Jeff is we are there as your advocate, and we're also there to answer any questions that you may have. So I want you to feel free to reach out to Jerry. I can volunteer his services. Reach out to me. If you ever have any questions, that's what we're there for. So I will be happy to entertain any questions. But other than that, I want to just thank you guys for the opportunity. This has been a great journey. I am really excited about the upcoming year, and I will try and keep you updated as the year goes by.
I will tell you, Dr. Steingart was elected by acclamation, and the entire Federation is looking forward to a year. This is something that Scott's been talking about and has just a plethora of ideas that will move us even further forward, and we're really looking forward to it. It is a shame you won't have any money to spend as we're saving it, but we're looking for, it's going to be, a lot will be accomplished with Dr. Steingart at the helm. So we're very fortunate, as is Arizona, to have the chairman of the Federation of State Medical Boards, who is called upon by Congress and by others in Washington to have its chairman from this board and this state.
Just one statement, Scott. Others may come to your position through intellect, tenacity, and hard work. But you have all of those plus the DNA.
It's true.
The DNA. And some of us know what I'm talking about, others may not, but I'm proud of you.
His father he's going for his father, continuing the legacy of his father, Paul Steingart. So we're so happy for you, and thank you for your work, sir.
Thank you.
We're really proud of you.
And
You're one of us.
All right.
those of you at the Federation meeting will see Scott inaugurated on the investiture Saturday evening.
Right.
So, followed by a ball.
Yes. Before we get started with our minutes and so forth, I neglected to talk about and thank our executive director, our interim executive director, Dr. Pra. She is our interim executive director, and I want to thank her for all the things that she has done for this board and getting us back on track with our investigations. We couldn't have done it without you. So thank you, Dr. Pra, so much.
You make it look easy.
So, Justin, I just have to tell you, you're not as pretty as she is, okay?
I will take that. That's fine.
Justin is our new executive director. He starts Monday, I understand.
correct.
Tax day. I hope you paid your taxes. So,
That's done.
so we're very happy. We have one board member that isn't here, though. We have our new public member that is here with us as well.
Two board members are not
And
here.
so we really are back to where we should be. So we're excited to be happy to have everybody on board. So Now you know where we're at moving forward. Moving forward, we're going to talk about the minutes. We can only talk about the March 16 minutes because the other minutes were not uploaded to the public. So has everybody had a chance to look at the March 16 open session minutes?
Yes, sir. Motion to approve the March 16
Motion
minutes.
approved. Do I have, from Dr. Madam, do I have a second? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Landau. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Great. So we're going to move on to our next one, number 5, which is review and discussion and action on case reviews for allegations of unprofessional conduct. Our first case is DO-18-0038, Thomas G. Katowski, DO license number 3065. Dr. Katowski, I saw you sitting. Welcome. Please have a seat right there. This is just a case review. We're looking to see if we need to move this forward for investigative hearing or we may dismiss it, but I wanted to see what other board members thought. There were, I think...
This was mine.
This was Mr. Landau's. We have Dr. Katowski here if you would like to ask him any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Katowski, I'm a public member of the board, and we look at things a little bit maybe differently than physicians, and that's why state statute, as here as everywhere else in the country, requires public members, and while the amount of public members on state boards is growing. My concern has nothing to do with the standard of care and nothing to do with the care provided. It was your staff and the comments by the complainant as to the attitude of your staff and the comments of your staff, such as when surgery was continued because you weren't feeling well. Allegedly, staff members said it is what it is. Staff members are talking about personal information during the procedure, and my thought is the complainant should be given the opportunity to come on in and talk about it, and that's my concern. And while this is not an investigative hearing, please feel free to comment if you're aware of the situation.
Well, I think that, as we move through the course of a practice, we find that we run into patients occasionally that basically they're poor historians, or they may take things in a different way. We follow a very strict standard within my office practice. I've been in practice for, it's going to be 24 years this upcoming year. We pride ourselves on our relationships with our patients, and I rarely ever hear of a complaint regarding my staff and the way they interact with patients. This patient had a procedure that was performed back in 2001, and it was a reconstructive rhinoplasty post-trauma, where she had a facial fracture and so forth. She was very dishonest in terms of what the preceding element was, but it came out after several discussions with staff and so forth. She wouldn't tell me directly that's what happened, so we did a corrective procedure. She had a very nice result. She was very happy. She never had a secondary rhinoplasty, so she's a very poor historian, and she distorts things. She had basically a stent that was placed in her nose for a few days to allow her mucous membranes to heal appropriately in her nasal cavity. So she automatically, in the report that you received, immediately stated something that was completely false, that she had some form of plastic placed in her nose, which was a complete fabrication. I've never used plastic in a nose in my entire career. But then as it proceeds on, and she says that 15 years later she's going to show up at my office practice and state that she doesn't like her nose or what have you. Well, it's interesting that an individual would wait 15 years. And you may ask the question, why, doctor, would you take a patient back into your practice after 15 years and, perform another procedure on her? I didn't have any preceding element that she was negative regarding her outcome. I thought she had a great outcome, and, we did a lot for her at that time. But what ended up happening was she begins this pictorial historical ledger. So she had an agenda, basically. And so what you're reading is part of that agenda.
So are you Did you speak to your staff about
my staff
comments?
Yes, sir, I have, and I will tell you, those are erroneous comments. And if you read through the lines, she makes statements where she contradicts herself all the way through. We've got a set standard in terms of what we produce for our patients. And she's not the first one in the rodeo of surgeries that we've done, and everybody is treated with respect throughout my practice, and we're complimented on that on a continual basis. So I personally feel that there is a lot here that basically stems from the fact that she had some ideas in terms of where she wanted to go with this. And, those types of comments are unfounded, and they're inappropriate, and they're not true, period. I mean, I don't know how else to do that for someone to outlandishly make a comment. You haven't heard me ever hear before regarding my staff, and that it's just.
So, what agenda do you believe she had in making the complaint?
Think about this. 15 years later, if you had a dissatisfaction with the procedure, you could choose anybody in this entire state or community to do your surgery. Why would you come back to the doctor that you supposedly had an issue with? I never even knew she had an issue, but she now states it to you that she had an issue. She comes back to me 15 years later and then starts taking pictures of herself day 1, day 2, day 3. She doesn't even admit that she put glasses on her face and basically contorted her nose while these nasal bones, which were comminuted, refractured because she had received a blow. She basically, that's truly an agenda, I would believe. I wouldn't go into a surgical procedure taking photographs of myself and do some documentary type process.
So you're telling me about behavior, but what do you think she wanted the outcome to be?
I think she wanted to sue me and try to collect money. That's what this is all about.
So you're saying she wanted to sue?
Absolutely. And it's my error in the fact that I was being a good Samaritan, but my thought process is exactly what Dr. Steingart alluded to. We're in a different era. I normally, if I could take a step back and know that I wouldn't get, slammed on the internet for being the doctor who doesn't want to help a patient, yet we have the ability to discern what those personality factors are, but we have to weigh where we go with Yelp and with all the other garbage that's out there on the planet. So sometimes we take a patient back or we'll do things for patients just based on the fact that we're going to take care of them and work through this process, even though we'd like to, but you may know that she may be a little bit off in some respects. That's a problem in the way our medical society is today, because the internet really is damaging it to physicians and so forth. So,
anyone in practice is vulnerable.
Oh, absolutely.
But what made you vulnerable and not recognize it?
Here's this thing. In plastic and reconstructive or cosmetic surgery, I think we're at another level rather than a primary care physician or physicians that are in other specialties. Because people come in with an unrealistic expectation right off the bat, and we basically have to find those people that have those personality traits or whatever you want to call it, and put them over here, or don't obviously not do their procedures. But we're at a different level. It's different if you have to get your gallbladder removed, and you can pick any physician, and if there's issues with that, it's part of the process. But with plastic surgery, you're at a different level of critique, I would say.
You know what? I understand the circumstance and where you were, but what I'm having a little bit of difficulty with, and I think Mr. Landau is having the same difficulty, is why would somebody harbor some, for lack of another word, grudge or dissatisfaction for 15 years, and then suddenly this emerge and use you as the target?
Well,
I mean, 15 years you didn't hear from her.
I know. It's a very interesting process. You know what? It depends on where they're at in their own personal lives. There are people that come in that don't want to pay for a surgical procedure but want to get it done. And if they make enough commotion and noise or whatever, then, those are those types of people.
One thing you're saying is you were vulnerable, or you were being set up or groomed for a lawsuit. and the other is she wanted something done for nothing.
Very much so. And we run into those patients. That's part of the business.
Understandable.
But, but let's get back to the staff, Mr. Landau. The bottom line on it is I always go back. We have, once a week we meet and we critique what's going on within that staff. And I make changes on a routine basis. If we have somebody that's not up to snuff and doesn't address the public in an appropriate fashion, they're not going to be working for me for very long. I couldn't maintain the standard that we've had for so long. So for this individual to make those comments, it's not on par with what we do on a routine basis.
So my concern, in addition to what Dr. Reese commented on, is everything you said went to the complainant and the history of the surgery and what she wanted out of the surgery. And as I stated at the beginning, my concern is not with your surgery or your standard of care. Either you're using that history to prove that the complainant's lying, or most of what you told us is really irrelevant to the question. Because the question is the conduct between your staff and the complainant, and whether you specifically addressed those comments. So you received the complaint in advance. So you've read it. Did you sit down with your staff and specifically go through what was said?
Yes, I did. And here's the thing. I have an office manager who's worked for me for the last 7 years. And so she's been fantastic in terms of monitoring the staff and how they do things. A lot of the staff that was there back in the era when this patient was taken care of they're not there with us at this point in time. But we do that on a routine basis. And yes, I did address it. But I have to tell you, it's not the standard of what we do on a daily basis. But yes, I did address it. I did talk to my staff. I went through it. And we had a discussion related to every element of that. That's part of the learning process for everybody.
Is Nicole Jones still with you?
No, she's not.
Okay. Well, then that's part of the issue. Okay. My thought was basically the doctor's calling the complainant a liar, and the complainant should be here to hear that, and now I think is placed in a situation of defending herself because you've made a serious allegation against her. You're basically saying she committed a crime because she filed a public document that's not true. So you both probably need to be here at the same time and to talk about that.
Something.
Please let Mr. Landau finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because on one hand, Nicole's not there. You talk to your staff. That's great. So there's really nothing else to resolve in this case because your standard of care was never an issue. But you're saying that what the complainant's saying in her report is just false. And
did she not have an opportunity to be here today as well?
Yes, she did.
She does. She's not here today. She chose not to be here.
Okay, was she noticed?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, well, if she did have the opportunity. I am concerned the way you portrayed the patient, and so I suggest you measure your words. When I know you're upset, I know you don't like the patient, but I know you're probably upset at me and these proceedings, but and I'm not really thrilled with your attitude either, but it's our job to protect the public, and it's our job to look into these things, and there's serious allegations here, and we're going to take our responsibility seriously.
I understand.
And if there's a proof element and the complainant, so to speak, or the reports that are given have to convince us by what we call a preponderance of the evidence, over 50%, that the allegations are true before we take any action. But because you disagree with the complainant doesn't necessarily mean that we just leave it and push it off to push it off to the side. If that was the case, I'd start raising the standard of care, which I never did. So you got to understand what our role is and what our responsibilities are. And if the complainant has the opportunity, well, then and Ms. Jones is no longer there, we'll go on from there.
Dr. Reese?
I'm going to make a motion to dismiss.
Okay, I have a motion to dismiss. Can I have a second? Any discussion before we vote?
Only one other discussion item. I'm sorry, Dr. Prod, did the patient respond to your communications?
I don't believe that we asked them to respond.
Yeah.
We do,
That's fine. I'm just
notice
curious.
them.
Yeah.
Thank
When
you.
we notice, I'm curious because I haven't looked at the notice. Do we tell them they have a right to appear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Any more discussion before we vote?
No.
Let's have a roll call, because I know there's some disagreement here with the board. Let's have a roll call, please.
Dr. Reese,
Yes.
Dr. Madam,
Aye.
Mr. Berg,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Landau,
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. All right. It's dismissed. You
Can I-
you had safe travels back, but I think that Mr. Landau has made it clear to you that there were some concerns here. Okay?
I understand.
So
Can I say one-
please,
Don't say anything.
yeah.
I just want to apologize if my attitude, if I came across it a different way. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Mr. Landau, I'm not here to be offensive. I'm sorry if I came across, but I feel strongly about what I do on
Sure,
a daily
sure.
basis. And you have to understand, there are some wild accusations that were made. I just have to defend them.
Okay.
Yeah,
We got it.
I
We got it.
understand that.
All right. Good
Thank
luck
you.
to
I'm
you.
sorry.
Safe travels back
Bye.
to Tucson, okay?
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, doctor. All right. Are we wanting to start the case investigative hearings? Is that what
Yes,
we're going to?
we're ready.
Okay, so we're done with number 6.
Dr. Vecchio is here.
This is review and discussion for action on investigative hearings. This is DO-18-0175A, Frank Lavecchio, DO, license number 311. Dr. DeVecchio, if you can come forward, please. Dr. Lavecchio, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mispronounce your name. Welcome. Please have a seat right over here. Yeah, right there would be perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Would you swear in the doctor, please?
Stand up.
You can,
You can just raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome, doctor. If you can just tell us your name, also where your training was, and also what type of practice you have now before we get started.
Sure. My name is Frank Lavecchio. I've been a physician in the Valley since 1996. I am board certified in 4 specialties. I've been the medical director of the Poison Center for about 20 years, and
I'm
recently
sorry, I didn't get that. You're medical director of what?
Sorry about that. I'm really nervous.
Just talk slow and take a deep breath. There's water there if you need, sir, and you'll be fine.
Sorry about that. The Banner Poison Drug and Information Center, the Banner Poison Center. It's changed its name a few times. Used to be Good Sam Poison Center, and I recently stepped down from that position. I've been full professor at Midwestern in pharmacology and emergency medicine, and since that time I've been full professor at University of Arizona in pharmacology, emergency medicine, internal medicine. After my training in emergency medicine, I did medical toxicology, and after that I did further training in medical forensics and addiction medicine. I have been fortunate enough to teach medical students, residents, fellows my whole life, and that's been very, very important to me and somewhat of my identity. Unfortunately, after about 28 years with my wife, we got to a divorce, and
I wanted to hear about your training. All that. We'll get in that in just a minute.
Sorry about that.
All right.
So 4 specialties. Currently, I work in the emergency department. I work in the ICU, and I also take call for the Poison Center. And I do lecturing, fortunately, around the world, some local, some in the U.S.
All right, doctor. Thank you. John, I believe this is your case to review for us.
On November 6th of 2018, Dr. Frank Lavecchio self-reported that during a deposition regarding his divorce, the issue of misconduct was alleged by his ex-wife. Dr. Lavecchio admitted that he was issued prescriptions for controlled substances, that he has issued prescriptions for controlled substances to his wife, father-in-law, and sister-in-law. Now, ex, I would assume. Dr. Lavecchio also mentioned 2 incidents which he was not certain would qualify as incidents for mandatory reporting. The first incident occurred during the Phoenix World Series game when he was accused of mooning fans that had been harassing him because he was wearing Yankees clothing. He advised that he was not taken into custody, but was given a document to contact the prosecutor at a later date. The prosecutor advised him that no charges would be filed. The second incident occurred 29 years prior when he was detained by a security guard for playing football on a golf course during a snowstorm in New York. They were released without further action, and the owner was advised of the situation. Dr. Lavecchio advised that he prescribed his wife 1 prescription for zolpidem tartrate in October of 2012 prior to a vacation. He also wrote prescriptions to his father-in-law for the same medication in 2014 and his sister-in-law for Valium in 2013, but it appeared those 2 prescriptions were never filled. I inspected the documents Dr. Lavecchio provided and were listed in the medical as the medical record for GB and AL. These consisted only of a handwritten brief note advising of the condition and the medication prescribed. There were no vitals taken, no history, and no physical exam included. The patients are only identified by their initials and no further descriptors. I also ran a pharmacy query on Dr. Lavecchio for the past 6 years. The prescription for AL does appear one time as described by Dr. Lavecchio. The prescription written to the father-in-law and sister-in-law do not appear. This could indicate that the prescriptions written by Dr. Lavecchio were never filled. On December 17th of 2018, supplemental information was received from Dr. Lavecchio. At that time, he advised that he had previously reported that he had completed a pretrial document and stated that he had never been arrested. In that report, he stated that he had never been investigated for a crime, and it was brought up by his wife's counsel that he had been arrested 17 years ago during a World Series game in Phoenix. During his divorce proceedings, he was reminded of 2 incidents from the years past. He stated that at the time he completed his documents, he felt that he completed it honestly and did not believe that he had been arrested or investigated for a crime during the pregame World Series incident or any other time. The first incident he reports is an incident that occurred during that World Series game on November 4th of 2001, greater than 17 years ago. He advised that he is a Yankees fan and was dressed as such with regard to cap and T-shirt. During the pregame incident, innocent banter was occurring that escalated to the very predominant Arizona crowd to the point of throwing food at him, vulgarities, etc. He advised that he was handcuffed for allegedly mooning the crowd. He reports that it was established that less than 1/4 of the upper portion of his buttocks was noted on a video recording. This incident was immediately post 9/11 attacks, and security was vigilant. He reported that he was handcuffed for less than 5 minutes, and the police officer asked if he wanted a ticket and go into the game, or did he want to go to the precinct and potentially not watch the baseball game. He said he elected to receive the ticket. The ticket did not indicate what crime or statute he had violated, but only to call a certain number within a specific day regarding the mooning. The officer did not tell him that he was under arrest, nor was he read his rights. He called as he was requested to do, and he was told that the case had been dismissed. About a week later, he spoke to the prosecutor in person and was told that the case was dropped, and that incident was not considered an arrest, Specifically, he was told no criteria for the incident, for the indecent exposure was reached. Jokingly, the prosecutor noted that the style of the time was to wear shorts below the waistline, and jails would be full if this was considered a crime. Dr. Lavecchio also told that the matter was not considered and arrest by the prosecutor and by multiple other attorneys he consulted at the time. The second incident occurred in 1989 and was discussed during the deposition. The incident occurred in the winter of 1989, 29 years ago, and it was during a snowstorm and after dusk when Dr. LaVecchio and 5 others were playing tackle football on a private golf course on the north shore of Long Island. He reports that they were held by a security guard until he spoke to the owners and president of the golf course. Within 15 minutes, they were released and not charged with the crime, nor investigated further. He has since consulted with criminal attorneys, and they told him that he was not arrested or investigated for a crime, and he does not have to report any of those incidents on any applications, government or otherwise. He said he conducted a search for his name on a crime database and did not find anything. They suggested that he self-report to this board instead of allowing the opposing counsel or his ex-wife to report his behaviors. I also checked with the Arizona Supreme Court Judicial Branch public database, and these incidents were not found in the database.
Okay. Thank you, John. Before we get started, let's just put some boundaries on here because there's a lot of stuff that's here. So I think the thing that the board's the most concerned, other members have many other feelings, but I feel let's start with the prescribing to family members, okay? I think that's the big issue here, and then the behavior stuff we can talk about later. But let's start, so Doctor, if you want to respond to prescribing for family members, let's start with that, okay?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm really sorry I did that, and what I did was wrong. I did, since 1992, write 3 prescriptions for family members. They were all, controlled substances for family members. I have written other things for family members. And the 3 substances, one was for my ex-wife.
Can I just stop you just for a second? You said you've written other things for other family members besides controlled substances. What would that have been? Antibiotics. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. That's all I want to know. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to.
No, please.
Go on.
I've written and I know since that time I've educated myself on the proper law and proper documentation of these sort of things, and I do keep a locked booklet with all these cases on. And although they are not at the standard of what I usually do in the hospital for billing purposes, my usual history is brief. I usually write no complaints, and I usually write physical, normal. I do not traditionally take vital signs, and I do, as indicated, obviously in these cases, and then write what I gave. I know what I did was wrong to give my ex-wife a prescription at the time. We were happily married. She was going on a long trip and stated that she was out of it. She had tried to contact her physician. As many of you guys may know, when you're in a marriage for a long time, sometimes, having not done that, it would have been very, very difficult in my life. And I apologize, and I should not have done that. My father-in-law, similar situation, had open heart surgery, couldn't get in touch with his surgeon. He was sleeping at our house and asked for the same. I don't know why he didn't fill it, but I thought it was best to bring that forward. When I completed the document and said that I did write him a prescription, I knew that he did not fill it because I am able to look on the database, which I do for all patients I prescribe for, that he did not fill it. And then the final one was my sister-in-law. Well, similar situation. She had cancer surgery and had bilateral mastectomies and had expanders in. And, to say the least, she was about 35 and had breast cancer and had a mastectomy, couldn't sleep, and wanted some Valium and couldn't get in touch with her doctor. I wrote her for 5 pills, and she did not fill them. I'm not quite, at least she tells me she did not fill them. All of those instances were wrong. I've learned that if they can't get in touch with somebody and you're in a certain miles of an emergency department or something, you should have them go to emergency department or, another physician. So I was wrong on multiple counts, and I guess considering what you guys have as a law, I did break the law. I won't do it again. I will keep better notes. I think I started in my intro that I'm an educator. But since this time, I've educated myself and done approximately 35 hours of CME, including 16, an additional 16 where I've taught 2 pharmacologists and physicians. I've done online courses up to 60 hours. And I guess I do this every day.
Are there any of your CME that you did for record keeping and also prescribing as well? Any of those in the CME that you talked about, Doctor?
Yes. And
how many hours were in each? Do you have any idea?
Say it again.
How many hours in each of those that I just asked about? So prescribing and record keeping.
Prescribing and record keeping was approximately 12 hours.
For each one, or
no? No. Sorry. It's much easier to find stuff on prescribing, and the prescribing stuff was about 25 hours, and the record keeping was about 12.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Dr. Reese, yeah, I see you have a question.
No, I don't have a specific question. We've seen many physicians in the same circumstance as you, but I just personally feel that there's been enough self-flagellation, self-expurgation, and guilt and shame, and I don't know what else we could do to make it any better. I think the public is protected. I think this is never going to happen again. I think, we have the option of issuing a non-disciplinary letter of concern, but I don't know that would do anything more than is already done. So I'm going to propose a dismissal.
Yeah. Okay, so hang on to that just for a minute. Do you want to make that as a motion? Just wait.
As a motion, yeah.
Okay, I got one motion. Do I have a second from anybody yet?
I just need to hear from Mr. Landau first.
Okay, well, so let's just hold that motion just for a minute. That's how I feel first. Let's just go through it a little bit longer before we do that. But Mr. Landau.
Well, despite earned run averages that are higher than batting averages lately, being a Yankee fan's a complete defense. I was probably at that game as well as the 3 in New York. I'm not concerned about the other stuff. And whereas I think everything Dr. Reese said was correct up until the dismissal, because the event happened, the prescribing was inappropriate, as Doctor now knows, and not reporting it back then was inappropriate. And if it wasn't for the deposition, and you're honest in the deposition, and I think that's really important. I applaud you for that. But probably if it was not for the deposition and the divorce, we probably would have never known about it. And I don't know that. I think that therefore a non-disciplinary letter of concern is appropriate, because the conduct did happen, and it wasn't reported. So you got two things going, and so that's my thought.
Is that a motion?
Well, we already have one motion.
We already have a motion on the table.
But do you have any discussion?
No, that's all I wanted to get aired.
So I know where Mr. Landau is coming from, too, and I don't disagree with him, too. I do have to give the physician credit for self-reporting himself as well. And maybe you're in a better situation now that you're divorced, okay? Because it seems like there are a lot of issues on that side of your relationship that put you in jeopardy, it seems like. I agree with Mr. Landau that their conduct did happen. It's not like, though, Mr. Landau, that he was giving large amounts of Ambien, and most of these prescriptions were not even filled. So, I want to have compassion and for the doctor, and I would support a dismissal. Not that the conduct didn't happen, Mr. Landau. I agree with you on that. But I do think he has done everything he can to try and correct that. He realizes what he's doing wrong. He is an educator. He is also a ER physician. And clearly, I don't think he's ever going to do this ever again. So I would support a dismissal. And so I'll be the person to second it. But before we vote on this, and then we can, if it doesn't pass, we'll go to something else. But is there any discussion, though, before we vote? Okay. So let's have a roll call then, please.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
No.
Mr. Berg.
Yes.
Dr. Madam.
No.
So 4 to
3 to 2.
3 to 2. 3 to 2, so passed. Okay. So it passed, doctor. It's dismissed. Good luck to you. We hope to never see you again. Maybe in another game we'll see it again. Okay? All right?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you for what you do also. I really
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Next case is DO-18-0115A, Earl Shaden Kimball, DO, license number 3489. Is Dr. Kimball here? Dr. Kimball, please have a seat up there. Welcome. You can have just a seat right there.
Can I say one more thing on the last case?
Sure.
Just more education than anything else. And it's a real technical thing. There was no arrest. I think the doctor was correct in assuming there was no arrest. The information he received was there was no arrest. There seems to be no ticket. It was just a call the prosecutor, and the prosecutor's not going to prosecute it. And so I don't think there was anything out of the ordinary. And playing, football in the snow and on Long Island, I used to do that too. So except it was baseball.
That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, not the way I play football. It's not okay. So okay, but
right.
I wanted to just get through that.
All right, thanks, Mr. Landau. All right, so Dr. Kimball, would you swear in Dr. Kimball for us, please?
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Kimball, could you give us some of your background, what your training is, and the type of practices you have now, doctor?
Okay, so I went to Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. Was trained in family medicine down at Mesa Family Medical Center in Mesa here. After my internship in Michigan,
Could you talk right into the microphone so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Is this okay? Like this?
Yeah, perfect.
I'm trained in family medicine, still board certified through the end of this year. I do emergency medicine and have exclusively for the past 5 years, mostly on native reservations in New Mexico and Arizona. Also currently in the process of starting up a just traditional osteopathic practice and nothing else. That's it. But that's all I'm doing right now.
And I believe this one is John's again.
Yes, sir. Dr. Earl Kimball self-reported on June 11th, 2018, that he was arrested on October 22nd of 2017 in Missouri for possession of marijuana. Dr. Kimball renewed his license on October 31st of 2017 online and did not disclose this incident. He renewed his license after this incident and answered the application question number 1, that you were arrested for or charged with or convicted of a felony or any misdemeanor. You must answer yes, even if the offense occurred outside of Arizona. The case has not been adjudicated. You have completed a diversion program. You have received a suspended sentence or probation. The convictions were dismissed or set aside. Your sentence was commuted. The records were expunged. Your civil rights were restored. Or you received a pardon. To this question, he answered no. Dr. Kimball's reporting of this incident, he advised that he didn't understand that he had been arrested, as he was only issued 2 tickets and not formally booked. He has an Arizona medical marijuana card and is not recognized in Missouri. As a result of this charge, he paid a small fine and was sentenced to 1 year of unsupervised probation. The police report indicated that on at least 3 separate occasions, hotel staff at a Missouri Holiday Inn Express and law enforcement officers detected the odor of marijuana emanating from his room. He was subsequently evicted from the hotel by deputy sheriffs at the request of hotel staff. It was only after he was threatened with a canine search that he admitted to the possession of the marijuana, which was found in his suitcase. He did attach a copy of the Arizona medical marijuana card.
Dr. Kimball, you've heard the brief review of this case. Would you care to comment, please?
I don't really have any comments. I use it for personal use. I did take it. I broke the law, and I wish I hadn't. I did complete an ethics course at the request of the Missouri board afterwards. Mainly the comments I have is I wish I hadn't done it, and I don't intend to do it again. But, I don't use it to party. I use it for pain. I use it for radiculopathy.
How many CME hours?
Louder, please.
How many CME hours did you do on ethics?
It was a day or day and a half, and I don't remember exactly. I actually brought the ethics.
The other certificate
book. I do have. I don't know if it's here or if it's in my stuff at home, but yeah, I do have.
Okay. All right.
I had to complete it at the request of the Missouri board.
Did the Missouri board do anything else in their?
They asked me to do this. They were most of their concern revolved around why I didn't self-report, and frankly, I didn't. It didn't cross my mind. There was so much going on. I didn't. As soon as I realized what I had done, I cooperated with them and then called you guys and wrote a letter and self-reported here because my intent is to try to do what I'm supposed to do.
All right. Dr. Reese, you had a question?
Well, I don't know if I have a question. I don't know that we've adjudicated anything like this before. I would turn to Mr. Landau. Is there a stare consensus?
Well, if
someone has a marijuana card in Arizona and it's legal to use it, if they're using digitalis in Arizona and it's not legal, but they need the digital. I mean, what's the past precedent?
Marijuana is different than digitalis.
Well, it's become a drug.
Yeah, but marijuana is, and that's not my biggest concern, but marijuana is because different states have different laws on marijuana, and clearly here, medical marijuana is legal, and with a validly obtained medical marijuana card, the person can use it, no matter what profession, in compliance with the law. So that's not an issue. In Missouri, you can't. And other state cards are not valid in some other states, and it's responsibility of the person getting the recommendation to know that. Here, Doctor, you indicated that you didn't realize you were arrested. You were put in a patrol car, taken to jail, and an arrest is a technical term. But when you're put in a patrol car and seemingly, at least according to report, not truthful with the officers, put in a patrol car, taken to jail, given citations, that to me is pretty good indicia of being arrested. And I'm not, technically the citation's an arrest, but most people wouldn't know that. So and that's a real technical thing. So I don't blame you for that, but being taken in a patrol car, taken to jail, seems to be pretty good indicia that you need to report it, and that's my concern. Plus, the conduct with the officers at the
conduct is the thing that I have
at the motel is equally as concerning to me. So, anyway, those are my thoughts. And listening also to Dr. Cunningham, probably should address, number one, the conduct with the officers at the motel, the refusal to listen the first times you were told about the marijuana, and then the reporting no when you're being taken, when you were put in a patrol car and taken to jail.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Well, first off, I wasn't read my rights. I wasn't handcuffed or anything, and that's why I didn't think I was arrested. My experience with that kind of thing in the law has to probably have more experience on TV than in person, so I don't.
Most people.
I didn't really know. I really, truly didn't realize until I got there in court. And I was talking to my attorney, and he said, yes, you were arrested. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's nice to know. Several months down the road. Because I tried to find out, and I couldn't. Anyway, with regard to the officers at the hotel, they came up and they were actually pressuring me to try to get me to admit that I was partying and stuff. And I said, no, I'm not. I don't have anything like that. I don't have anything here for that reason. When we got outside the hotel, I said, I do have marijuana for personal use. And I opened up my suitcase and I showed them. They never asked to see anything or asked me anything like that until I got out of the hotel. I assumed they did that on purpose so they didn't create a ruckus.
If I remember correctly, that's not how the police report read, though.
No, it's not.
The police report was very specific about deception with the deputy.
Okay.
And they said that they had a canine handler as well, and that they were going to bring the canine in, and that is when that you divulged that you did have a small marijuana with you.
At the same time they were coming over with the dog, they asked me, and I said yes. And I'm happy to open up my suitcase and show you.
How many times did the entire incident, when you were first contacted regarding the marijuana, deputies were out there more than once, correct?
What, if I may, they came twice.
Right.
One time, one day, and one the next, as I recall. I may not be exactly accurate, but I was working nights at that time, and I was off, so the timing isn't exactly accurate in my mind. Anyway, and you repeat the question. I'm sorry.
What I'm getting at is, you were initially told you couldn't smoke marijuana, use marijuana, but you went ahead and did it anyway.
What happened was, there was a smell and stuff. I can't function and sleep when I don't have it. So what I did is I changed how I was doing things and thought that it would be okay, and it wasn't. But I wasn't about to go out driving through the countryside and do it.
Well, that's not the issue, though, really, because, driving impaired by marijuana is a crime. It's a separate crime. Mm-hmm. But you were told you can't smoke there, and you went ahead and did it anyway. If you can't function, your marijuana card was from here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you can't function without marijuana, then probably need to move back here where it's legal, because it's not in Missouri. But you were told to do it and went ahead and did it anyway. But let me ask a follow-up question. You reported to the board back in June of 18, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And when did you, and then you were arrested or contacted back in October of 17 by the second time when you were actually taken to the jail and then released. That was October of 17, is that correct?
Sounds right.
Okay. When did you go to court?
That was in January, as I recall.
January of 17?
No,
of 18?
Of 18, yes,
okay.
Sir.
But you didn't report to us, though, until June of 18.
Right. I had done the ethics course and all that stuff, and then I realized I needed to report to you guys, so I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry it wasn't immediate, but I did do it as fast as I realized I needed to.
I wanted to go into executive session for legal advice. So is there any questions before we do that, though?
No, second that.
Okay, I made a motion to have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we're going to go into executive session for legal advice. Everybody just sit tight and just stay right there, okay?
Go to the bathroom.
Okay. We're back at our executive session for legal advice, but we're going to go right back into executive session for medical information we'd like from the doctor. So I'm going to make a motion. Can I have a second? Second. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So I'm going to ask all of you to step out of the room, please. All right. We're back out of executive session for attaining medical information. Do you want to make a motion, Dr. Reese?
I'd like to go into executive session for legal advice.
So I have a motion. I'll second that for legal advice. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. hang tight one more time. Okay, you guys, we'll be right back, okay? Doctor, I think the thing that we were wrestling with, is we know that your failure to report, that's an issue. I think also what we were worried about was your behavior, if that was unprofessional conduct or not. But I think that the main thing is that we're looking at is just failure to report. I think that from what we've talked about in our executive session you're on the right path for an executive session for medical information. You're on that right path of getting things taken care of. Do you have any questions, or do you want to make any motion? Go ahead.
Sorry, I just have one other question. John, were you able to review the videos, body cams from the deputies involved?
Yes.
And your assessment, could you say whether the doctor was deceptive with the deputies or not?
I wouldn't say deceptive, but he wasn't volunteering.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Landau.
I'm going to make a motion for a letter of concern for failure to timely report.
Non-disciplinary?
Letters of concern, non-disciplinary, for failure to timely report an arrest, his arrest.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from, motion from Mr. Landau, second from Dr. Madam. Any discussion before, go ahead, we'll just wait. Yes, Chief.
The motion was for his failure to timely report the arrest, and would it be for failing to disclose the arrest on his renewal application? I believe that.
That's what it should be.
That was.
Failure to report, failure to same thing, yeah.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
I'll go along with that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Any discussion before we vote? Okay. Can I have a roll call, please?
Do I get to ask a question?
Oh, hang on a second.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
We're in the push. You can make go ahead and make a comment.
No, I'm just curious. Failed to report here?
To Arizona,
Yeah.
correct. To this board. You didn't notify us.
There's a statute that requires a
I
license.
know.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I know. I've got a list of it.
So that's where we're at
So
right now.
the fact that I didn't know I was arrested is irrelevant. Okay.
Correct. All right. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madam.
Aye. Does that mean,
Doc-
sir?
No.
Sorry?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Dr. Maiden.
Mr. Berg.
Yes.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Doctor, this case has been adjudicated. We wish you the best of luck in your health care in the future, okay?
Does he understand what a letter of concern?
Letter of concern is non-disciplinary, so it's just, and it's not something that's reportable, okay?
Okay. Is it something that shows up on your website, or in PDB is what you mean? Or
No,
what
it
you're
wouldn't show up
referring
on
to?
that. No, it's not reportable.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Thanks.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Next case is C, DO-18-0050A, David A. Fife, DO license number 4722. Dr. Fife, would you come forward, please? Please have a seat up there. You can just have a seat right there, and then, is this your counsel with you? All right, good. Please have a seat there. Dr. Fife, would you swear in Dr. Fife, please?
Sir, if you raise your right hand, I'll place you under oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are we?
All right, and would you introduce your counsel, please?
Oh, yeah, this is Jill Covington.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, please talk a little louder, because, sorry.
This is Jill Covington.
Okay, welcome. Doctor, can you please tell us about your... Oh, okay, should we have them come forward up here, or just wait?
I would do the summary first.
Okay, okay. Can you please tell us about your training and the type of practice you have now, doctor?
I graduated from the Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine in 2006. I'm board certified. I'm board certified in adult psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry. I work as a consultation liaison psychiatrist at Chandler Regional Medical Center and Mercy Gilbert Medical Center. I also do consultation at Mountain Vista Medical Center and do teaching there for medical students in the residency program. In my child and adolescent, I do a clinic for the unaccompanied child program through the federal government in Mesa, Arizona, on Tuesday nights, where we work with children with PTSD and traumatized kids that are picked up that don't have parents. We work to get them adopted, psychiatric medicine. Those are what I'm doing currently.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Dr. Pry, I believe this is yours.
Yes. This complaint was filed by patient DH. She stated that she felt when she was admitted to the hospital in 2017 for a cardiac issue, she felt that Dr. Fife was too busy to come see her to find out for myself if I wanted to kill myself, because this was right before Christmas and he was getting ready to go on Christmas vacation. So what he did was make up a bunch of lies for the 24th of December that he came to my room and did a 14-point psychiatric review of systems with me, and it was negative, whatever that means, because it was all a lie. He never came. So the patient basically alleged that Dr. Fife was called to see her as a psychiatrist. She alleges that he never saw her, but yet held her in the hospital because she was suicidal. She also alleges that she was not suicidal and never told anybody that she was suicidal. We did have a board-certified psychiatrist review this case, and the main concern that the board-certified psychiatrist had was that they felt that Dr. Fife had not done a very thorough psychiatric evaluation. Dr. Fife filed a addendum to his board response with us, and I also took the liberty of looking through the medical records myself. And what I found is that there was a little bit of confusion because the patient was admitted for cardiac arrhythmia. She did tell the nursing staff that she was suicidal. Dr. Fife was the patient, the attending physician placed the patient on a suicidal watch and had a sitter in the room. Dr. Fife was consulted for suicidal ideation on the 22nd of December. He went to see the patient, but she was not in her room because she was having a cardioversion at the time. He reviewed her records, and then he went back and saw her again on December 24th. He states that he spent 25 to 30 minutes face-to-face with her, and the reason that it's a little bit confusing is that the time frame that he saw her on the 22nd was very similar to the time frame that he saw her on the 24th. And so if you're not really paying attention to the medical record, you might think that it's the same date and that he only spent like three minutes with her. Yeah. But it was actually a couple days apart. So also I noticed that we did attempt to get more medical records from Chano Regional Hospital, and I mean we did it twice, and I went through them, I scoured through them, and unfortunately the flow sheet that Dr. Fife was talking about was not ever available, but I did see multiple entries in the medical record in which the nursing staff noted that the patient was suicidal, or the attending, put her on a suicide watch or had a sitter. And I listed all of them in my supplemental report that you'll find under miscellaneous. It's, it's miscellaneous medical consultant, interim ED memorandum, or that's
two
where
doctor or two attorney.
I'm sorry?
There's two of those.
Yeah.
One dated March 27th? No.
Yeah, the one dated March 27th. On the second page, you'll find the pages If you look, then actually I can just tell you, if you'll look at the medical records, go to
Page 18 was the consult, right?
yeah. Yeah. Well, page 18, if you look at licensee response, and you go, that has 27 pages. If you go to page 18, that's Dr. Fife's consult. Then if you go to hospital records, sorry, it's loading. The first set of hospital records from Chandler Regional, there's 1,049 pages of medical records, and there's page 282, 375, 421, and 920, all show concerns about the patient having reported being suicidal.
Okay.
And then if you go to the, let's see, the set that says other treating records, there's 944 pages in that. And page 47, page 53, and page 99, 258, and 306, and 463, and 473 all have
Can we be sure that we're speaking into the microphones?
Okay. Do you want to have the complainant come up here so that she can
Is the
hear?
complainant here?
Yeah. Come up here and
Complainants
have a
are
seat right up here so you can hear better, ma'am.
Yeah,
Are you? Just have a seat right there. You're not. Don't speak yet, but just so you can hear better. Okay. Okay. Okay, Dr. Prani, anything else?
no.
You've heard that review of what we believe is the medical record. We'd like to comment on that, doctor. And talk right into the microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm confident that hospitalizing the patient was the right thing to do.
Slow down. So we
Slow
can-
down. Yeah. There you go.
I spent 30 minutes with the patient interviewing her. By the time I had seen her, she had already decided to go to the inpatient setting. We discussed her treatment. At that time, she didn't express any kind of ambivalence or refuse treatment. She voluntarily agreed to treatment and the plan that we had recommended. And there was ample evidence that she was suffering from major depressive disorder. She had made a suicide attempt before her hospitalization. She reported to me and several other staff members that she was having the same thoughts. The day that I tried to see her, I had a long discussion. As a consultation liaison psychiatrist, I take a lot, we have the social workers and the nursing staff and also the medical record, which we review. We spend a great deal of time reviewing medical records as a consultant so we can give the best opinion to the internal medicine doctor, Dr. Faraz. In this case, I talked to Andrea, who I've known for 10 years, and she described all the patient's symptoms. She said she's tearful, depressed, she's crying. At that point, I agreed with everything that the other doctors were doing, and we would come back. We triage the way we do it was we round in the morning, we triage everybody, we meet with the social work team, and then I go do the consultations. On the 24th, I went back and saw her. She had already decided to go to the inpatient setting at that point. That was one of the reasons why this case was kind of so, shocking to me that it came up. We talked about medications for, getting switched off her medications. I take notes in my my binder at bedside with the patient, and I usually dictate the consultation. In this case, I don't know why I didn't dictate this one. I wrote it down. We went through the depressive symptoms. I talked to Dr. Faraz, and there was no strife or anything that's going on right now. It was Christmas. She didn't have a outpatient provider, so we felt like it was best to get treated at the inpatient setting. I consult at the hospital that she went to. Kathy Jones is the psychiatrist there, or the psychiatric nurse practitioner there. She did a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation. The patient was there for several days. They did get her medicine changed. I'm very grateful that she's alive. My documentation, if I could do better in my documentation, that would be, where I need to improve. I usually dictate. I get very thorough. What I'm telling you is very thorough on the record. So, in this case, that's what I wish I would have done differently. The majority of the time, I dictate those.
Okay. Dr. Reese, do you have some questions?
No, I'd like to hear from the complainant.
Okay. Before the complainant, any questions of the doctor right now first? Okay. Welcome and thank you for coming. It's just that I want to make sure there's no distractions when he is speaking. I don't want him to make any facial, motions or anything like that when you're speaking as well, okay? So you've heard briefly what was said. Would you care to comment on what he just said now?
Absolutely. Cunningham, could they identify themselves using initials only?
Yes, would you? We need to swear her in.
And they need to be sworn in as well.
Yeah, would you swear in the complainant as well?
She's going to swear you.
And then,
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
and can you identify yourself just using your initials, please?
Identify yourself by your initials.
DLH.
DLH. Okay. Welcome, DH. All right. You heard what was said by the doctor here. Would you care to comment on that briefly?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Dr. Fife, on December 22nd, 2017, at 14:49 Mountain Standard Time, states that he attempted to see me for a consultation, but I was at a procedure. He says he will again attempt to see me this weekend. Christmas was on Monday. On this documentation, even without a consultation with me, he recommended at this point that I be put into a geopsychiatric ward. On the 22nd of December 2017, I have proof that without the consultation, Dr. Fife recommended to Michelle Edmondson, a social worker, that I be placed in the geo-psych ward, and she records this on her social work documentation on December 22nd at 1906. I have the papers right here.
Okay.
Dr. Fife, since Dr. Fife didn't get to see me on the 22nd, that left him 2 days in which he could have that consultation. I waited desperately for him. I knew something was going on around the hospital, and he was my only hope. He never came. He didn't come to my room, either on the 23rd or the 24th. He states on falsified documentation that I am still suicidal and depressed on the 24th when he didn't even talk to me. I would like to ask the board at what time Dr. Fife supposedly had this consultation with me on the 24th. What time?
Okay. Go ahead, keep going. Okay?
Go on?
Yeah, keep going.
Please.
Keep going.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell
Anything
us?
else?
Matters what time.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I don't know if you heard that or not, but we heard about it earlier. Times, we got that earlier. Tell me, is there anything else beside the time?
Is there anything else you would like to tell us?
Besides the time of the consult?
She needs you to
I need
speak
the
up.
time because the time is crucial.
You had the time on there, Dr. Pra.
Are we talking about the same thing in the consultant's report? We talk about 246. Is that correct? On the 24th?
So, as I explained earlier, we round in the morning, I take notes, and then I document and dictate after I've seen the patient.
So what time did you see him? Her?
In her case, it was busy on the 24th. I would have to say my usual customs. We get there at 7. We meet and then we go round. So it was sometime between 7 and noon.
It was in the morning.
Between 7 and
7 in the
noon.
morning and noon. Okay. Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
What is reflected in the 245 interview on the 24th? What's that about then?
So that's
when he
when I
dictated
put my
it.
note. Usually I dictate after.
Oh, okay, that's the dictation.
That's when I type that one up. Usually I dictate. This one was a type note.
Okay, so the statement that the interview was at 2:45 is incorrect. The interview would have been in the morning, but somehow the dictation time got on.
Because you didn't dictate.
It's an electronic
Yeah.
mechanism. Yeah.
So that's the
timestamps when I entered it in there.
Okay, that's, I understand now.
When you dictate.
So it would have been, Ms. H., that would have been in the morning he came to see you, according to what he said.
What time in the morning? He doesn't state a time because he can't. He didn't come to see me. I want the exact time.
Okay.
He's accusing me of being suicidal. No way. This all was propagated by a nurse, Michelle Mooney, when she found out that I was from Hawaii and I am a descendant of the Hawaiian royalty.
No one's accusing you of anything. He's giving and is being suicidal just generally.
I am not suicidal.
Just generally is not an accusation against anyone. He is. Yeah, he's offering an opinion, a medical opinion, based on whether you agree with it or not. He's offering a medical opinion based upon his examinations and a review of everyone else's.
He had no examinations.
Yes, he's not accusing you of being anything.
He is.
Okay, so hang on just a minute. Yeah. You're going to go into executive session. Yeah. So just hold tight there. I have a motion from Dr. Reese. Do I have a second? Second from Dr. Madam. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
For legal advice?
For legal advice. So please just sit there. Both of you stay on your receptive sides. Please don't talk to each other or make faces.
Aye. We did. I didn't hear us.
Any comments?
Yes, I'd first like to hear Dr. Fife's response to the complainant stating that you never evaluated her, and just give some explanation of how comprehensive your evaluation was, and then had many moving parts. It wasn't just one.
Yeah.
So that she understands where you're coming from.
Right. like I said previously, being a consultation liaison psychiatrist is...
Can you explain to her what a consultation liaison psychiatrist is?
As opposed to a psychiatrist that may, see you at in inpatient or in the outpatient setting where you're doing psychoanalysis or helping with psychotherapy, a consultation liaison psychiatrist is trained in medical and psychiatric issues. And then we review the record and provide an opinion, a recommendation to the attending physician, who then can write medications.
You only review the psychiatric record. You review the entire medical record.
Correct.
And try to integrate what's happening.
A great deal of what we do is working as a team. We have a pharmacist that works with us, so we can make the majority of what I do is get people off medications as a DO. My main goal is to get people off medications and switch medicines that could be harmful. In her case, it was a perfect example. It was the trazodone, and effects it can be cardiotoxic, and there's much better psychiatric medicines that you can use that are less cardiotoxic and can help her, or
with her atrial fibrillation and
yeah. So we, as a consultation psychiatrist, we do a great deal of medical record review, talking to the other doctors. I use, in our case, the social workers. Our model at Dignity is very human kindness. We believe in having the social workers really are intricate parts of our team. They're my eyes and ears for a lot of the psychosocial issues. They collect data for us about the family members, the background, what kind of support systems they have. So every day we meet with them and go over the consults of the day.
So that the complainant understands that it isn't the moments that you're with her, that there are many other...
Exactly. So then after looking at that, especially in this case, it was, we try to triage cases that are more serious than others. For example, if you're in the emergency department and we have a kid who's tearing down the walls, like yesterday with the autistic kid, that takes a little bit precedence over someone who's voluntarily accepted inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. They might get triaged towards the end. Then I meet with the patient. I still do a psychiatric.
On what basis could you explain? On what basis did you feel that this patient needed inpatient care? Did you feel that her suicidality had a high lethality index?
Correct.
We do previous suicide attempts.
If you look at risk assessment, I really, you can never predict suicide, but we do a very thorough. One of the main things that you do as a consultation liaison psychiatrist is risk assessment. So you try to balance the risks versus the benefits versus the protective factors of, say, going home. So if you have good family support, if you have a outpatient psychiatrist, if it's not during the holiday season, if you haven't had a previous suicide attempt, the best predictor of suicide completion is previous suicide attempts. Yes, women, complete or attempt suicide more than females more than males, but in this case, there was many more risk factors than protective factors.
Could you explain the risk factor of age and medical illness?
Previous suicide attempt. Limited family support. The medication, even if it was accidental, right? No sleep. People who don't sleep tend to have much greater, suicide completion. And that was one of the biggest risk factors that I felt, warranted my recommendations in this case.
Okay. And the other question that I have, based upon the comprehensive evaluation that, notwithstanding time or specific time frame, do you think that another psychiatrist or another practitioner would be able to follow this patient in another unit based upon your evaluation? Would know what's going on, would know what you're thinking?
I believe so. We tried. I talked to Dr. Faraz because we work with the internal medicine doctors a lot, and we really needed to get this, from what I recall in this case, it was a succinct kind of already decided case where the patient was voluntary, so that may have been one of the reasons why I didn't do the comprehensive dictation like I usually do, but I've learned from that, and I've dictated every single one since this case came up. But I believe, yes, to answer that question, I believe that
and finally, I think just
Jones.
an explanation from you would help. Making a decision, a risk decision, and erring on the side of saving a patient.
Yeah. I mean, I hate. I've never had. I've had one outpatient when I was a resident, a patient that committed suicide, and I wish we would have done more in that case.
In other words, erring on the side of safety. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So erring on the side of safety. I always believe it's prudent to say, hey, get some help, as opposed to going
and can you
home.
apply it to the claimant?
Yeah, in this case, with the limited support, the holiday season, we erred on the side of caution to recommend inpatient, hospitalization.
Okay. Would you like to say anything else?
Yes.
Briefly? Briefly. Okay.
I'd like to say that when I arrived at Mountain Vista Behavioral Health Ward, Dr. Fife was supposed to be the receiving psychiatrist, according to Jean-Paul Kingsley, a social worker at Chandler Regional. I asked the nurse practitioner for Dr. Fife. I wanted to go home to my dying son. He was dying. That was his last Christmas. Why would I want to commit suicide when I wanted to be with him? Instead, I was told by Catherine Jones that he was on his Christmas holiday on the 24th and wouldn't be back for several days. I can't get her to come here because she's not going to testify against him. They work together. But this is what she told me. Now, I have proof that, according to Mountain Vista records, he didn't sign anything. He didn't see me. He didn't sign anything until the 30th of December when he returned. I have this from Catherine Jones after one medication of Cymbalta on the 25th. No one came around to look at me on the 25th. They were all having a great Christmas, not me, because my son was dying. On the 26th, this is the risk assessment, suicidal risk assessment. On the 26th, she interviewed me. Hopelessness, absent. Anxiety and agitation, low. Yeah, I was agitated for being in there. Psychosis, absent. Impulsivity, sometimes I get my tongue tied. Absent. Cognitive functioning, absent. And this was mood disorder, low. Substance abuse, absent. He put in his consultation that more or less I was an alcoholic. I took marijuana. There was once that when I had a pacemaker put in, the nurse found, Becky, the nurse found that heroin was put in. Thank you very much, whoever did that.
Okay, so
but this was on his consultation.
We've heard enough. Okay, we've heard enough. I think that the doctor, you've given your opinion as well of what happened. I think the doctor has also given the events of what happened as well. The thing I think here is to remember. I think that he was trying to be worried about your safety. I think that's the big thing.
My symptoms?
Your safety.
No.
So, hey,
I
please
did
don't
not
interrupt.
say I wanted
Please
to commit
don't
suicide.
interrupt when I'm talking, okay? Stop it, all right? I'm glad you're here. You gave your opinion, and I'm glad that you did that. We listened to the doctor as well. Again, we as a board look here to see if the patient was safely taken care of. And so I think that's what we were trying to evaluate here, okay? All right. That being said, any other discussions from other?
No.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to dismiss.
Okay.
I think the doctor acted professionally. And in the
I have a
patient-
motion from
and in
Dr.
the
Reese.
patient's
Do I
best
have a
interest.
second?
Second.
I have a second from Dr. Madem. Any discussion before we vote? Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Landau.
I agree. I think the doctor understands the importance of timely records and record keeping, and we're all familiar with the pros and the cons of electronic medical records and how we all have to, I don't want to say compensate, but we all have to deal with them. With that in mind, I agree with the motion.
Okay. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Dr. Madem?
Aye.
Mr. Berg?
Aye.
Mr. Landau?
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham?
Yes. Thank you for coming. We heard and good luck
Thank
to
you
you
to the
both.
board for not listening.
So good luck to you. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
And
Thank you,
Dr.
doctor.
Fife can go on
That's
then
enough.
with his
That's enough.
no
It's over.
consultations.
Enough.
Thank you
Enough.
very much.
Well,
Enough.
Should we take a 5-minute break?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
what do I do with it? The proof.
You may keep them. You may keep them. We have all the information.
It was for you.
We have
We have it already.
Got it.
Thank
They
you.
got it already. Yes, sir.
Oh, what a bunch of crap.
I need it for the table for this week. Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're back in session. Next case is DO-180148A, Victor Kissel, DO, license number 373A. Are we going to hear both of these together? Okay, we'll hear the second one as well. Case E, DO-17-0167A, Victor Kissel, DO, license number 3735. Dr. Kissel, welcome. Can you introduce your counsel with you as well?
I'm sorry, before you start, Mr. Chairman, I have to say I've had an occasional working relationship with Dr. Kissel. I
Okay.
believe I can remain impartial. If you're not comfortable,
Okay,
I'll happily
that's
sit
fine.
down.
I think you're fine.
Can they switch because it's
Yeah,
hard
can you
to
switch?
see?
We like it the other way around if you can, please.
We can do that.
That'd be perfect, thanks. Because that computer hides him. Dr. Kissel, can you introduce your counsel with you, please?
This is my counselor. I needed some help.
What's her name? I just want to know her name.
Well, it's Darcy Downs Villaroft.
Okay, great. Can you swear in Dr. Kissel, please?
Sir, if you'll raise your
Okay.
right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Dr. Kissel, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now? You need to speak into the microphone.
Went to Chicago.
Right, speaking into the microphone, doctor.
I went to Chicago Osteopathic Medical School, and then I was in the military, and I did my internship in San Francisco, and then I was family practice or general practice and ER coverage in the MASH unit in Korea. And then I came back and completed an OBGYN residency in the state medical school system of the state of New Jersey.
Okay. All right. What type of practice do you have now, doctor?
OBGYN.
OBGYN. Thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Prahl, I believe this is yours.
Yes.
Okay.
This is which number, 180148?
Yes, and would you like me to present both cases at the same time?
Yeah, I think that'd be the way to do it. Thank you.
Dr. Kissel entered a consent agreement with the board on January 6, 2017 for a 1-year term of probation. The consent agreement required him to do the following: obtain 10 hours of CME in the area of intrauterine growth retardation, obtain 10 hours of CME in the areas of boundaries and medical record keeping, begin the institution of electronic medical records in his office within 180 days of the consent. The order also noted the EMR needed to be fully implemented within 12 months of the effective date of the order. He was to undergo cognitive behavioral therapy and comply with treatment recommendations. On July 28, 2017, his consent agreement was amended to include the following. He was ordered to have a chaperone present with patients. He was ordered to not hug his patients. And he was ordered to order ultrasounds at appropriate intervals. Dr. Kissel did he did perform the CME. He did have a chaperone. He did go to a cognitive behavioral therapist, but only saw her one time. The issue was that the electronic medical records were never instituted. He purchased something called
Practice Fusion.
Thank you, Practice Fusion, which actually will take your medical records and scan them into the system, so you effectively have an electronic copy of your medical records, but it's not a printed copy. It could be handwritten. It's whatever you scan into the system.
It's not the typical EMR that we're used to.
It's not the typical EMR
Correct.
that we
it's
normally...
It's just a scan piece. So if you wrote something on your medical paper record and you scanned it, that's what all it is. Okay.
Yes.
Just so the board members know. Okay.
That's what he
It's
has.
still a paper record.
Yeah, correct.
It is. I believe that the reason that the board ordered the EMR was because during the hearing on the cases that caused this consent agreement to be signed, there was concern that Dr. Kissel's medical records were not legible. On July 11th, 2017, he was given an advisory letter of concern by St. Joseph's Hospital and Medical Center for failure to implement electronic medical records in his office and failure to use the Cerner EMR while at the hospital. Then on February 15th, 2017, Honor Health made the recommendation that Dr. Kissel have a proctor present for the next 10 vaginal deliveries and 10 C-sections. On February 26, 2018, Dr. Kissel was reported by the National Practitioner to the National Practitioner Data Bank by St. Joseph Hospital and Medical Center for failure to comply with the corrective action plan. A summary suspension was imposed based on the physician's ongoing failure, despite multiple episodes of counseling, to document timely and effectively, including failure to adapt to use electronic medical record as needed on obstetrics to assure continuity and safe provision of care.
Bob, as part of that, was there anything about his actual handling of the patient other than the documentation that
Not yet. Yeah. So then, on May 3rd, 2017, Honor Health required CME and a 10 in-person CME hours in the areas of boundaries and medical record keeping within the next 3 months. They also asked him to have a proctor for the next 10 vaginal deliveries and the next 10 cesarean sections and the next 10 gynecological surgeries. They also asked him to refrain from hugging patients. They also asked him to have a chaperone whenever he was on the hospital premises. Then on July 13th, 2017, Honor Health summarily suspended his staff membership and privileges, and and that was reported to the data bank. Then on July 6, 2017, Honor Health sent him a letter saying that in response to the summary suspension and adverse recommendation for denial of reappointment of application, they noted that the reasons for the adverse recommendation included concern with his ability to practice safe medicine, his inability or unwillingness to adhere to established departmental practices, displaying behaviors causing staff and patient uneasiness, and his inability or unwillingness to change these behaviors and failure to acknowledge receipt of and willingness to comply with the performance improvement plan within the specified time frame. This again was reported to the data bank. Then on November 19th, our staff received an email from the Director of Medical Staff Services at St. Joseph's Hospital regarding Dr. Kissel's compliance. She noted that he called and asked to explore a request for surgical assistant privileges where he would not have the responsibility for EMR data entry. He said that several of the OBs would be interested in his assisting them since they were not assisted by the residents. She noted that she told him to submit this in writing. She also told him that they had concerns that he was not retaining the information when he was being trained by them with regard to the computer training, and reminded him that he refused to seek a physical psychological evaluation as recommended. She also said that she was very concerned because she felt like he repeated himself multiple times. So we opened this case as a violation of a board order because we felt he had not received the EMR that we originally intended. Then another case came in, and this case was the 170167, involves Honor Health notified us on August 2nd, 2017 that Dr. Kissel had rendered his resignation from the medical staff while he was under suspension. This case involved several cases that they were concerned about. Again, this case was reviewed by a board-certified OBGYN physician. Case 1 involved a 27-year-old, 38-week female who presented in labor. She progressed and delivered a baby girl. The baby was limp and gasping and did not respond to vigorous stimulation. The cord was milked and slowly clamped and cut by the father as directed by Dr. Kissel. The baby was taken to the warmer at approximately 47 seconds of life. The code button was pressed, and the neonatal nurse practitioner arrived at 90 seconds of life. The baby was resuscitated and responded well. According to the nurse's notes, they were concerned at the lack of urgency on the part of Dr. Kissel in this case. The second case involved a 28-year-old Gravida 1, 31-week pregnant female who presented in September of 2016 for premature rupture of membranes. On the 21st of September. On 24th of September, the patient complained of severe contractions. Dr. Kissel was paged by the nurse at 17:10 and received a report of the patient's status. He was seen at the nursing station at 18:50, but did not see the patient until 19:50. He performed a cesarean section that was uncomplicated. The surgical dictation was not performed until October 19th. The concern in this case was that the patient was not evaluated after he had been called by the nursing that she was having difficulties for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And then also our expert was concerned that the operative note was not completed within 24 hours, which is standard. Also, she noted that it was standard for the patient to be seen within 30 minutes when you receive a call from the nurse regarding the baby being in distress. The third case was a 23-year-old gravid of 4, 34-week pregnant female with premature rupture of membranes. Dr. Kissel did not use the appropriate form for the H&P, but instead wrote on an ACOG form that was scanned into the chart. The document was disorganized and illegible in many areas, and the patient also was delivered by Dr. Kissel, and the delivery note was written on a blank progress note. The concern in this case was that Dr. Kissel failed to use the EMR or approved hospital forms to complete the paperwork, and the record was illegible and disorganized, which provided the opportunity for an error and raised safety concerns in patient care. And that was the reason that he was, the disciplinary action was started by Honor Health.
Thank you, Dr. Prom, for that extensive review. Dr. Kissel, I think you can see that we have multiple concerns here, grave concerns. All right? So I guess we'll start with, in the beginning, I just want to know, do you have any staff privileges left at any hospitals now?
Not currently.
So what are you currently doing then?
I'm doing office OBGYN.
And which includes, what are you doing? Are you following pregnancies? What are you doing?
I'm doing OB and GYN.
OB. So who's delivering who are you sending the babies to for delivery now?
Dr. Eunice.
Okay.
Ronald
Can you
Eunice.
speak into the
Got to talk right into the.
Oh, Dr. Ronald.
Right here.
Dr. Ronald Eunice.
Okay. All right. How many women are you following now?
I'm not quite sure. I never added them up, but I mean, we have a schedule.
What's the guesstimate? You have a guesstimate?
We see maybe around 8 to 10 patients a day.
Okay. All right. You can tell by all these, you've lost your privileges and so forth. Let's start with that, with all the hospital privileges you've lost. Let's talk about that.
Actually, if I could just make a very quick record.
Sure.
This is Darcy Downs-Volbrecht, his attorney. I had asked the board staff for a continuance so that I could get up to speed in this case, and have just recently taken on Mr. Kissel as a client. Obviously, there's a lot of history. There's a number of issues in play, and I feel that he does have a right to counsel, but also that means effective counsel, someone who has had the opportunity to review all of the records and do the best job I can for him. I just received his National Practitioner Data Bank report last night. I met with him at his practice last night. I believe that there are a number of issues that could be rectified and addressed in this case, but I want to make a record that I do not feel I've been afforded the opportunity to get up to speed in the case and effectively represent him here. I do understand that he had one prior continuation at his own request by another attorney who then he did not retain. But I also do know that the board continued one of his hearings on for their own needs. So again, I am asking for a continuation in order to get him counsel that's up to speed.
Go ahead.
I understand where you're coming from, but I also think that there's some urgency in terms of patient care, who we're seeing out there and what kind of treatment they're getting, and there's such a preponderance of
evidence.
I need to
ineffective patient care that I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm going to agree too. I understand where you're coming from, but we're here to protect the public, and there's some grave concerns here. Go ahead.
Also, I'd like to say the reason that I denied the continuance was because Dr. Kissel's actually been. I was just going to look up and see how many times he's continued. This has been going on for a long, long time. And the last time we continued was because he fired the attorney, or they quit, I don't know what. And then I sent this information to Dr. Kissel well over a month ago. And then you were retained quite a while ago. and it was because of issues between you and Dr. Kissel that you didn't have time to review the information. I believe that you were having a difficult time getting information from him, and you were going to fire him, and then you decided to take him on, and so that was the reason that I can't, these problems, we can't solve everything. So I just want to be clear that it wasn't because...
Thank you for clarifying that.
And I would agree with that.
Mr. Landau?
Yeah, Ms. Wahlberg, when Dr. Pra alluded to what I was going to get into, and I don't want to take a long time on the continuance issue, and I deal with continuances in my everyday life, as you know. When were you contacted by Dr. Kissel?
I believe I was contacted by him first on March 5th, and March 5th. I then contacted the board to ask, before he retained me, I wanted to find out exactly what the status of his case or cases were, because sometimes, and I'm sure you see this all the time, doctors are here, but they might not know exactly what case numbers or why, and he has several issues pending, so I needed to find out from the board.
And what?
Board staff was very gracious. That was in March, early March. I wound up trying to get some information from Dr. Kissel. He moved his office, which he indicates that's why he wasn't able to get me the information that he needed. In the interim period, I had a death in the immediate family and wound up being in Florida. And then upon my return, we have had the first opportunity I've had to meet with him or even look at his practices or his EMR or how he's using his EMR was last night. I drove down after court yesterday and got here around 5 o'clock.
You inherit, of course, Dr. Kissel's actions from the beginning of the case, and so that becomes I think that becomes a responsibility, not your fault, obviously, but a responsibility of Dr. Kissel that's imputed to you, and vice versa. So I think the reason why we can't continue it, at least some action, where we go to an ultimate disposition, maybe, at least my own personal thoughts, maybe we can do something there. But to me, listening, there's a real concern as to whether or not Dr. Kissel should be practicing right now.
I agree.
And that is something we cannot continue. So we have to, at least in an interim, resolve that today, because, as Dr. Cunningham aptly put it, our role, as you well know, is the safety of the public. So as far as an ultimate disposition, we can see where we go along. But we need to, I think, at least move forward today on determining something, whatever the board determines. I think I know what I'd like to determine, but whatever the board determines, we need to move forward on something today.
I would agree with that. I don't know how other board members feel, but I think we need to have him stop practicing, okay? And then he needs some evaluations, and then we can come back and then talk about that. So I'm just telling you that I think that there's so many things that are going on here with this. This isn't just medical records. This is not an issue, the only issue. There's treatment of care, outcomes with patients, those types of things. So, and behavior. I didn't even ask you. Do you have a chaperone with you in the room at all times now?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have it documented?
I always have a chaperone in there. I don't know.
Do you have a documented doctor? That was my question.
No, not.
Okay, so that's all I had to hear.
Yeah, maybe, so, Mr. Chairman, if there could be some agreement for an interim consent to stop practicing, okay. If you all can take care of that today, then we don't need to finalize the case today. Right. And in a sense, you can get a partial continuance and do. Let me finish if I could, Doctor. And your attorney can explain it to you as well, because she's smart. She knows what's going on. And because my thought is, thinking out loud, is if there can be an interim consent agreement to stop practicing right now, and then we can order the testing we need to order. You can talk to your client, get the information you need, and then we can come back and go from there. But personally, I got a real concern about stepping out of the room today, allowing Dr. Kissel to continue practicing.
I agree. So should we just have them?
Well, I can hear from the attorney.
How does that sound reasonable?
Well, you need
to
time
you?
to talk to your client, or however you want to do it.
If it would be possible, I need to explain this to him and what it
Okay.
would mean, and some of the things that he would be doing in the interim period.
Mhm.
And would the board be considering if, like a 90-day, we could come back, if we could do, I'm just guessing at what you might be ordering, but.
I'm going to say, because of the difficulty we had with him doing his evaluations, I'm going to say the evaluations have to be done within the 90-day period, but however long it takes, he's not going to practice until we come back.
I understand that.
So it may take longer. I think he needs a PACE evaluation. I think he needs a neuropsych evaluation. I think he needs a physical exam. Those are the three minimums, I'm going to just tell you, and it may not be able to get all that done in 90 days.
Right.
Okay, okay, all right.
Thanks.
All right,
If I could just have
you know
a
what,
brief
we're going to go ahead,
recess and go.
why don't you guys go ahead and just step back and take your stuff, and we'll move on to the next case.
Recess this case?
Shall we just table it and then come back?
Or recess.
Does that sound okay to you?
Yeah, it's fine. Recess it and then come back.
I'll come back.
Yeah,
That sounds
after we
good.
hear another
So just
case
take
or
your-
two.
You can go ahead and talk with your client, and then we can go from there then, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jerry, is that recessing it or tabling it, or what is that?
I call it recess because we're going to come back.
Oh, table it.
Yeah, everyone calls it different.
My education.
Yeah, in the legal, we never use table in the legal term
okay.
in the practice.
Now you made me talk me something.
Yeah, maybe here we do, but I never do. I use adjourn or recess or.
I appreciate that.
So we're going to move on to the next case, DO-18-0067A, Harry Laverne Gale, DO license number 2772. Dr. Gale, please come forward. Please have a seat there. Welcome. All right. Thank you, sir. Can you swear in Dr. Gale for us, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Gale, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now?
Yes, I went to Des Moines University, graduated in 1989, then I did a general rotating internship, and then did internal medicine down at Maricopa. And now I currently work in Dewey, Arizona in primary care.
All right, great. John, I believe this is yours. Is that yours or is it?
No, it's mine.
It's yours. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
That's
You're right. I'm sorry.
This patient complained that he had seen Dr. Gale in October of 2016 after a motor vehicle accident. He said he had whiplash and dental injuries, and when he received a copy of his medical records from Dr. Gale, he found that Dr. Gale had documented that he had no injuries from the accident. The complainant also alleged that Dr. Gale had left practice without giving any notice to his patients. This patient was a 65-year-old patient that was seen in the emergency room on October 13th, 2016, after an MVA. I guess the main concerns in this is that he actually told the PA at the emergency room that he had been rear-ended, and a woman in a car behind him at a stoplight accidentally took her foot off the brake, and he rolled forward and hit him, and that he was wearing a seatbelt. The person that saw him in the emergency room did not feel that the injuries were significant enough that he needed any x-rays done. Then he went and saw Dr. Gale on October 18th, and he told him that he was at a stoplight and rear-ended by someone who was going 20 miles an hour, and that he had dislocation of his jaw and stiffness of his neck, and that he was, there's some issue with whether he was restrained or not. Dr. Gale diagnosed the patient with a whiplash injury of the cervical spine, but noted he did not seem to be injured, that injured. He did prescribe oxycodone, but did not document the amount. the CSPMP reveals that he gave him 5 milligram oxycodone number 15. He did order a chest x-ray and a cervical spine series. And then Dr. Gale was contacted by the staff here regarding the allegation that he left practice without giving proper notice to his patients. Dr. Gale stated that he was an employee and his contract was not renewed, and he stated that there were other providers in place to take over the patient care. And my concerns in this case were just that it was contradictory in that the patient mentioned a possible jaw dislocation at the time of his first visit after the accident, and Dr. Gale diagnosed the patient with whiplash, ordered x-rays, and prescribed narcotics, even though he stated in his board response he didn't feel the patient had sustained an injury. And then he failed to document the dose and the amount of the oxycodone that he prescribed. But I did not feel that there was a deviation, necessarily a deviation of the standard.
Is the complainant here too? I didn't know.
No, the complainant is not here.
Dr. Gale, you heard from Dr. Prong. You care to comment, please?
Well, I think that the gentleman was making up most of the symptoms right from the beginning, and there was no evidence of any jaw dislocation or any other injury. There was no reversal of his cervical curve on his x-rays. It was just his story was clearly contrived, and so I just, I right from the beginning didn't think he had been injured. As far as the narcotics, he had been on narcotics, and he had multiple previous surgeries and injuries, and so he was very familiar with narcotics, and had drug-seeking behavior, and so I don't really think that he was. He did get narcotics prior to the accident too. I was giving him narcotics, and I eventually tried to get him to go to pain management, and he didn't go, and so I eventually discontinued all narcotics.
Okay. Questions from board members? How about Dr. Madam?
If you thought his symptoms were just contrived by him, why were you writing him?
Yeah.
How many times
The
did you write
narcotics
prescriptions
actually were
for him?
written. He'd been on narcotics prior to this accident, so he was just basically drug seeking. So
that's not the question, though.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
many times did he write prescriptions for him after the accident?
probably 3 or 4, I think. Yeah.
Do you think that was appropriate if you believed the patient was not injured?
Well, there were other issues not related to the accident, so that was a big issue. He had discogenic disease in his cervical spine, and back injuries, and had several previous surgeries, and so I think basically he did have chronic pain, but it had nothing to do with the accident.
Well, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have a follow-up, though, Dr. Madam, and maybe you all can help me. Understanding he had other issues, but what do you do if you're convinced he's drug seeking and he's making up the story, but then you still go ahead and prescribe narcotics? There seems to be an inconsistency there.
Well, we have a lot.
Or do you have no choice, sir?
We have quite a few patients that are definitely drug seeking, and you can't prove that they have injury. The only thing I do is I try to get them into pain management, so I no longer have it on my license that he's getting narcotics.
Yeah, but you're giving it to him, though.
I realize that, yes.
That's what I'm having trouble.
And he did have chronic pain. He had a lot of osteoarthritis. He had discogenic disease in his spine. He had multiple injuries, previous orthopedic procedures. So he definitely had pain.
So I don't have a huge problem with that, but Dr. Cunningham could probably shed more light on that. I don't do the follow-up care. However, of course, the pain can be a little innocuous, and initial treatment's okay. I'd prefer to see better documentation on numbers, CSPMP reviews, and UDS.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Did you look at the CMP before you gave him any medications or not, narcotics?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. So how are you doing that now, sir?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. So this is back in 2017, was it?
There actually was a policy in this clinic system.
Oh no, that's 2018. I see it. 2018. Okay.
That we were not to give long-term narcotics to any of the patients.
Yeah. He gave 15, I see here, and then 15 on, prescribed 15 on 2016, October 2016, then he gave 30 on October 2016, and in November 2016 too. So I think we're much more rigid than we were before. Now when I have a patient that comes in that's like this, and I hope that you are doing something that's different, this is for the benefit of our students in the back too, is if they come in on pain meds and if I don't think that the symptoms match what I'm seeing, then they don't get pain medications from me. They may get angry at me and they may say they're going to go through withdrawal and do those things. I said, I'm so sorry, but Dr. Madam's right down the road. They can go see him. But I'm teasing. Is that I don't bridge them, okay? I don't bridge them. They were getting them from somewhere else, and so I think if they're drug seeking, they're just going to see if you're an easy touch. That's what they're looking for. So, and where were you working? Where was the location of this clinic at the time?
It was a government clinic in Cottonwood.
Cottonwood, so yeah. Limited areas, but I think there's one pain management guy up there now, isn't there?
Well, there's several. They come and go, but there are several.
Okay, I thought there was only one up there. So I understand the difficulty getting to see somebody. I don't think the doctor did anything wrong here. I really don't. I don't, and I think now that we have the new laws in place, you're not doing those things now. We never see this doctor here before the board, but clearly we don't. I don't see there's an issue here. With that being said, can I have a motion?
I would first like to emphasize I would prefer to see better documentation
Sure.
in the future, but I don't have a problem with the standard of care otherwise.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to dismiss.
I have a motion from Dr. Maynard for dismissal. I have a second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Good luck, doctor. Next case is H. Rick Allen Shackett, DO, license number 4257. Dr. Shackett, do you want to come forward, please? Welcome, doctor. If you can have a seat there. And if you can introduce your counsel there with you as well.
This is my counsel, Craig Martin.
Okay, thank you. Can you swear in Dr. Shackett, please?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Dr. Shackett, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now?
Well, I graduated from the College of Osteopathic Medicine of the Pacific, did my internship in San Diego, where I went into family practice for 1 year, and then followed up with 2 more years of residency training under preceptorship at Phoenix Baptist Hospital with Jerome Bernhard in proctology. So I'm double board certified in proctology and family medicine.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pry, I believe this is your case.
Yes. This complaint came to us from patient KF. She stated that she was seen by Dr. Shackett in May of 2018 for chronic anal itching. She states that prior to seeing him prior to him entering the room, a nurse advised her to undress from the waist down. And she states that Dr. Shackett came in and after, let's see, she was told to lie on her side and he would return shortly. He asked her what kind of music she would like to listen to. She states he told her to lie on her side and he would return shortly. She states a couple minutes later, a different nurse came in and explained that they would be giving her nitrous oxide to help her relax. She states shortly after the gas started, Dr. Shackett returned to the room, turned on the music, and began what she thought would be an examination. She states eventually he left the room and she was told she could sit up and get dressed. When she went to the front desk and stood near Dr. Shackett, who was writing in her medical file, she states he finished writing and walked away, so she asked the receptionist if she needed to be concerned about anything. She states the receptionist asked her if she had a treatment done, and she told her she wasn't sure. She states the receptionist then asked if Dr. Shackett had said anything to her, and she said no. She states the receptionist called Dr. Shackett over, and he told her that he had banded 2 hemorrhoids and told her not to scratch them, and then walked away again. She states the receptionist gave her samples of a hydrocortisone cream and a prescription for them. She states at no point did he discuss exam findings, explaining treatment options, or associated risks. She states the next day she called the office to request her medical records. She explained to the receptionist that she had expected an exam and subsequent discussion of the findings. She states instead she was given a treatment that wasn't discussed with her and she hadn't planned on. She states the receptionist apologized and said she would talk to Dr. Shackett and ask him to call her to review everything, and they would also send her records. She states she called Thursday the 17th to express concern that she was having side effects from the hydrocortisone cream. She states the receptionist said that she would pass the message along. She states the receptionist called and sent a text message telling her to stop using the cream and use an alternative. She states on Friday the 18th she received an email and 2 scanned pages of medical records. She states on Tuesday the 22nd she returned to the office to get a copy of her complete medical records, and she states to date she has not received a phone call from Dr. Shackett. Dr. Shackett felt that this patient may have experienced amnesia from the nitrous oxide. He states that the patient does not remember that he did discuss her not only the fact that she had hemorrhoids, but her procedure and the rubber band ligation procedure. He states he had a detailed conversation with her about the pruritus ani, which was documented in her chart. He states the patient also provided detailed written information on how to treat her pruritus ani and post-procedure care for the rubber band ligation. He states he was never made aware that the patient wanted him to call her. He states if the patient had called back a second time asking him to call her, her chart would have been pulled a second time and placed back on his desk with a call to call her back. So my concerns in this patient was that I felt that it was possible the patient may not have been properly consented. The consent was signed prior to ever seeing Dr. Shackett. Dr. Shackett failed to notify the patient. His staff failed to notify him that the patient requested a call back regarding the procedure. Dr. Shackett expected the patient to call back a second time or to call him on his mobile phone when he failed to return her call placed to the office. And that's all I have.
Dr. Shackett, you heard that brief review. Do you want to comment specifically regarding the consent?
If you could you listen to Dr. M.A. who's here for...
I want to hear from the doctor first.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, there's so many inaccuracies in the patient's story. I spoke to the patient in detail with a chaperone present, telling her what the possible findings or suspected findings could be based on her complaints.
When was this? At what point in your contact with the patient?
Well, when I'm in the room with the patient, taking a detailed history.
This is the first time you saw her?
Only saw her one time.
Okay. I mean, at the beginning of the contact?
Well, at the beginning of the contact, I get a history. I find out what's wrong.
Okay.
And I do a detailed physical exam. And then we talk more about what's wrong and what I think her symptoms suggest might be wrong, and offered her some treatment options. If I see something, would you like me to fix it? And, suggesting rubber band ligations or injection sclerotherapy. Those are the two most common things we do, along with the anoscopy exam. And most all patients, including this patient, said, yes, if you see something that you think can help me today, I'd like you to do it. And so we had a nurse anesthetist who was in the office consult with her about some nitrous oxide sedation, since she claimed her pain was a 10 on a 10 scale. And it's not uncommon to offer patients sedation with an a proctologic exam with an anoscope. And she did well during the exam. We found a hemorrhoid that could be benefited by banding because it was protruding into the anal canal. So we put a rubber band on it. She did well after the procedure. They woke her up from nitrous oxide sedation, and she seemed to be completely lucid and asked me a bunch of questions, as most patients do. And I sat there doing my notes and telling her what we did and what we found and how we did it, and that I expected her to do well, and that I would see her up front. At which point I left the room and started writing and signing prescriptions and waited for her to come up front, and her prescriptions were dispensed, and she didn't have any questions. She stood up with me there for at least 5 minutes, and I believed, like most all of my patients, that she understood what we did, how we did it, why we did it. And to her amazement and to my amazement, she appears to have retrograde and antegrade amnesia, not remembering the events before the nitrous oxide or after the nitrous oxide. Most of my patients don't remember the procedure, but they certainly remember what happens before getting sedated and after getting sedated. And she didn't communicate that to my staff, that she had no memory, or to me. And I believed she had understood everything.
Okay. Talk to me about the consent. That's what I want to know about. How's your patients consented?
Well, my patients are consented 3 ways. They sign 2 consent forms when they come to the office. First is on the clinical policy, whereby it says, I hereby consent to the administration and performance of all diagnostic procedures or treatments in which, in the judgment of my doctor, may be considered necessary and advisable. I'm entitled to a full explanation prior to any testing procedure or referral, and that I have the option to decline such treatment or seek further information. The next consent they sign says, the doctor requests you to consign this scent before he meets with you today. They sign this out in the reception area. This form will explain the risks that a patient assumes when they seek the services of a surgeon or a proctologist. You have an opportunity to ask your doctors questions regarding any surgery or procedure, and you'll have the right to decline any procedure before it begins. In my consent form, it says there's alternatives that may be available to this procedure, including various forms of treatments as repeated local injections to the problem area or the use of rectal suppositories and other medicines. However, these alternative methods carry their own degree of risk and complications and varying degree of success. Additionally, on the same form, it says you have the right to ask any questions or refuse any treatment. However, once a procedure with anesthesia has begun, you are authorizing your physician to do whatever he or she deems necessary. In the event that you elect to have sedation anesthesia before an exploratory or diagnostic procedure, then your consent for surgery is implied or given automatically for any condition that can be fixed or treated during this time that you are under the effects of analgesia. There's then a third consent before they go under sedation with the nurse anesthetist. They get to talk to her about the proposed sedation, why she's having the proposed sedation, what she can expect, what kind of treatment or exam she can expect to receive while under sedation. And she signs that third consent as well with the nurse anesthetist, who also filed a letter that's in your packet explaining the details she discussed and heard discussed with the patient regarding her consent for procedures. such as a rubber band ligation.
You have a question? The question is that so they sign all those, the ones you talked about earlier, before they even get into the exam room. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The other thing that I just had a concern about then too is that always with any type of surgeon, I consider yourself a colorectal surgeon, proctologist, whatever you're doing, that the specialist always goes over everything with the patient and then they sign. That's how I've always done it. Stop, don't shake your head at me. Hold your head to yourself, but don't shake your head at me, okay? All right? And so the thing is that that's how I have seen it all throughout my career. And then I think that it's unusual that a nurse anesthetist is explaining your procedure. That is the doctor, the surgeon's job. When I've had procedures, the doctor explains it to me. All I've had the anesthesiologist do is tell me what they're going to use, okay, and what's going to go on from there. So I find it unusual. That's what I'm going to just say, unusual. I don't know how other board members feel or any questions you have.
One question I have, I don't know how to exactly present this. Were there any other factors that you think were involved in this case that created dissatisfaction other than what's being written about? And if you think there are, could you tell us what they are?
Yes. There was dissatisfaction.
By the microphone.
There was dissatisfaction with regards to the fact that she didn't call back. Apparently, because of her amnesia, she had some questions and called back and after hours and asked if I would return her call. So they said that, well, Dr. Shackett comes into the office again in a couple of days and they'll ask me to call her back. And they put the chart on my desk with a note for me to call her back, as is the procedure. And during this time, she emailed the staff asking for a copy of all of her medical records. So they pulled the chart off my desk and made copies of her medical records and put a note on top of a piece of paper, the patient authorization form, for me to initial to give her copies of her records, and that I'm aware of the patient's asking for records. And as Liliana, my nurse, my medical assistant, wants to explain, and she wrote in a detailed memorandum the sequence of events. She put the piece of paper on top of the callback note for me to initialize, and then she took that chart to her desk and she made copies of the medical records, and at that point the note was kind of discharged from the top of the chart, and then the patient called back and put inside the chart, and then the patient called back again and regarding a change in prescription from hydrocortisone to calmoseptine, a non-prescription medicine that works for hemorrhoid irritation and anal irritation. And between the two calls, the note for the calling back the patient got lost from my two receptionists, and the chart never landed back on my desk again with a message for me to call the patient back. I always call the patients back. I'm easy to get a hold of. I don't expect any patients to have to call back to get a call back, but I pride myself in being very available to patients. I have my mobile phone number available on my business card that I give all my patients.
What's your usual practice for after somebody has a procedure? Do you call them to see if they're doing okay? Do you have your staff call them to see if they're doing okay, having any problems or complications?
If it's a bigger procedure, I call them back, and the staff calls them back. But
is there any documentation your staff called her after this procedure?
They have a couple documentations. When there's contact with the patient, the staff makes a note in the medical
scheduling
In this
program.
case, did your staff call to see how she was doing? That's my question. After this procedure, do you know or not?
Well, I have a staff that when she called, that
Okay.
Liliana had.
I get it. My question was, did your staff reach out to her after the procedure to see how well if she had done okay?
No.
Okay, that's all I need to know. That's all I wanted to hear. Okay, got it.
I just have one question to make sure I just understand. The first consent was given to the patient by your medical assistant, correct?
I think it's done in the waiting room,
The
correct?
first consent is given with the registration package.
Oh, right.
In the waiting room.
Right, and the
When
second consent, the same, by a staff member.
Yes.
In the waiting room, right?
Yeah, right. And the third one is by the nurse anesthetist. So, in other words, the consent is given to them, and you read part of them, just to basically read and sign without an explanation. They have to affirmatively ask questions, or else they just read and sign it, and presumably understand it.
No, there's still a fourth consent. There's a verbal consent where I discuss the options with the patients and the proposed treatment with the patients, and get their consent to do what I can do.
Yeah, I'm talking about what you had talked about just following up on what you talked about a moment ago, the three consents. Now we have the fourth one, which is the verbal consent, your discussion in the examining room.
Mm-hmm.
But the first three is basically, here's this document, read it and sign it. Here's this document, read it and sign it. And then the third one, the nurse anesthetist goes through it with her in some form. We don't know exactly what. And then she signs it. And then the fourth one is you talking verbally.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Other questions from board members? Go ahead, Dr. Reese.
To me, the fundamental question is, did the patient know what you were going to do or might do before you did it?
Unquestionably, yes.
Okay, that's all.
Did the conversation at the receptionist desk happen to your recollection as it was reported by the patient? She said she was not sure with the receptionist what had happened, and the receptionist brought you over to talk to her?
The receptionist is here to talk about that. She can answer that question better than I can.
What can you tell me about the conversation with the patient after the receptionist?
The conversation I had with the patient at the reception desk?
Correct.
I don't have any specific recollection about a conversation. I mean, I stand at the front of the reception desk with every patient when they're getting their prescriptions, and taking notes and answering questions, and telling usually the receptionist in front of the patient that I want to see the patient again in a couple of weeks. And this patient did make a follow-up appointment for a couple of weeks that she eventually canceled. So I was uncertain that I have no recollection that the patient had any questions or concerns whatsoever when I was standing at the front with her.
That answers my question. Thank you. And I think it was you, Mr. Landau, brought up the concern with the consent, as well as Dr. Cunningham. I'm certainly not thrilled with the consent form. However, I'm not convinced it's a violation either. The patient is informed, although vaguely. However, the details of the consent usually has to do with the potential complications or severity of it. So you'll have a very different consent for a simple procedure versus a major procedure for details. So I'm not thrilled with it, but I'm, again, not convinced it's a violation.
Yeah, I don't know. Luckily, my experience in having to give consents to procedures is very limited. What it is falls more in line with what Dr. Cunningham said, where the doctor will explain it and give it to me, and I'll sign it, but I don't know. Maybe my medical colleagues can tell me what the general practice.
I'm going to just tell you, when I have a simple procedure for a lesion removal in my office,
right,
we have a consent form, or IND, anything, or lesion removal, the patient is consented with me there in the room. I'll say, this is what's going to happen, and then
Sorry about that.
Also, and then I'll have my MA go in the room and give them the consent to do. But it's always after I have spoken to them and told them what's going on. So that's how it's always been for me. So just a second. Any other questions from other board? Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Cunningham, I apologize for shaking my
No, it's okay.
head
It's
at
okay.
you, but
It's
what
okay.
I wanted to talk to you about is how people communicate to assume it's wrong to give a consent form that says, if you have any questions, ask, and then talk is wrong, is limited thinking, because people learn a lot of different ways. And so to say a person can't learn, you can't properly consent, when you give them writing that lists the risks, have them sign and say, do you have questions, and then talk, as opposed to talking first, I think misunderstands how many people learn. Many people learn better. But that's not the real point. What I did was study proctology and see how consents are done. And there is a very real reason why you want to get the consent first. The very examination that's involved with an anoscope is painful. And it is very easy to band the hemorrhoid that you find at the time. And so to examine a patient and cause them to have that additional pain, and then say, I found a hemorrhoid, and now I'm going to go back and reopen you and put on a band, is not the best way to get the consent. And so in this case, where there are very few options, unless you have a major problem, in which case you would pull out, you get the consent in advance, you explain, as his paperwork very nicely does, what is going to happen, and that's what's in the best interest of this patient. I wanted to tell you, I looked online and found yet another group. I'd like you to, if you want to see, I'll give it to your staff, but this is called, it's for anesthesiologists, West Valley Proctology, and they have the exact same thing, the consent.
Mr. Martin, I think we've got enough.
All right, I just wanted you to know that we sent you a letter from a fellow who is the president of the American Society of Proctology that gives the board certification, that approves of it. And so I hope you open to the possibility that the consent doesn't have to be oral and then signed. It can be signed and then oral, and that's what we wanted to make the point. Thank you, doctors.
And my only other thing is the communication with the patient. I think a lot of this could have been eliminated. You probably wouldn't even have had a complaint if you had had better communication with the patient. So I would suggest that for whatever procedures you're doing in the future, it should be a standard protocol for you to call the procedure no matter what they're having done. If it's a simple banding or whatever, doctor, I would do it. I wouldn't have your nurse do it. I would have you do it, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Martin asked us to be open to listening to his ideas. I suggest also you be open to thinking about taking a step back and talking to your staff and thinking about communication, how you can go ahead and improve that or re-engineer your communication, because Dr. Cunningham's comments, I think, could be very beneficial to you in the future.
We've had a lot of conversation about that since this patient, and ways that we can improve and not have any problems like this by making sure that patients understand everything before they leave the office.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to dismiss.
I have a motion to dismiss by Dr. Madem. I have a second by Dr. Reese. Any discussion before we vote? Let's have a roll call, please.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
No. Motion passes. Good luck to you, doctor. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll get that. We can get that.
Yeah, we can take care of that.
So sorry.
That happens all the time, don't worry about it.
It's happened to other people.
Are those old cups over?
First
Not the cups.
New,
Yeah.
new ones, right?
Oh, I see what you mean.
I don't know if it's in the budget. You have to find out first.
Yeah.
You know what I'd be more concerned about?
Yeah, the trick is to lift first, then pour.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We'll get a trash can.
You and I will have a discussion about that. All right, next case is DO-18-1588A, Jeffrey Burl Bushman, DO license number 2338, and we're going to call both of these cases together. And again, DO-18-01522A. Dr. Bushman, please come forward and have a seat right there. Thank you, sir. Can you swear in Dr. Bushman, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. All right. Dr. Bushman, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now?
Went to Des Moines University, board-certified family practice. In 1990, I moved to Wilcox, Arizona, opened my own practice. Had it until summer of 2015, and I closed my practice, moved a half a block up the street to join a community health center, and I've been there ever since.
Okay, thank you. And John, I believe this is yours?
No, it's
this is yours.
mine.
Oh, I keep John's stuff.
But John did do a report as well on.
That's why I saw that on there. Okay.
The complainant in this case is a pharmacist. The pharmacist stated that he's tried over the years to get Dr. Bushman to decrease the narcotic output he currently prescribes, but he refuses to do so. He states he no longer fills prescriptions for many of Dr. Bushman's patients because they all receive immediate release oxycodone, methadone, morphine, and hydrocodone. He states many patients are now receiving notices from their insurance companies that prior authorization is required. He states Dr. Bushman refuses to do any of his paperwork. He states he has had patients tell him Dr. Bushman has told them, the patients, that he has called their insurance company and either there would be no issue at the pharmacy or there would only be a $50 copay. He alleges Dr. Bushman is also telling patients to just go to another pharmacy and pay cash if they have a problem. He states he has also notified the DEA. I did a chart review on this case, and I found that in 4 out of 10 of these cases, there were no previous medical records available. In 4 out of 10, there were no medical records available, and in 6 out of 10, the entire chart was not sent. In all of them, there was no controlled substance agreement signed. In 4 out of 10, the patient had inconsistent urine drug screens, but none were discussed in the progress note, and Dr. Bushman continued to prescribe controlled substances. In 4 out of 10, Dr. Bushman prescribed benzos along with opioids. In one particular case, a patient used a family member's narcotics, and in another case, the CSP was queried, but was documented, but showed the patient was prescribed controlled substances by 3 other providers, yet Dr. Bushman did not mention this in the progress note and continued to prescribe. There was no CSP query documented in 4 out of 10, and in 2 out of 10, the CSP was mentioned multiple times but was not documented in the medical record. There was no discussion regarding using birth control pills or birth control methods while on opioids in a female of childbearing age. And in another case, there was no discussion regarding the use of birth control while using opioids, and the patient became pregnant and delivered with no prenatal care on opioids and benzos. Excuse me. Dr. Bushman prescribed a rather large amount of opioids to 3 out of 10. No EKG was performed when initiating methadone or increasing the dose in 2 out of 10, and a function-based approach was not used in any of the patients. We were asked by one of the board members to interview the pharmacist complainant, and John did that. I would like him to, at this time.
That's where I saw that. All right. Thanks, John.
Excuse me. On February 20th, 2019, I interviewed the complainant in this case, Richard Trepanier, who is the pharmacist. I contacted Mr. Trepanier by telephone, and he advised that he had been noticing these problems for years with Dr. Bushman. He related, as an example, 1 month a patient would present with a prescription of oxycodone, 30 count, and then the next month they would be prescribed 180 at a time. Mr. Trepanier advised that one patient who was prescribed Norco told him that she would only take 1 tablet a day, and yet Dr. Bushman wrote a prescription for 360, so it would last all year. He said that that patient got angry with him because he would only dispense 30 at a time. He first began to notice Dr. Bushman's questionable conduct about 5 years ago. The pharmacist has called Dr. Bushman several times over the years, and they are no longer on speaking terms. Dr. Bushman has repeatedly told the pharmacist to leave him alone, as he knows what he's doing. Dr. Bushman would reply that these patients have anterior wall pain, so they need that much medication. Dr. Bushman advised the pharmacist that he was not going to change anything. Now he attempts to call Dr. Bushman, now when he attempts to call Dr. Bushman, he just doesn't answer. The pharmacist advised that he has contacted Dr. Bushman regarding this activity hundreds of times. The last time he personally spoke with Dr. Bushman was about 2 years ago. The pharmacist told me that he is known in their community, that it is known in their community that Dr. Bushman is a, quote, candy doctor, unquote, and that you can go to Dr. Bushman and he will give you whatever you want. He was told by the husband of a patient who was addicted to narcotic medications prescribed by Dr. Bushman. He had to take his wife to another doctor to get her through the withdrawals. Another example, he cited the case of a patient that he has been trying to get Dr. Bushman to lower the dose of methadone and oxycodone. Now he has this same patient going to the pharmacy next door where they are getting the same prescription with the addition of OxyContin, 80 milligrams. He identified that patient as JB and gave me his date of birth. That patient does appear on the pharmacy board's database report that Dr. Pra requested that I run for her. But this is not one of the records that were reviewed. The pharmacist advised that this is one of the patients that he has repeatedly called Dr. Bushman about and attempted to have him decrease the narcotics to that patient. The pharmacist was finally left with no other choice but to no longer fill prescriptions for that patient. He has had patients become very irate with him because he is no longer filling prescriptions from Dr. Bushman. When 1 month their prescription is for oxycodone 20 count and the next month it is for 180 count. He described the number of times this has happened over the years as numerous. Now he is getting rejections from the patient's insurance companies. The only narcotics he now fills from Dr. Bushman are the ones that are approved by the insurance companies. The doctor now has to prove to the insurance companies that the prescription is medically necessary. The pharmacist said Dr. Bushman lies to his patients and tells them he has their prescription approved and it will only cost them $50. The pharmacist has heard this from several patients and doesn't understand where Dr. Bushman would have gotten that information from. When he informs the patients that that is not the case, they become angry with him. The pharmacist gave me the name of one of these patients with the initials SVP. However, that patient does not appear on the pharmacy board report that I ordered on Dr. Bushman. Lastly, the pharmacist advised that he also sent a written complaint to the DEA through their website. At the same time as this complaint was filed. He did file it electronically, but he doesn't recall if he ever spoke to anyone in person at the DEA.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bushman, you've heard Dr. Pra's and Mr. Schattenberg's review. Would you like to comment on any of this?
Well, if I can just ask, in your comments, could you tell us whether you believe there is anything inappropriate about your prescribing practices?
Okay, let's go that way. When the opioid guidelines came out this year, I wasn't 100% on board with everything because of the way I was trained in the 80s and early 90s. And I did prescribe a lot, high doses of opioids. I did prescribe benzos and opioids together. However, when the guidelines came out, after a couple of months of talking to other doctors and reading articles, I decided I better just get on board and do exactly as the guidelines suggest. And so this last summer, I did so, and I remember in August I spoke with my director of the clinic, the medical director, Rick Singer, MD, and told him I was going to specifically get everyone titrated down to 90 MMEs, no benzos or opioids together, no methadone to anybody, and that I would improve my notes because my notes had, I was seeing people every single month for the same thing for years and years, and they were getting terse as far as physical exam and that sort of thing. So that's that background. With regards to some of the other things the pharmacist said, I just disagree. I spoke to him one time, it was more than 4 years ago, because it was before I got into the clinic where I am, about one patient. And he basically said, "You're prescribing too much." And I said, "Can you tell me something? Do they look obtunded? Are they impaired? What's going on?" "No, it's just too much." And I said, "Well, I'll evaluate then. I'll evaluate him." And that was the only time I spoke to him. And I've never refused a phone call from anyone, especially a professional. So that part was a little off the mark.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bushman. I appreciate you following the guidelines in place, but when did you first become aware your prescribing practices might be a problem?
Last spring, about this time last year.
Thank you.
And the records, though, you've reviewed, though, have been recent, though, because I see, Dr. Pry, your records this report was done in December of 2018, so that would have reflected recent changes as well, correct?
Well, I have to look back and see exactly when the medical records were written in order to be able to answer that question.
Okay.
So. Like the first one I pulled up was in 18.
When in 18?
It was September.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's after then he started changing things. So he said. So I think you can see there's great concerns here. I appreciate that you're trying to do better, but I think that there's deficiencies here. I really do, doctor. And I'm a primary care doc too, and when I look at these things here, I'm very concerned. Are you using the PMP now? Are you accessing the PMP?
We do every single time they come in, and they come in every month. And I'm not sure why those records didn't get to you. I talked to my office manager about that. And I actually have them all here, all the pain contracts, all the PMPs for every patient. I apologize. I don't know why they didn't get to you.
Maybe I'm missing something, but you said, well, the opioid guidelines came out, and we know that, and you didn't agree with them, but ultimately you came on board. And you realized at one time that there were problems with your prescribing practices. How long have you been a physician?
Graduated in 85.
Okay, so 34 years. Shouldn't you have known well before any of this that there were problems with your prescribing practices? That's my first question. My second question is, why would the pharmacist make up any of this?
I don't want to speak disparagingly of him, but...
Could you start with question one? Sorry.
Start with
sorry.
one, and then we'll go to
Well, I'm sorry.
The first question is, shouldn't you have known, you've been practicing for 34 years, shouldn't you have known well before any of this, well before the pharmacist wrote, well before the opiate guidelines, that your prescribing practices for controlled substances were inappropriate and potentially dangerous?
I'll agree to that, yes.
Okay. And now, why would the pharmacist make this all up? Or do you think he's making it all up?
Yes, I do. I can only conjecture, and
You really don't know.
I have ideas, but it's just conjecture.
Okay.
Doctor, you're aware of the fact that if you're answering question one as a yes, which is accurate, then the answer to question two is patient safety. That's why he would be making it up.
I agree with everything that we're pursuing, but I think we also need to be aware that he's been practicing since '84, 34 years. There was a time 10 or 15 years ago, most of us still remember that, when we were chastised for not giving enough pain medication, enough relief of pain. And a lot of physicians got stuck in that mold and then never were able to see the light after that. And I wonder if you could just give us a little bit of that background.
Well, that is how I was trained, and pain needed to be the fifth vital sign, and we were under-treating pain patients. We had several pain specialists come to Wilcox in the early 90s telling us we needed to get on board with taking care of pain. 2 years ago, I was at the OMED conference in Orlando, and I attended a course on opioid prescribing, and some of these things were brought up, and I could see where he was coming from, but I probably didn't take it as well as I should have, but he seemed very condescending about doctors who thought the way we were taught in the 80s and 90s. I didn't respond well to what he was saying, but
What are you trying to tell us?
That I probably should have got with the program then, but I didn't, partly because I was bugged by the presentation by the speaker for 2 hours, the way he approached it, and then I just kept prescribing the same until the guidelines came out.
Exactly. There were warnings to be forewarned is to be forearmed. I mean, it isn't that, there was a time when we were told to prescribe more opioids but that changed not suddenly. There's been a gradual change over time, which, you didn't really
And to put it in perspective, Mr. Landau, that change has been for 10 or 15 years. That's been changing, and this is something that's our responsibility to know.
Yeah, I think that Dr. Maynham alluded to it by answering the first question, yes. It shows that the second question, the pharmacist seems to me to be telling the truth and following up the way he's supposed to.
I'm just going to say, if I had a pharmacist that was calling me and saying, I'm concerned about your prescribing or for this patient, I have never told a pharmacist that's not correct, or you don't understand why I'm prescribing this, or any of those things. I have listened to every single one. I have. And this was even before the guidelines, okay? So do you think you were an easy touch, doctor? That's my thing, is you have, sound like you had lots of patients coming to see you for pain medication. Do you think you were an easy touch?
No, I felt like I was prescribing appropriately at the time.
Okay. And then I see here, in one of the cases here, a patient was getting MS Contin on May 1, 2018. It was positive for Xanax and marijuana. Are you still prescribing patients opioids that are on marijuana or other benzos? And how often, and you're doing drug screens on everyone now?
Yes, we do at least twice a year.
Twice a year. Okay.
Sometimes more.
And you have a paying contract in place now?
For every patient, we always have.
Okay. And have you done any other CME? Have you done any other CME?
No, I'm scheduled for this fall, but...
Fall with where?
I'm planning to go to the OMED meeting again.
OMED. I think you need more than an OMED meeting. I think you do. I really do. I get it. Things have changed. I've been in practice since the late, I hate to say this, since the late 80s, you guys. And so, as well. So I was a child prodigy, you know that. But anyway, the caution of how prescribing is now, I'm still not, even if you are prescribing and trying to get those under 90 milliequivalents like they have, I'm not sure if I have a full understanding of your knowledge of when to prescribe opioids, how much you should prescribe, and when to cut them off. Okay? And so that's where I'm coming from. I'm cognizant that you've made some changes, and that's all good, but I don't have a good flavor of how you treat your pain medication patients. Even though you may be under the 90 milliequivalents per month, you still may not be appropriately prescribing per patient, okay? So that's my concern. So I still think there needs to be some sort of evaluation. That's what I'm going to say.
Is there a PACE evaluation
There is.
limited to prescribing practices?
Yep, for opioids, there is.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
So I feel a
I
PACE
agree.
evaluation needs to be done. I would feel more comfortable of a restriction on opioid prescribing at this point until we get a better understanding of what his knowledge base is. Because I hear that you say, yeah, I'm getting on board, but I never heard you say, I agree now, and this is what I need to do, and moving forward I've got to do this, and I understand why I did this, it was wrong, and why my thinking was wrong, and I get it why the pharmacist called me. It was wrong. I don't hear any of that from you. And so my feeling is that I would like to see a restriction of his prescribing.
Well,
May I, Dr. Cunningham?
Hang on just a second.
How would that impact his patient care?
He's in a clinic. He's got other doctors.
You got other doctors
in the
there
clinic.
that-
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So, believe me, I'm cognizant he's in Wilcox, Arizona. I understand there's limited areas, but there's other doctors that could also assume the care of those patients as well. So.
May I make one comment?
Sure.
I've been very pleasantly surprised with how well it's gone, titrating everyone down. A few patients had to go to pain specialists. But I've been able to get all my patients down to the 90 MMEs, and only maybe 2 or 3 are not doing well. They're doing quite well. So I've been very happy with the way it's gone. And yes, I am agreeing with the recommendations.
Okay. I don't know, how do other board members feel? You tell me. What do you think, Dr. Maedham?
No, I agree with you.
How about you? How do you feel?
I'm listening to
Okay. Okay.
I agree with you completely.
Okay,
I
okay.
think that he just didn't transition over time.
Yeah, right.
Just never quite got it.
Okay.
And that, the circumstance is such that he does have coverage. It isn't going to be a hardship for patients, and I think he should be assessed.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Landau?
Yeah, I agree. I think you hit the nail on the head. And is that class 2?
2 through 5.
2 through 5?
And no medical marijuana prescribing either.
Yeah.
Until we get an evaluation. Go ahead. Jean, I see you putting your hand up.
Yes, so this would be an interim order for
Yeah.
practice restriction, and the evaluation is to take place either by PACE or CPAP.
I'd rather have PACE.
PACE, yeah, we're kind of moving away.
PACE specifically has
Yeah.
PACE at 1.
And within what time frame?
To at least schedule within the next...
Yeah, we haven't gotten that far yet.
In the next
I'm sorry?
30 to 60 days. That gives you plenty of time.
If we schedule in the next 30 days...
Can you schedule within the next 30 days and then complete within the next...
90 days?
90 days. I don't know if that's possible. Is it with PACE? I don't,
If he can't, he'll come back to
okay,
the
let's do
executive
that.
director.
So if you can schedule with PACE within the next 90 days.
30 days.
30 days, and then complete it within the next 90, I'm sorry.
And he'll receive an order.
And you'll get an order from the board, but we're going to restrict your prescribing. We haven't done it yet, but I'm just saying we're proposing restricting your prescribing for 2s through 5s, plus medical marijuana. Go for a PACE evaluation. After that, come back and see us, and then we're going to decide what we're going to do. But and please don't look at this as discipline, doctor. This is to help you. This really is. I want you to continue practicing. You're needed in that area. There's a shortage of doctors in Wilcox. I know there is. So please look at this as not a discipline. This is looking to help you be a better physician, okay? All right?
We have one more case, too.
Yeah. What's the next?
Are we done with?
No, we have one more case with Dr. Bushman. We did.
What was the other? What was
Did
the
both?
I thought we did them all. Combined them all together.
We have two of them.
It was a little bit different.
Oh, do you want to go ahead and read? Did you read that one? I thought you did that one too.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead and do that one too. Okay. Can we do that, Jean? Tell me
I
what.
just want to be clear. When you told Dr. Bushman not to consider that this is disciplinary, but it will be reported. It is disciplinary.
It is disciplinary. I'm sorry. I'm trying to say we're not doing this to harm you or anything like that. It's to be an educational process. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say.
This is an interim order.
It is, but it's still disciplinary.
No, I'm just clarifying.
It is interim, yes.
It's an
We haven't
interim
made a
order.
motion.
And I'm sorry if I misspoke. I'm trying to think very nicely how to say it to you. Okay.
Is the second case the same?
It's similar.
Do we need
So
to go
it's
through it
it's
again?
I mean it's just a little bit different.
I think
so
we need to
if I
combine them
could
together. Just go ahead and do it.
combine them
We can do it
together. Okay,
together. Let's combine
I'll
it together.
just-
We need a motion on this too.
And,
At the end of the
At the end of the
The motion
second one.
eventually.
So in the second case, the 18-0152, the complainant is a patient. He was stated that he was verbally attacked by Dr. Bushman from the minute he walked in the office. He states Dr. Bushman accused him of being a drug trafficker and that he was illegally transferring controlled substances on the street. He states Dr. Bushman pointed his finger at him and at one point accidentally struck him in the chest. He states he was then asked to provide a urine sample for a urine drug screen. He felt that his character had been attacked, and ever since he's been anxious and in horrible emotional pain. So I did a chart review on this case as well. In this case, I also found that no previous medical records were available for review. There was no controlled substance agreement signed. There was no controlled substance dose or amount documented in the medical record, and the urine drug screens were not included in the medical record, although it appears they were done. So it was just a tiny nuance different.
Okay.
So I wanted to make
Did you want to comment about that patient? Did you want to
Sure,
comment?
glad to.
Sure.
70, I think 72-year-old man who was switching over from the veterans in Tucson to ours, and he had been on chronic pain medications, and we did a drug screen. I'm sorry again, I've got the drug screen.
You can give all
here,
that to
both
her
of them.
afterwards,
Yeah.
okay?
And he did not have the medications on board that he said he did, and so I called him back and I said I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and do another drug screen that day. And he left, and I did send a email from the medical student who was with me in the room the whole time. Did you get that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Refuting what this patient said. I never poked anyone in the chest or yelled at him or anything.
Sure.
Are you giving too much to the medical student? It sounds like you're pawning off some work on the medical student.
Oh, no,
Is that normal?
I think you're just corroborating. I think you're just corroborating that never happened.
No, just in general, just
They write all his notes if they're there.
yeah. The flavor of the conversation was you have a lot of you have a medical student doing a whole lot, and is that normal or?
Well, I'm going to tell you some preceptors for with the med students. The doctor will have them write all the notes.
Okay.
I'm an obsessive compulsive crazy person, so I do all my own notes. Okay, because I want to make sure there's no errors in there.
That used to be a lot more common. It's
Yeah,
much
but
less
yeah.
common.
And I can remember even when I was remember when Old Phoenix General days, I would even be able to write notes on the medical chart and sign MS3 or whatever it was, medical student 3 and those things. So, no, that is common. Okay. All right. So, I'll make a motion that we have an interim order.
On both cases.
On both cases. Do you need me to list both of those, Jean?
No, they're in the record.
Okay. On both cases to restrict Dr. Bushman's prescribing for class 2 through 5 plus medical marijuana. He is also to go for a PACE evaluation, and he says to call them within and schedule within 30 days and hopefully completed within 90 days. And if not, please call our executive director. That'll be Justin now, who will be our executive director after Monday. And if there's a problem doing that, okay? And then we'll see you back after that, and we'll go from there then, Doctor. And so that's my motion.
I'll second.
I have a second, Mr. Landau. Any discussion before we vote? Go ahead and we'll have a roll call, please.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. I guess the word I was looking for, I don't want this to be punitive towards you, okay? It's an educational process, okay?
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
So, as of now, I'm not to prescribe any narcotics?
You'll get the order, when you get the order, then that's when you don't prescribe, okay? And then you can just give them to your partners in your practice, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you for coming. Safe travels back, Doctor.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a few months.
Okay.
Can I leave these then?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead and you
Are
can
they
give that.
copies?
Yes, the copies.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and you can give that to Mary if you'd like, or right there, she can take those for you. Okay. Is Kissel?
Robin, do you need a break? I do. Do you need a break?
No, is Dr. Kissel, is he?
No, we have Kissel.
We still got
The only
Kissel.
thing we have left is to finish up with Dr. Kissel before
still
lunch
here?
if you
Are they
wanted
ready?
to. You want me to go? Go ahead. This would be a good time to go.
I think he's a good I really do. That's all it is. I can get all that. I think Dave's a good guy. I don't know where he seems like the locations I know are.
He seems like a good guy, I think. I'm not sure he thinks it through.
Right, exactly. I just wasn't hearing the words I wanted to hear.
Oh, it's not like a permanent.
Yeah. He was just doing it because
Well, he gets-
he wasn't
It's
really
ones that
saying,
are
I get it.
appealable.
After this is a little bit of trouble.
Sorry, what?
After Hayes and all of this, we'll probably be able to prescribe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So far, I can tell you that it's
Yeah.
After
this
Pace
one.
goes through it, I think.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
prescribe
probably
it.
get it.
That's my feeling.
Yeah, I guess we'll get him back again.
Probably Kissel.
Are we?
We're going for Kissel. She went to go look for him.
Oh, he was just here. I think, yeah.
And then that letter of concern's not appealable, so that's the only ones. Just those two. So far.
And then lunchtime.
So Kissel then lost to an entry order.
Yeah, he can't practice. Yeah, sure, right?
We can't.
Yeah. Because Hayes is the whole bank. Yeah, he should get time for his
You know, we can charge you what we want because we're the only ones who provide it. The only way it'll change is if they say, hey, look, there's another one.
Yeah.
And at least we've got that.
But that's what we're doing between CPAP and PACE.
From 3 hospitals.
Yeah. Yeah, see, hospitals kind of tell you something.
Good Sam.
Sure.
And Honor Health.
That will create a vacuum once they get there.
That tells you what things should
I think we should.
Yeah, they're, if you look at the fine print, they're supposed to be called after 1 o'clock.
That's what restricting.
The fine print. The fine print.
They're restricted until we go. Do we know where he is? Do we know where Mr.
Do you
Dr.
want him to
Kissel
go
is?
to Pace, or do you want him to?
Let's go for it.
We could do it after lunch if you guys wanted to. Take lunch and then.
Then the PACE folks send a report to us of their.
Dr. Cunningham, do you want to just do his after lunch?
Where is he?
Let me go see what Gene's finding out.
Gene went to go look for him?
Yeah, Gene went to go look for him.
I thought I saw him out there.
I think he just went into that first meeting right like that.
The more we get done before lunch, the better.
I don't understand what it would have taken that long to explain to him.
That's how there's an issue. If you guys, the med students, if you want, you can go ahead and go to lunch, and then we'll see you back
We'll see you back after 1 o'clock, okay? All right, there's a Mexican restaurant right over here, not too far.
It's pretty good.
And it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But there's not a whole bunch of choices down here. Go together, okay? It's not a safe area.
Restaurant about a mile down the road.
All right.
Crazy Jim's.
Crazy Jim's. Crazy Jim's is right around here, too.
Yeah, that's about a mile and a half.
Yeah, Crazy Jim's, that's a great place for lunch if you don't want Mexican food. Just put it in your app. You can find it on Google Maps.
I don't know how to describe it.
It's on Washington.
Don't walk. If you walk together.
There are a few of them. There's something going on.
Yeah.
I go to the Mexican
There's one on Washington. And
Afternoon session yet until after 1. But Dr. Kissel, we're back on the record as well. I want to remind you you're under oath as well. I think that you guys have had some discussion about some possibilities of maybe how we might be able to take care of these cases.
Yes, we have, actually. If the board would be willing to consider doing a practice limitation for Dr. Kissel to where he would do no clinical work but would be clear to do administrative medicine only. Sorry about that. If the board would be willing to consider a practice limitation on all clinical, which would be all your patient interaction work, but allow him to maintain administrative, his license limited to administrative, then he would be very interested in doing that.
So,
what does that mean?
So administrative, so remember we had done that before for other doctors. He would only be allowed to, like if he was with an insurance company, he would be reviewing charts, things like that. But he would have no interaction with patient care whatsoever. Taking no more delivering babies, all those types of things. So it's just paper. He's just looking at charts. That's all he's going to be doing. If he wants to do that, that's what he'd have a practice restriction.
I think it's worded as that his license would be restricted to administrative medicine. He would be prohibited from providing direct patient services.
And prohibited from prescribing
Yes.
any drugs.
Yep, correct.
Now, does this resolve the cases, or is this an interim restriction or a permanent restriction?
Yes.
Be permanent.
A permanent restriction. So we'd have a motion for.
So we need to make findings of fact and include findings of fact and resolve the cases.
Yes.
Okay.
So it'd be in essence, would be a term of probation.
No.
Just a little
No.
not. Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, Dr. Reese.
I don't really think that you could do that if if our problem is whether his fund of knowledge or whether his application of knowledge is sufficient for clinical care, and administrative would mean supervising or looking at charts or assessing clinical application. I'm not sure that.
I don't think he'd be supervising anybody. I think he'd just be reviewing charts. That's all I would be doing for case care in the future.
Then I think we should restrict it to that.
And that's what it would be.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's all administrative medicine is.
Okay.
Just reviewing charts. That's it. How do other board members feel? How do you feel about that?
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that, too.
Yeah, so long as the order is sufficiently limiting.
Okay. Okay.
So we have to actually go through both cases and make actual findings.
Can you help us with that, Jared? You want to do that?
Yeah. Well, I guess the first one is the get the number here.
It's
is 18014-8A.
Correct.
So I will make a motion that the board find that Dr. Kissel violated 32-1854, paragraph 25, in that he failed to comply with the board order to establish electronic medical record system.
Second.
Okay. We need to vote on that?
You could do them all at the end.
Okay, let's do it all at the end.
Okay. And as to, let me find you here. 17-016, 7A. Well, I got a concern about doing them together.
Well, let's do it separate then.
Yeah,
Let's do it separate.
because I think
That's
that
fine.
the sanction that Dr. Kissel's offering doesn't apply to the first one. I think some sort of other penalty is required. Which I can fashion pretty quickly. Okay. So anyway, that's my motion on the first
Have
one.
a second, and then let's have a roll call then, please.
I'll just say.
Oh, here, we already had a second from Dr.
We have
Matum.
a second.
So I just have a roll call, please. So as motion was made by Mr. Landau, second by Dr. Matum, and we have a roll call since this is as well.
Mr. Landau?
Aye.
Mr. Matum? Dr. Matum?
Thank you. Aye.
Mr. Berg?
Aye.
Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay, then for sanction, I move that Dr. Kissel be issued an administrative warning.
Okay. We have a motion for administrative warning. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Matum. Let's have another roll call, please, since this is disciplinary.
Mr. Landau?
Aye.
Dr. Matum?
Aye.
Mr. Berg?
Aye.
Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham?
Yes. Okay. Now for the second case.
Okay. And I got 17-0167A. I need to go ahead and pull up the allegations. I move that the board find that Dr. Kissel violated sections 32-1854, section 32-1854, subsection 6 and 38 by, let's see how I want to, by failing to act urgently with treating a patient. Do I need to go into more detail?
Do you want more detail?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think I.
We had the one case, there were like 3 cases as part of that second complaint.
All right, let me go back and.
So can you just say the 3 cases that are in the complaint? Does
Yeah.
need to list each one
Or-
of them?
Yeah.
Instead of maybe saying failing to act urgently, maybe failing to act appropriately in the treatment of 3
Yeah, of 3
cases.
Yeah, of 3 3 near birth or 3 cases of.
I'd just say 3 OBGYN.
Yeah, 3 OBGYN cases at the time the babies were born.
Okay.
Give me a second.
I'll second that.
Oh, I have a second. Let's have a roll call then, please.
Mr. Landau?
Aye.
Dr. Matum?
Aye.
Mr. Berg?
Aye.
Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And as far as the sanction is concerned, I need to look up something here, so give me a moment if you would, please.
No trouble. Much time as he needs.
Make sure we're, okay, here we go. I move that the board restrict and limit Dr. Kissel's practice until otherwise ordered by the board, in that Dr. Kissel may only practice administrative medicine he not clinically, or he not treat any patients.
Or prescribe.
Yeah, I'll get to that. Either clinically or otherwise, and further, Dr. Kissel not prescribe controlled substances or any drug of any kind.
Or supervise, I think. Or supervise.
And further, Dr. Kissel refrained from supervising any physicians
Or providers. Including PAs and nurse practitioners.
Any physicians or other medical providers, to include physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, or any other medical providers, could be nurses, anesthetists. Did I cover all of it?
I think so.
All right, I want to make sure this is not a part of what the doctor does that I haven't included. Does that cover everything? Okay.
This would be a consent agreement at this time.
Okay.
Because it's a permanent restriction
Okay.
until otherwise ordered.
So you want to modify that as a consent agreement?
Okay, yeah, that the board enter into a consent agreement.
And you agree with the second?
Second, yes.
Okay.
And I need to add something else then. Further, if how long do you need for the consent agreement?
Probably a couple of weeks.
Okay, what were we in April, May 15th?
Yeah, tax day is Monday, 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah, to April 30th or
May 1st.
Okay, if Dr. Kissel does not enter, if Dr. Kissel does not enter into the consent agreement, the case be brought back to the board.
What do you want
by May 1st.
You want to do that, or do you want to make a referral to OWA?
Well, I guess we can do it all now.
I would say refer to OWA.
Yeah, if Dr. Kissel does not enter into the consent agreement by May 1st, 2019, the case be referred to OWA for revocation of license.
Okay, that works.
And for formal hearing for revocation of license.
So is that a modification of the last motion?
It's a modification, so do you agree with that?
So accept friendly amendment,
Okay.
yes.
As far
Any
as
you got a question, I see.
would you care to receive legal advice?
Yes, we care to see. Would you like us to go into executive session?
Yes. Please.
So I have a motion I have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're going for legal advice. Just hang out there, okay? We'll be right back. Motion again.
Okay.
Okay. So let's withdraw the last one.
We're going to go back to where I started.
Okay, so withdraw the last motion. You agree? Okay. All right.
All right. I move as sanctioned Dr. Kissel's practice be restricted to administrative medicine in that, number one, he cannot treat patients either clinically or otherwise. Number two, he cannot supervise the treatment of patients either clinically or otherwise, and that includes by a physician or other
physician assistant,
or other licensed medical licensed practitioner, for instance, a physician's assistant, nurse practitioner, nurse, or any other
or midwife,
any other mid-level provider. And number three, did I cover all of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Prescribed.
Oh, yeah, number three, that he not prescribe controlled substances or any other drug that requires a prescription. Number four, Dr. Kissel enter into a consent agreement stating all the above, including the restriction is until otherwise ordered by this board. Further, if Dr. Kissel does not enter into the consent agreement by May 1st of 2019, the case be brought back to the board at the May hearing for further action as determined by the board.
Second.
It worked.
So did you, I don't remember, did you say anything about just administrative, that's all he can...
Yeah, administrative medicine.
Okay, good. So I have a motion, Mr. Landa, I have a second from Dr. Madam. Any discussion before we vote? Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Maynham. Aye. Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. All right. That resolves it. And then you'll be contacting then the executive director, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all your service.
Thank you for your help. Thank you.
Dr. Gissel. Thank you. I just didn't think the second part fit the first
you're
part.
correct.
That's why
You're correct.
I wanted to do
You're
it twice.
You're correct. We wanted to do the,
We have one that's scheduled for 1 o'clock. It's Dr. Childs.
Childs, let me find it. That's under
It's under 12.
12.
And you have to.
And I have to have legal advice from Mr. Michael Raines.
Okay, we're going to get him
So
on
I'm
the...
going to need to call him.
Call him.
Just get a little bit more organized here. Are you ready for me to call?
We're ready to do it.
It's kind of loud. So loud.
There it goes.
Hi, this is Michael Rain.
Hi, it's Dr. Pra and the Osteopathic Board. We're calling to start the case regarding Dr. Weston Childs.
Okay.
Welcome.
Welcome on a Saturday.
Yeah, welcome on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So is Dr. Pross will start first?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to call the case? I didn't do that.
Okay.
I'll call the case. This is case number DO-17-0087A, Weston Lorenzo Childs, DO. Dr. Childs, is he here?
No.
He is not here. Okay.
No.
There are 2 cases.
There are 2 cases, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. And so the other one is BDO-17-019A, again, Weston Lorenzo Childs, DO, license number 00677A. This is for a consent for a surrender of license.
Right. Did you want to? So, the 190 case was originally referred to us by the Arizona Department of Health Services. They determined that Dr. Childs may not have completed the appropriate requirements to certify qualifying patients for medical marijuana. I looked at the cases that were available to me and found several deviations from the standard of care. No history. The history was cursory and there was no physical exam performed. There were no previous medical records reviewed, no diagnostic studies performed, and there was no documentation of the patient's trial or responses to conventional medical medications or therapies. There was no pharmacy audit documented, and there was no discussion of the potential danger to a fetus or child caused by smoking or ingesting marijuana while pregnant or breastfeeding with female patients of childbearing age, and the medical records were not legible. Dr. Childs has been very difficult to get a hold of and very difficult to bring before the board. He also had a case in which the 80087 was actually John's, but I'll try to just paraphrase it in that it was a it was a telemedicine case where he was treating people over telemedicine and charging them an initial fee of $997 to be their direct primary care physician, and then a fee of $149 per month. Anyway, he was treating patients in states that he did not have a license.
So, before you go on, can I just ask you a question? Did we refer those cases to the osteopathic board in those each states for practicing without a license in those states?
I don't believe so. No.
We should do that.
Okay.
We should do that. So for each of the states that he was doing what I would call telemedicine, it was a very, which was a kind of telemedicine, as I can say, is they should be notified for practicing without a license in that state.
And we noticed him for both of these cases, and he advised that he wanted to surrender his license.
Okay. That's what's before you today.
And that's what's before you today.
We have a surrender signed by him.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
So we have to, the idea today then is to accept the surrender.
Correct.
Okay, and I will, Gene, you have anything to add?
I do not have anything to add.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that in both cases noted by Dr. Pra, we accept the physician surrender of license.
Do I have a second? Second. Second by Dr. Madam. Mr. Lano was the motion. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rain.
Thank you.
Do we need him for the next one or no?
No.
Okay.
Good job. Thank you very much.
Thanks for all your advice.
I do my best. Have a good meeting.
You too. Yeah.
Do you want to start with the afternoon then? Or do you want to see, is there somebody else that we need, is there somebody, any of the applicants that need to catch a flight before they go?
We can start with the afternoon.
Okay.
We're ready.
All right. Okay. So we're starting our afternoon session for investigative hearings. The first one is K, DO-18-0052A, Norberto Cillian Perez, DO, license number 3121. Dr. Perez, are you here? Welcome, Dr. Perez. Please have a seat there. I'm sorry if I didn't say your middle name correctly. I apologize.
Sabayan.
Sabayan, thank you.
You say it better.
You say it much better. All right. And would you introduce your counsel here with you?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Bruce Smith.
Welcome.
I represent Dr. Perez.
Can you swear in Dr. Perez, please?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. Dr. Perez, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now?
I did a rotating internship in Westview Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana. Then I did a 3-year training in internal medicine at Rush Presbyterian St. Luke's in Chicago.
All right. What type of practice do you have now?
It's internal medicine, but I focus mainly on nursing homes.
Okay. Well,
I used to be a hospitalist for about 5 years, but the politics was crazy, so I transferred over to SNF work and rehab work. And I've been doing that for about 15 years.
Is the complainant here?
Yes.
Okay, the complainant is here as well. Okay. All right. Do you want to go ahead and review this case?
Sure. This was a case that involved a 78-year-old male who was a full code. He was admitted to Apache Junction Healthcare Skilled Nursing Facility with a diagnosis of recurrent C. difficile infection. History and physical was documented by Dr. Perez on October 16, 2018. The patient developed a cough on January 23rd, and they ordered cough syrup. His baseline chest X-ray on admission was unremarkable. Then on February 8th, 2018, The records indicate that the patient had a temperature of 101.3, and Dr. Perez prescribed IV fluids for dehydration and for the diarrhea that was reported. The chest x-ray was read again on that day, February 8th, as unremarkable. On February 12th, the patient was seen by a GI specialist, and he noted that the patient appeared to have a recurrence of his C. difficile infection and prescribed antibiotics. On February 13th, he was seen by Dr. Perez, and he was given another liter of fluids for dehydration. On February 20th, he was seen by Dr. Perez and was noted to have a cough. The chest x-ray showed a left lower lobe opacity and was noted that he had decreased breath sounds and a dry mucosa, and IV fluids were again ordered. On February 22nd, it was noted that the patient's mental status had declined, and Dr. Perez ordered a new chest x-ray, which indicated a mild left infiltrate versus atelectasis. The progress notes indicate that the patient would not open his eyes and he was spitting out the food that was being fed to him by his wife. Dr. Perez was called that day at 16:30 by nursing to inform him that the patient's blood pressure was only 70/40 with a respiratory rate of 20, and he was not responding to verbal stimuli. He was given another fluid bolus of 250 cc's. At 1700, the patient was the patient's oxygen saturation was in the low 80s and oxygen was initiated. The patient was then non-responsive. Chest x-ray and labs were ordered. On February 23, at 6:23 a.m., the nursing notes state that the patient was confused and not oriented. SVNs were given. At 16:05, the wife noted decline in the patient, and the patient was non-responsive and moaning. He was not eating or drinking. However, the wife refused transfer to the hospital and preferred to have her son at the bedside to evaluate the situation. They were considering palliative care. The patient was still on IV fluids and had a low blood pressure again of 88/62. He was still a full code though. The son arrived at 20:29 and requested a transfer back to the hospital, and Dr. Perez was notified of the transfer. At 21:05, 911 was called because the patient was now hypotensive, had no response to verbal or tactile stimulation, and his respirations were also Kussmaul. Then he was transferred to Banner Baywood Medical Center with C. difficile colitis, septic shock, bilateral pneumonia, bacteremia, toxic metabolic encephalopathy. He was intubated, started on 3 pressors, and had hypotension as well as broad-spectrum antibiotics. His decline continued, and he expired on the 1st of March.
Doctor, you've heard this review. Would you care to go through this with us?
Well, in regards to the chest x-ray, I think it was on the 20th when he's been having this dry, non-productive cough for several days. I prescribed a Robitussin, and according to the chart, he received it sporadically over probably once a day for about 9 days. I documented in my chart that his cough was better. He wasn't tachypnic. According to the therapy staff, even with therapy, his oxygen levels remain stable in room air. Now, in regards to the chest x-ray, there's a big difference of when we do a chest x-ray in the nursing home versus the hospital. Again, the quality of the film in a nursing home is not as good as the quality of the film in a hospital. When you could bring a patient to a machine, the quality is much better. It's considered a PA and lateral. Now, when I order an x-ray in a facility, it's a portable x-ray, and most of the time it's an AP view. And consistently, I would get radiologists to read, can be this, can be that. So I think the x-ray that you mentioned, infiltrate, I think the reading was atelectasis versus infiltrate. And because he was being currently treated for a second bout of C. diff, I was a little hesitant about starting him on a prophylactic antibiotic for a presumed infiltrate. And considering that I have had 2 patients die of C. diff complications in my career, I was very hesitant about starting an antibiotic. Discussing the case with his wife and the patient, they both agreed that I should repeat another chest x-ray and repeat labs the next day. Now, in regards to getting x-rays and labs, in a nursing home or SNF, when you order it on day 1, you may not get the results till 12 to 24 hours later. So usually there is that delay. I'm not in the building every day, so I'm there usually Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I rely on the staff to call me if there are issues or concerns. And the day, I think it was February 23rd when they called me that he was not doing well, I spoke to Anne, who is a supervisor. She is a seasoned RN and someone I completely trust. And in this discussion, she mentioned talking to the wife and the options. She talked about going to the hospital or treating the patient in the building, palliative care or hospice. And from my understanding, and it was clear from Anne, who is the nurse, that she was waiting for her son's opinion. And of course, that delay, finally, when the son agreed to send the patient to the hospital, he was sent to the hospital, and unfortunately, he died several days later.
My concern when I look at this case, I understand that chest x-rays are sometimes difficult to read, and I understand your dilemma trying to treat somebody that has C. diff and maybe starting him on another antibiotic. But this guy was hypotensive, man. You gave him 3 fluid boluses. That's the thing that got my attention. And so his pressures were, I wrote it down here, 73/30. I would have had a grave concern about he is either septic or he is volume depleted because of if he's still having diarrhea from his C. diff. And clearly there was evolving here something that was going to be a bad outcome. And I can't understand if this patient was a full code all the time, that these were not talked about with the patient when he was still alert, and also with his wife and even the family members then too. And so those are my concerns here, doctor. And so could you please help me with that?
When was that report of blood pressure being 70/30? I don't remember what date that was.
Yeah, there was one reading. Well, he was hypertensive starting.
I think it was a weekend.
Yeah.
Let me look back here. As
it was February 22nd, but
70 or 40.
Yeah.
Yes, but then the repeat blood pressure was 131/60.
After the bolus.
After the bolus.
After the bolus.
And then he went down to, he was in 71/28 on,
so you gave him
23rd.
Okay, and you gave him a total of 3 fluid boluses, correct? That's what I have in the record, isn't that right?
I think there was one period before that he received a fluid bolus.
So isn't that concerning to you to be continually bolusing this patient? I would be.
But I don't expect, if you give IV fluids and they respond to IV fluids, then I'm thinking less likely that it was secondary to sepsis versus he is dehydrated.
Yeah, this isn't like 1 or 2. This is 3 times. So that's my concern. I think your suspicion has me about the concern of the patient, but I don't know. How do other board members feel? How do you feel, Dr. Madam?
I strongly agree with your concern of the misuse of antibiotics. The C. diff epidemic is our fault as physicians, so I commend that. Our suspicion of what we're treating, though, is what comes into question. Although you did initially have a normal chest x-ray with a cough, it's quite reasonable not to treat that as a pneumonia, but as you said yourself there, the chest x-rays are limited. I've worked with the single view versus the two view too, so that's easy to miss a pneumonia. But you're also pointing that you had a change in breath sounds and the patient did have a fever. It is confusing, though, in his defense. Now we have C. diff, so we have two reasons to have an infection. We have the known Clostridium difficile and the possible pneumonia that evolved during the stays here. So before I go further, my question to you would be, if you were to see this same patient this week, would you do something different?
In the same circumstances? In a case of C. diff and recurrent C. diff with a questionable chest x-ray, I probably would do the same thing.
Because the concern comes from at what point do we need to suspect a pneumonia? We have pneumonia symptoms, and during the stay we develop an infiltrate as a possible finding. But what the doctor was alluding to, correct me if I'm wrong, is atelectasis, a poor inspiration, can look the same as a pneumonia. So just because the chest x-ray looks abnormal does not necessarily mean it's a pneumonia. Am I speaking correctly for you? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, correct.
I've been faced with the same problem before.
Again, the quality of films in a nursing home is quite different. And, of course, when a radiologist looks at a chest x-ray, they don't have to cover themselves and give me this broad differential. And most of the time they'll say, probably if clinical indication recommended, do a CT scan.
So what the doctor is faced with here is faced with a slowly evolving situation. So the question to me would be, at what point do you need to change your course of treatment, decide I'm treating the wrong thing, or there's something else in addition here? I'm certainly not totally comfortable with the situation, although I know this is not a in-hospital patient that you're rounding on every day, but there are multiple communications here, so there should have been at some point prior to that discussion with the wife, which you were faced with that delay too. That's the delay at that point was not your fault. But the question is, when should you address to the wife that this is not going well, and I think we need to go back to the hospital again? That's the only question here. I think that should have been sooner than it was done, but I totally understand. It's easier to see in hindsight than it is during the time period. That's not your fault.
It is kind of difficult when you're seeing a patient twice a week or versus once a week. I think in a nursing home, and again, per Medicare guidelines, there's initial visit made, and then every 30 days for the next 90 days. So essentially, that's once a month. But I know my patients are sicker, they're coming out sicker from the hospital, so I at least see them twice a week. So when you're seeing that, you may not see the whole picture versus if you saw them every day. So when I'm getting bits and pieces and I get called intermittently, I might not see the whole picture at that time.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, do we need to bring the complaint to that?
But let me just say one other thing, though. It bothers me still that you say that you would, if you had this same patient before you, that you would do nothing different. So I would hope that this case would heighten your suspicion, because I'm concerned for your patients in the future, doctor.
If the patient is hypotensive, then I would have given more fluids. If it doesn't respond to IV fluids, then absolutely, I would send the patient to the hospital.
But again, the definition of sepsis is not the failure to respond to IV fluids.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to remind the board that the complaint is here.
We'll bring him up in just a minute. Go ahead.
I see it as a very difficult decision in face of a family that wants the patient to remain in the facility until the son comes. There were mitigating factors.
I want to hear from the son, though, and see what he has to say.
I'm sorry?
Well, the son's here.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear.
May I address the board before the son speaks,
Sure.
please? I think that one of the things that's really important to do is focus in on all of the consulting records from the hospital, starting from the emergency room through the discharge.
Mm-hmm.
When you start looking at the emergency room record, there is no diagnosis of pneumonia. The history and physical does not diagnose pneumonia. Dr. Zachariah was the infectious disease expert called in on this case. Dr. Zachariah did not diagnose this patient with pneumonia. Excuse me. Dr. Zachariah's diagnosis was that there was an endovascular source of this infection, and Dr. Zachariah maintained that diagnosis throughout. Even when you get to the discharge documents, the doctor who signed the discharge documents, who also signed the death certificate, did not say that this patient had pneumonia. The diagnosis of pneumonia in this patient in the hospital, in my opinion, simply did not exist. Too many doctors
Counselor, I'm going to have to disagree with you on the history and physical did not support the diagnosis of pneumonia. Respiratory sound changes, a potential infiltrate, fever, and a cough is the H&P diagnosis of the pneumonia. The rest of it I'm not disagreeing with.
Can I have the son come forward, please? Is the son here? Go ahead and come forward. Please come right up here. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Just please have a seat right there. Thank you. Can you state your name then, and also would you go ahead and swear him in?
Initials only, please.
Oh, only initials. I'm sorry. Your initials, please.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth,
I thought it was
and
for
nothing but the
patients,
truth,
too.
so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Gina, I thought it was only for patients that we did that.
He could be identified, the patient could be identified through the
okay.
name
Sorry.
of his son.
Thank you for keeping me in line. Okay, go ahead. Welcome.
Hello.
You've heard everything that's been said here before, and would you like to comment on anything that you'd had to in this unfortunate incident? And again, our condolences for your father passing. We feel very sorry for you.
Thank you, members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Ron McClellan. I am Bruce McClellan's son.
Oh, just initials. Just your initials, please.
Okay. RM.
RM. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard everything that was said so far. What I just wanted to add very briefly is I did arrive the evening of February 23rd at approximately 8:30 p.m. to find my dad unresponsive. He was breathing rapidly. I asked what his blood pressure was at that point from the nurse. The nurse stated it was 40/20. Okay. At that point, I consulted with my mom and my wife, who was there with me, and we decided to send my dad to the hospital to call 911. My concern with that was there was much discussion from the staff that evening about whether we were going to make an ambulance transfer to a facility or to call 911. I was told that they needed the doctor's permission to call 911, which I thought was a little confusing. My question was, why was there not a call made prior to me arriving, given my dad's condition, to send him to the hospital? He had a history of sepsis. I realized that he was being treated for a couple of different things, which were probably very challenging. And I also understand that sending my dad to the hospital would not necessarily have saved his life, but at least maybe he would have had a chance. There were several IVs that were started. When a 200 milliliter infusion is infused and the blood pressure still continues to drop, what is the protocol for something like that? The center had to locate a device for oxygenation for my dad because they didn't have that equipment on site. These are all things that were concerning to me, given my dad's condition. The facility manager, the rehabilitation department, and I, along with my dad, had a discussion a week or two prior to him leaving the facility about his rehab condition, and we all agreed there was a reasonable chance that my dad could make enough of a recovery to be released and to go home. My dad did not have a DNR. He was there for rehab, and we were told that there was a good chance that he would be able to be released. He wasn't there to die. So I appreciate your consideration of this case, and unfortunately my dad is no longer here with me. He was the best dad. He was a husband of 57 years. He was a 30-year Army veteran, and unfortunately I think he didn't deserve to go out this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Questions from board members?
I guess comment/question. Just to my colleagues, I'm not a physician, and I've had family members in rehab centers, and I understand the patient's wife wanted to wait on transfer until you got there. But from everything I'm reading, in fact, I made a note to myself, even before patient's wife was queried about transfer, I'm wondering why the facility or the doctor didn't order transfer, or why the patient's wife wasn't overruled, because it sounded, everything I'm, at least from a layman's point of view, is that the patient's condition was not one that could be treated in a rehab center or a nursing home. And if I'm wrong, please let me know, because I'm not the physician. But it sounded like he was in such a condition that there needed to be hospitalization prior to the night that there was, and probably more than a day before he was. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. And,
Dr. Maedem?
Yeah, part of it is on the rehab center. There's no doubt about that. But what responsibility does the doctor have to say go? And so,
in tandem with what you're saying, I wonder where the doctor's responsibility ends. You've mentioned several times that the protocol or Medicare only allows you to be there 2 days a week. Well, if you've got a patient
Requires. You can go more if you want.
I'm sorry?
It's a requirement. Actually, said required once per month.
Once per month.
Yeah.
But if you've got a patient that's sick and you're only there twice a week, how do you really manage someone like that? And who's really in charge managing blood pressures that are up and down, and someone who's deteriorating rapidly?
Well, that's why I'm saying that skilled nursing facility work is quite different. That's why I have to rely on the staff to tell me what is happening when I'm not in the building. They would, if they have issues or concerns, they would call me, and I would take care of it over the phone until my next visit.
Well, in one way, it's a systems issue. The system doesn't really work for sick patients. But on the other hand, you're the doctor taking care of the patient. At what point, and that's the threshold question, at what point you recognize, hey, this patient's really too sick to be here. I'm relying on the nurses. The nurses really aren't able to immediately take care of this patient. Should your judgment have told you, I needed to transfer this patient to acute care?
Well, are you referring to the 22nd or the 23rd? Absolutely. I mean, but again, I was not in the building, and when you have a nurse...
That's the point I make. You weren't in the building, so how would you know? And I understand that, but, try to tell that to the family. I wasn't in the building, and so my father died.
Yeah, the day he was transferred to me is not the controlling day here.
Yeah, it's the day before.
He should have gone earlier, but that day. But that's not the controlling day. To me, the controlling day is prior to that day, and that's when decisions should have been made. And let me ask a question in that regard, and to educate me, because I don't know. You're there twice a week.
Correct.
Are you the patient's physician, responsible for that patient throughout his care course at the nursing home?
Yes.
Okay.
While he's there, I am the attending physician.
Okay, so that's the word I was looking for, the attending physician. So you are responsible to keep up on the patient, either in person or by phone, whatever. Do you feel you have a responsibility to be there on a day you're not normally there, if need be, to come in and see what's going on?
There have been times when I have done that in other buildings.
Sure. Yeah. See, that's where I think the breakdown is. I personally think, Doc, you should have enough information. You should have sought to have enough information to make the decision, and that decision could only be, for I read one thing, is to transfer the patient.
Before we go too far, let me just try to help clarify that,
Yes,
so
you
I
could.
keep this straight here. And you're absolutely right. I'm not saying you need to be there every day and you have to be able to do a lot of this by phone just by the nature of that type of practice. So that's not necessarily a problem on Dr. Perez's part. But just to make sure I understand, all the orders are you, the IV fluid orders are you, the x-rays are you, whether it be by phone or written in person, correct?
Correct.
And the chest x-ray, the abnormality started from the x-ray that was ordered. It was ordered on the 20th, do I remember correctly? Because the preceding was
I think it was the
negative.
20th.
That's what I have in Dr. Pra's notes. But the x-rays don't come back same day, Dr. Pra or Dr. Perez. Do you have any idea what day the actual chest x-ray order, the 20th, came back?
I don't recall, but usually it does take longer than 12 to 24 hours.
No, I would expect so. So that's part of the question. So you're right about the threshold, Mr. Landau. But honestly speaking, up through the mid-February, the care seems appropriate, and IV fluids are not necessarily a problem to give here, but things started to change sometime after the 20th, and I'm going to guess that you were talking sometime around the 21st. So we're not talking about a very wide span, and I'm not saying it's a short span either, so I'm just trying to figure that out here. But it's probably on the 21st or 22nd, he would have been informed of the abnormal chest x-ray and how the patient was doing. Is that correct? I don't know if you can help me, Dr. Pra or Dr. Perez. But so somewhere around the 20th to the 22nd here. When was the patient's wife concerned that she had to call you, sir? Was that on the 23rd?
The 23rd, she mentioned that she felt there was a decline.
Yes, actually, it began on the 22nd that my mom started to notice a change, but she informed me of the seriousness on the 23rd. And one thing, if I may add,
yes, please.
There was a discussion about pneumonia. Mm-hmm. I know my dad had a persistent cough, and that was being treated, and that the doctor had ordered chest x-rays. I had never been informed of the results of those x-rays. And on the death certificate for my dad, it says immediate cause of death is acute hypoxia respiratory failure due to or as a consequence of bilateral pneumonia, due to a consequence of staph bacteremia, due to consequence of unspecified natural causes of death.
Okay. It's good pronunciation on that for a
You did
non-medical
good.
person, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So somewhere on the 22nd, we have hypotension, we have hypoxia, and altered mental status with, by this point, probably on the 21st or 22nd, information of a pulmonary infiltrate. So at that point, the best I can tell, and tell me if I'm wrong, Dr. Perez, but you should be suspicious of a pneumonia and obviously sepsis. Am I drawing the wrong picture? I'm trying to put this together.
I agree with you, but again, if I rely heavily on staff, if there are issues or changes, I rely heavily on them to call me. If I wasn't notified at that time period, then I would not have replied to the issues at hand.
Well, you were called on the 22nd at 4:30.
Seen by you, right? That's what the note says, is on February 22nd. They were seen by you. Is that accurate?
Called, I guess.
I'm sorry, Dr. Pra's note mentioned.
Oh, seen, yeah. Okay, you're right.
The other thing that was concerning to me was that,
You're right.
so on the 22nd, the nurses, I mean, that's when when a patient's mental status is affected,
It's hypoxia.
that they're hypoxic probably. And at 16:30, the nurses called him and said that he had a blood pressure of 70/40 and a respiratory rate of 20, and that he was responding to verbal stimuli. I guess he was responding at that time, but his oxygen saturation was also really low.
Correct.
And I don't know, like, I guess I just feel like if the person is a full code, then at that point you have to figure out what to do.
Dr. Perez, do you need the family's permission to order transfer?
If the patient doesn't, if they were a full code, yeah, if the patient was a full code and they had no family members, and I saw that the patient that way, then I would have sent the patient out.
Now, if
there's a health surrogate, then I have to respect the decision with the health surrogate. I think I spoke to the wife on the 22nd regarding, possible pneumonia, how sick he was, whether he needs to go to the hospital or not. But again, that was discussed. But I have to respect her wishes.
Okay, that's what I'm.
Do you have medical power of attorney? I was going to ask you that. Do you have medical power? Did you have medical power of attorney for your dad?
Yes.
You did have medical power of attorney. So did you try and contact the son?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Did your mother have medical power of attorney?
Yes.
Okay, so
both of them.
Okay.
But
you did contact appropriate person.
If I may also add, yes, my mom was in the room with my dad, noticing all these conditions. But in defense of my mom, she's not a doctor, and her mind was a jumble with everything going on.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So
yeah, I can understand that. Sure.
Maybe not necessarily a refusal to send him to the hospital, but she relies on the medical professionals to see what's going on, and if we need to go to the hospital, we need to go.
So my concern is by the 22nd, there should have been concern of patient instability, sepsis, pneumonia at that time, as well as still with the concern of the C. diff and colitis. And at that point, action should have been taken. I certainly agree with you before that this all seems rather nebulous, but by the 22nd, there were identifiable concerns. So I don't think this is a huge period of time, but a day is still a significant amount of time that there was a delay.
Doctor, did you suggest on the 22nd that the patient be transferred, or did you just simply discuss it? What was the tone of the discussion on the 22nd?
Well, the issue was, to treat the infiltrate or not, and the other options of whether he should go back to the hospital or stay at the facility. And unfortunately, I can't remember the details. This was a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I can understand.
I understand.
I think there were red flags that were put up here that the doctor could have been more prudent and conservative in taking care of this patient. That's how I look at it. And so...
I hear if counsel has anything else to add.
Yeah, would you like to anything else?
In light of what the conversation was afterward.
Thank you. Doctors in the nursing home setting have a very difficult situation when they have to talk to families regarding informed consent. They understand that, they're not generally speaking to patients, they're often speaking to children, they're often speaking to spouses. They have to give them the best information that is possible. And they also have to, draw the line about giving them too much information that could scare them into making an unwise decision. But they have to listen to the decisions of the children. They have to listen to the choices of the spouse. They are the ones who are making the decisions on behalf of their loved one. And if a wife says, I don't know if I want to send him to the hospital quite yet, a physician is required to honor that wish, no matter if the physician believes that the wife may be making an unwise choice. A doctor does not get to play God, and we've cited a New England Journal of Medicine article to that effect. Doctors make recommendations. They have to follow the wishes of the patients and the patients' families in these tough situations. And Dr. Perez was honoring the wife's choice, and the nurses were documenting on the 23rd that she was still undecided about sending her husband to the hospital. That documentation by the nurse shows that the wife knew that she had the option, and that option had been given to her by Dr. Perez. She simply was on the fence about what to do with her husband. And understandably so. They could treat a suspected pneumonia, and they could make the C. diff worse. And Dr. Perez has always got in the back of his mind, if I treat a suspected infection and I make the C. diff worse, will this be patient number 3? The wife wanted to hear from her son, and we've provided the board with an article that says that is exactly what happens in long-term care settings with families and these kinds of choices. It's often a consensus. It's not just well, I have power of attorney, I'm going to make the choice. It's, well, I want to speak to the kids. What do they want to do? What guidance can they give me? And that is what happened in this situation. And when the son came in and saw his dad, he said, I want him to go to the hospital, and that's exactly what happened. But again, I don't think any of this delay caused this gentleman's death. It was an endovascular cause of death, and that's why we just didn't summarize for the board. We actually gave you the PDF discharge summaries from Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed did not say in his discharge summary, this gentleman died of pneumonia. He had an endovascular infection, and we know how the infection was a systemic infection because when they cultured his blood on admission in the emergency room, he already had staph bacteria in his blood. So this was a situation in which elderly people, they become septic and they can be fine 1 hour, and then 2 hours later they can be very, very sick with sepsis. You just don't know.
That's my point. That's my point right here. Then he should have been more suspecting then, because that person could have possibly been turned around if he would have been admitted a day earlier. That's my point.
But that is not.
Okay.
But that is not what happens in practice, Dr. Cunningham.
Mr. Landau, can you answer a question for me?
Sure.
With respect to the medical powers of attorney, I'm certainly not an attorney, but I've gone through plenty of estate planning situations. You can't have two active powers at the same time. His mother would have had an active power, and only then, if she was incapacitated in some setting, would the secondary power take effect.
Well,
Is that correct?
sometimes two powers of there's sometimes two powers of attorney. I think I don't know how these were written.
Sure.
And that's what we'd have to look at. If the mother was written on the power of attorney, if I cannot be contacted my son, or were they written somehow where they're both powers of attorney?
I guess I just had not seen it set up that way.
Yeah.
It's normally a successive.
Normally
just so you
it's
run into a scenario where you have two competing powers.
Well, the problem is that one wants to do one thing, one wants to do another
Correct.
thing, and you run into a problem. And I assume these were written correctly, and there was
Successive powers.
One, and then the other as the alternate. So kind of like personal representatives.
Correct.
The same thing, and you can tell us if that's how they were written. But again, and I'm not going to opine, because I don't think you have to for this case, on the cause of death. But to that point, I agree with counsel. And as far as the scenario, and I don't know if going a day earlier would have changed something or not. But the doctor was in, quite frankly, doctor was in a difficult situation because, and obviously so in every case like this, because I went through it personally on multiple occasions. The family is in a very, very difficult situation, and knowing what to do, and you can't put it on the family to ultimately have to make these final decisions sometimes, because, like you said, they're not doctors. But I, in the same token, agree with Dr. Cunningham that there were red flags at least the day before missed, that should have been, I think, caught, and action should have been taken, or the attempt to take action should have been taken.
Dr. Reese, did you have a comment?
Just my comment is consistent with what everyone else is saying. There are two competing pressures here. One pressure to keep him out of the hospital, and the other, the circumstances that began to militate for hospitalization. And I think you missed the boat that although your system doesn't allow you to be there more often, I think you should have recognized that this man is failing, that he's circling the drain, that he should be in a higher level of care.
But as a point of clarification, Mr. Landau, the treatment of sepsis is very time dependent. It's measured in minutes, not days.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, what can the doctor do? And let's not talk about this case specifically, but just generally, you have a situation where the doctor suspects sepsis, and my father had it, so I guess I have some knowledge on it. What's a doctor to do if the family doesn't want to go to the hospital or is not sure, and I guess if you can't contact the family, then you act. But if the family is not sure, what's the doctor do? Be more aggressive in conversation, or?
Well, again, let me clarify. Your mother is the power of attorney, or was the power of attorney at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that answers your question.
At the time of that portion of the delay, that delay was appropriate. I have no problem at all with that. My question only is, when was that conversation started? Because it's measured on a number of criteria. When you hit certain criteria, we as physicians have to say, now I need to change my plan. So the best I can read from this chart is somewhere around 0900 hours on the 22nd. There was criteria to say we need to change our plan and hospitalization is recommended, and the care home is likely no longer the appropriate place for treatment. So when did the next step occur? The next step I see charted is at 1630 hours that same day, correct?
Yeah. I think that the conversations with the family and the role of the physician vis-a-vis the family mitigates any thought of disciplinary action.
I'll agree with that.
But
I just want the doctor to be more vigilant in the future so we're not here again. I think that's the issue. Yeah. So and I don't hear that from him. I sure hope we don't see him again.
So, but that in mind, I still think there were factors missed and opportunities missed. So I'm going to move for a letter of concern for failure to recognize signs of the
pneumonia.
Yeah, signs sepsis. Of the pneumonia and the sepsis, and take appropriate action.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
And that, for clarification, that's a non-disciplinary letter of concern.
Do I have a second?
Yeah.
I have a second with Dr. Reese. Any discussion before we vote? All right. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Berg.
No.
Dr. Maiden.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. All right. Good luck, cases. Thank you for coming, and again, our condolences to you.
Thank you.
You and your mother for the loss of your father.
Thank you, Board, for hearing this complaint. Thank you.
God bless his service. Thank you.
Yeah.
30 years, long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
Yes.
What branch?
Army.
Oh, that's great.
God bless him.
That's great.
Next is DO-17-0189A, Joseph John Ringdio, license number 4529. Dr. Ring, can you come forward, please? Welcome, Dr. Ring. If you can have a seat on that side there. Thank you.
Sure.
Can you swear in Dr. Ring for us, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Dr. Ring, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now?
Sure. My training was an internship at St. John West Shore. I went to the school in Ohio University, St. John West Shore Hospital.
Talk slow and take a deep breath. You're okay?
Sure.
All right. Okay.
St. John West Shore Hospital in Westlake, Ohio was my internship and residency. Started in internal medicine and emergency medicine for 1 year, and then transferred to family practice for the remainder and finished. Board certified. Oh my goodness, 2004? No, I'm sorry, 2006. 2006 board certification, then recertified, I believe it was 2015 when I retook the boards. My current practice, was that another question?
Yeah, what is your practice now? Yes.
My current practice is in Globe, Arizona. It's a really small town there in Gila County. Family practice. It's really adult medicine. I took over for an internist, and I just continued seeing adults. I don't actually see children at this time.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm sorry, you started on internal medicine and emergency medicine combined residency, did I hear?
Yeah, it was the internship year, but yes, that's correct.
That should be a violation just to leave that, all that.
You have an ER doc here. That's
what my DME said.
Dr. Prada, you want to review this case for us?
So originally, Dr. Ring was referred to us or reported to us by DHS for inappropriately prescribing or recommending marijuana. In reviewing that case, I did a chart review, and I found not only that he was inappropriate, or there were problems with his marijuana recommendations, but also there were multiple problems with his opioid and other controlled substance prescribing as well. This case was brought before the board, and then in November 2018, he was ordered to obtain an evaluation at either PACE or CPEP. Dr. Ring chose CPEP, and we received their report recently. Dr. Ring was very, very accommodating when I called him and told him that I had just received it and I wanted to place him on the agenda. So I appreciate that. Anyway, what CPEP recommended in their evaluation is that that there should be an education plan and preceptorship to address prescribing controlled substances within the context of family medicine. They recommended a controlled substance prescribing point of care experience. They note Dr. Ring should participate in a clinical experience to provide the necessary support required if he returns to prescribing any or all of the following 3 classes of controlled substances: opioids, benzodiazepines, and stimulants. They also recommended an educational preceptor and felt that he should establish a relationship with an experienced educational preceptor in family medicine with experience in prescribing controlled substances and performing medical marijuana recommendations. They also recommended a continued CME and self-study that are not limited to the topics indicated in the areas demonstrated of need, which included, but were not limited to, electrocardiogram interpretation, as well as medical record keeping. And they stated that the preceptor should also coach him on that. CPEP noted that they could help facilitate this, and Dr. Ring has already notified me that he has several people in the area where he lives that would be willing to preceptor him.
Dr. Ring, would you want to comment on your evaluation?
Yes, I can tell you it was very, very thorough. Those people are serious about their work in Denver. I thought it was quite fair, though, to be honest with you. I was surprised at both how thorough it was and how reasonable it was. They didn't hit me with things that were basically academic. It was real clinical stuff, day-to-day kind of meat and potatoes stuff, which seemed quite reasonable. And in fact, before I even started, I took 2 medical record-keeping courses, because before I was even here at the board with you gentlemen and ladies last time, I found my own records to be inadequate. I'd never really looked at my own medical records, to be perfectly honest with you, until this occurred. And then as I was printing them up, I was reading through them and thinking, gosh, there's medication reconciliation that wasn't done, things that should have been taken off or inactivated in the electronic health record, that caused a lot of confusion with both CPEP examiners reviewing my records, myself reviewing my records, and then your medical examiner, which was the basis for a lot of the recommendations. In fact, we went over every single thing and found that probably 90% of them were medication reconciliation, like, why is this person on 2 loop diuretics? Well, if you look at the dates, one simply was not inactivated, so they weren't on 2 loop diuretics. I wouldn't do that. That would be an error in the general sense. So the first medical record-keeping course that I took was sponsored by the AOA, in fact, and I found that it was too general. It didn't go over. It was what we all know. Medical records are important and on, but it didn't go over specific methods of improvement and concerns about the current state of electronic health records, because it really is different from paper. It's so easy just to write down the new dose of something and cross the other one out. In an electronic record, you have to go through multiple steps to inactivate something, and it's very easy to miss, along with many other issues that kind of scared me when I took the second course. CPEP offers a very thorough medical record keeping course, which I'd recommend to everybody, especially students. It was a 10-hour exhaustive course that scared the heck out of me, to be honest with you. Things that I had no idea that medical records, electronic records did, but it was very, very thorough and gave me real useful steps of improving it. And in fact, they go over your records and in the course that you can take steps to improve it, which I certainly have implemented in my practice since I took it, and that was last December, actually, that I took the course. And I've got the certifications if it's something you want to put into records. So I don't disagree at all with the findings, to be honest with you. They seem quite reasonable.
Are you agreeable to have a preceptor, and then do they set up a monitor then as well then, for, working with CPEP to monitor his records, and then also he's done the CME, it looks like. And then what about the electrocardiograms, the ECGs? They talked about that. They recommended a course on ECG interpretation.
Yes, I started. It's actually an online course that's graded, and you get CME for it. I have not finished that, however. So, and then I'm going to have my EKGs actually overread by people by other licensed physicians in the building.
Okay. Questions from board members. So, how do we do that, Jean?
You could enter into a consent agreement with him for a period of probation, find that he's completed the CE requirements, but then have him get a preceptor in the areas that Dr. Pra mentioned that were found by CPEP for a period of whatever you think is appropriate, and have the preceptor maybe provide us reports on a periodic basis to let us know how he's doing, and have him come back in 6 months or so and report to the board.
Do you want to make a motion for that, Jerry, or do you want me to do that? Were you listening, or do you want me to get
I can try to give it a shot if you want, and please add anything.
Did you want to wait for a second?
How would the preceptor work? Would it have to be
They have
somebody
to be approved by our board, usually.
approved by our board? And would that be somebody within his organization so that it's practical?
You're by yourself, correct?
Well, I closed my practice, and I was hired by the hospital, and we have several physicians that they actually wanted to know the outcome of this and what they have to do before they agreed to it, to be honest with you. So, but yeah, if it's not too onerous.
So it's not going to be onerous, and there's somebody within your organization.
Right, because they have access to the same charting system, so they can.
Are you a hospitalist now? Or?
No, sir, no. It's the rural health clinics.
So it's just a clinic there in the hospital?
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, there's several of them in Gila County that the hospital runs.
Is it a federally qualified health
Yes, sir. That's correct.
QHC, is that what you're doing? Okay.
Yes. Yes. There was one more question, if I could. I don't mean to interrupt. As far as the opiate issue, I actually almost 2 years ago, I actually stopped doing that in the clinic. So the only records that a preceptor could see would not be family practice. I'm a medical director for hospice, Viant Hospice, and we certainly have to do benzodiazepines and opiates through that. That's the only records that they'll really be able to see of mine. And I believe I have maybe 3 adult patients on any stimulants for adult ADD. Would the hospice records of opiate prescription be adequate to the board for them to review to make sure are appropriate?
If that's all he's prescribing.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Are you the only? Are you still doing hospice up there now?
Yes, sir. Are
you the only doc doing that hospice up there now?
Yes. They have a hard time finding people.
Okay, and that's fine with me. I think that's an exception that is fine with me.
And medical marijuana is the other one. I'd prefer not to have restrictions, but I want to do these things and show that I'm adequate. There's only one physician that kind of tacitly agreed that has done medical marijuana prescribing, and I think he has since stopped. I'm not doing it anymore, but I refer people out to other clinics if I think they're appropriate. So if this preceptor who has done it and has knowledge of it looks at my referrals to go to see someone else for the certificate, would that be adequate for the medical marijuana portion of it?
Sure. I think it's better that you're sending it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
God,
going,
yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to propose that you not be able to recommend marijuana.
Yeah, I haven't in
That
2
issue.
years, and I absolutely won't anyway. So
Just put it in the order then.
Yeah.
So you want to go ahead and make a motion for
Yeah.
consent agreement, consent order?
Yeah, I'm going to make, first motion is move the board find that Dr. Ring violated 32-1854 subsections 6. And I'm not doing all of them for I got a reason too. 6, 21, and 35, and 38. And
39, you mean?
39.
Did I
It's
put-
39 now.
did I say 35? That's right, it moved. 39, that's right, and 39. And there are a few I left out because I didn't think they were needed or appropriate. Not so much appropriate, but needed. And in support of that motion, I incorporate the standard of care requirements as set forth by Dr. Pra in her report, beginning on page 25, and further that Dr. Ring certified patients for medical marijuana without fully following the statutory and rule requirements for doing so. Insufficient urine drug screens were performed. Controlled substances agreement was not signed in all cases. Further, Dr. Ring continued to prescribe controlled substances to persons exhibiting drug-seeking behavior. Failed to follow up on a incident regarding a spot on a patient's. Failure to follow up, more generally, failure to follow up on signs of potential medical condition in various patients, and prescribing large doses of oxycodone to one particular patient, CA.
Okay.
That's the motion.
All right. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Dr. Madam. Any discussion before we vote? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. All right.
Okay. Sanctions, I move that, and you can help me here. My thought would be that Dr. Ring be placed on probation for a period of 3 years, unless you all want to go further.
No, I think 3. I was going to say 2 years, but 3 years is fine with me.
Yeah, I think doctor can always come in and ask to be terminated early.
So
it gives us
3
some
years I would be okay
leeway.
with, and then if you want it, and then go ahead. Keep on making the motion, and then we'll have it.
How long does he need to have the preceptor?
Well, that's what.
That's next.
That's when he can come back and talk to us, as I'm thinking.
Yeah, and further, that is a term of probation that Dr. Ring obtained. You'll have to help me here. A preceptor
approved by the board.
Approved by the board for to oversee the prescription of controlled substances.
Well, it's not that. It's for review his clinical. His clinical care. I think that's what they're looking at too. He's not going to be having it, but controlled substances could be in there as well. So I think you should have that in case he is going to need that because of the fact that he is a hospice doctor.
Right.
So so for that as well. And
And separate from that is that
so
Dr. Ring...
for risk of, so looking for confirmation of the diagnosis, risk of abuse, and addiction, and informed consent and monitoring. So that, I mean, that's all of that needs to be done by the preceptor, okay?
Okay, and further that Dr. Ring be prohibited from recommending medical marijuana.
Medical marijuana, okay.
And further that the preceptor report quarterly to the board effective the,
well, should we do it quarterly or every 6 months? Want to do it quarterly the first year?
Might be a good idea to start, then we can change it.
We can always then make it go up.
Yeah.
So let's do quarterly.
Quarterly the first year, followed by semi-annually after that, and the dates can be set by the executive director based upon when the order goes out, and then Dr. Ring come.
The other thing I forgot with the preceptor too, I'm sorry, that he also needs to look at his medical record keeping for that and coach him on that. Also, that he says he's doing the ECG interpretation course, that he also be reviewed by the preceptor. Is that I want to know how many CME are you doing for that ECG course?
I believe it's 28 total.
Okay, good.
ECG or EKG?
ECG is
same thing.
It's the same thing. EKG is that shows you I've been in practice way too long because I know what that is. Okay, but now we say ECG. That's what all the medical students say.
Depends on if you're British or not.
With a C.
Depends on what?
If you're British or not.
And I've been called a legacy provider, so that's why I know what an EKG is. Okay?
Interesting. I always thought it was EKG.
Yeah.
And we're going to ask Dr. Ring to come back before the board at the October or November meeting.
Correct. Let's make it November.
November meeting.
Give some plenty of time just before the end of the year, before we do that. I
Okay.
think we've covered everything there, and this then allows him to continue to practice and provide care to a community that I know has an extreme deficit of providers, especially physicians. Okay.
Do you expect the preceptor to review his care of hospice patients? I just want to clarify that.
Well, I went it for the opioids.
All right.
For the opioids. That was the only thing I was wondering was the opioids. I don't know if it needs to be specifically for the care of the patients, the opioids he's prescribing. So it'll be the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't actually separate it. He'd have to review the whole record, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah.
I just wanted to limit his ability to provide care to hospice, because I don't think that's what you're...
I don't want to limit it, no.
Okay.
I don't.
Quick question, sorry, doctor. Do you have weekend hours too?
I'm on for hospice. It's 24/7 actually. Weekend as far as clinic, we're trying to set that up, but it's the hospital kind of does that, so we're trying to set up weekend hours on the clinic as well. So.
And just remind me, I don't get out much. How far of a drive is it here?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, about, I could say hour and a half.
Yeah. Globe. Yeah.
I just agree with all that, but I was wondering if we could make a friendly amendment to make it just quarterly for the first 2 visits. It seems, I have the feeling he's needed
we
on
can
the
change
weekends.
it. We can change it. Let's see how he does.
First of all, I'd like to second the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a second?
We'll come back in November, maybe we can change it.
and we can change it. Let's see how well he does.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It gives
I think
us
we have
leeway.
a very cooperative physician here,
Yeah.
and I think that he is amenable to all the things that this board has suggested. So I want to recognize all that.
And it's quarterly reports from the preceptor, not like quarterly appearances from him.
Right. Correct.
So the preceptor doesn't have to come in here.
No, it just sends it in.
That'll make it easier to find a
Send
preceptor.
the reports.
Just sends it in.
And we would like to definitely. I'd like to see you before the end of the year in November. I'd like to. See
I would prefer that as well, if that's okay.
Okay. Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. Any more discussion before we, Jean?
So this is going to be consent agreement. Because the probation is for 3 years.
Yes.
Correct.
You talked about him coming in and seeking termination early.
No, well, if he wants,
That's general
he has to
law. That's
petition us.
general rule. He can, in any case, you can.
But do you want to set a minimum
No.
before he can do that?
No. Let's play it by
Well, let's see how he is in November. Let's see. It's 3 years. I don't think
we normally don't grant it very early.
I don't think Mr. Landau is going to let him go in 6 months. So, okay.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Gene?
Let me just say, I purposely did not include a violation of 15, making false or fraudulent statements. I didn't see the need to do that, and they didn't see the need to have that on the record. It wasn't the, maybe it could be implied, I don't know, but it wasn't the grabbing of the conduct we were talking about. It wasn't directly hitting the point that I wanted to make.
All right. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Good luck to you. I
Thank
look
you.
forward to
I
seeing you back in
appreciate it.
November.
I really
okay?
do.
And thanks for the work you're doing up in Globe. Really
Thank you
appreciate
for your
it.
practice.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
Are those copies, Dr. Ring?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so we could have those?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, you betcha.
Yeah.
Dr. Pra?
Yes, please.
So this is consideration and action on compliance with terms on board orders. So the first case is ADO-17-011A. J. Carville Jackson, DO license number 2643. Also, I'm going to call the other two cases. Again, DO-170070A and also DO-170065A, all Dr. Jackson. Welcome, Dr. Jackson, for being back here. And do we need to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can you swear Dr. Jackson in, please?
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Jackson, for the benefit of our med students here, please tell us your education and training and the type of practice you have now.
College of Osteopathy.
Go ahead and talk right into because some of us are more hard of hearing than others, okay?
I attended College of Osteopathic Medicine of the Pacific, Mesa General Hospital Medical Center, rotating internship, Stanford University Physical Medicine Rehabilitation residency, and I'm presently in an addiction medicine practice.
Okay, welcome. Welcome back. Dr. Pra, do you want to review this for the board?
I will. So there were 3 cases that were combined, and I'll give you a really brief overview of what the cases involved. The first one, the 17-0100, came to us as a complaint from Blue Cross Blue Shield regarding concerns about lack of supervision of a PA in the office. They felt that the PA cloned the office notes. They felt the PA prescribed narcotics without supervision and billed for hours. They felt that some of the providers in the practice billed for hours that were not possible, including Dr. Jackson, and that they also the diagnosis did not warrant the high doses of narcotics that were prescribed. In June of 2018, the board moved to send this to the Attorney General's office for possible criminal billing practices. And then the other case, the 0070, also was from Blue Cross Blue Shield, and this was more involved billing issues. And then the last one, the 0065, had to do with poor pain management and billing practices at Rehab Arizona, which is the facility where Dr. Jackson used to work, which is no longer is no longer open. All these cases were heard previously, and the board ordered Dr. Jackson to attend PACE for an evaluation regarding opioid prescribing. Dr. Jackson did attend PACE, and he received a pass number 1.
Congratulations. We rarely see that, Doctor. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. All right. So you've heard about that, what we've, Dr. Pra just went over. Tell us what's going on, and did you introduce your attorney? I'm sorry. Would you introduce your attorney with you? I'm sorry.
I'll just do it. Andy Plattner, counsel.
Nice to see you again, Andy. Okay. Tell me what do you think and what's going on with you now? you want to go ahead and make a statement?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
The doctor and I spoke beforehand, and it might be a little bit easier if I spoke on his behalf.
Go ahead.
It's been an emotional issue for him it's
Sure.
been about 18 months of this matter. We first wanted to say that we do appreciate and respect the board's decision all the way through, and you can see that the doctor has complied with everything the board has asked him. Certainly there were mistakes made, which were all admitted up front, and for the benefit of the medical students as well. Not only did the doctor attend the PACE program, but even before that, the doctor had participated in 27 hours of prescribing courses. And also before that, the doctor had gone through a CME for 17 hours of medical records keeping. And this was before and in addition to the PACE program. And Dr. Prague stole my thunder by saying that he got a pass level 1 on the PACE program as well. And so that was, I've read those reports many times for clients as well, and that was impressive too. I think what the doctor would like everybody to know is that he understands what had happened. He understands that mistakes were made. Not all the mistakes were 100% on him, but he certainly has taken the responsibility for it. He's done what he can, and he's done what the board has asked him to do, and then some. If you need him to describe his current practice, I'll let him do that, certainly. But in terms of today's hearing, we understand that this is either to modify or terminate the interim order. And so our request, based upon the facts, is that the interim order is terminated and that the doctor is freed from that penalty and emotional concern as well, so he can go on and practice and help the patients that he's helping with the clean and clear conscience.
Questions from board members? Okay. Go ahead.
So, Doctor, what makes you think that you're ready for termination?
I guess I won't carry the guilt with me anymore, and that I feel I understand what needs to be changed and has been changed in medical record keeping and supervising of the PAs and record keeping and patient management. I'd like to say as little as I need to because I did very poorly the first time I was here, and I said way too much.
I think you're doing a good job. I think you're doing a good job.
I think you said the right thing.
I think you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Tell me what the outcome was with the PA board. Did you find out with the PAs? Because I think this case was referred to the PA board for the PAs that were being supervised. Do you know what the outcome was for the PAs? Okay, go ahead and tell us.
Our understanding is that they were dismissed ultimately.
Okay, all right. That's what I thought. All right, that's what I thought too. I think the whole question here is, and before I talk anymore, does any other board members have questions? Because I was the one who had the most concern. I think you admitted initially it was difficult for you to admit, then you did admit that the supervision wasn't properly done with the PAs. I think you did admit that. So I think that we know that here. As for charging a fee and services rendering, I think you were put in a very difficult situation, and I understand your frustration. I don't know if that how you did it with how you said that you wanted $10,000 per month was the appropriate thing to do. I think it was done out of frustration with the person you were working with. I think that the person that you were working with for your previous practice, because they had bought your practice, is that what it was, should be held as just as much accountable or even more so, because they were the ones that were billing under your number. That being said, you still allow them to bill, and I think you were I'm remembering this, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were done because you were concerned about the patients not having adequate care. And so even though you had told them before in the past to stop it, they continued to do it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my concern was that there had to be a stop gap with this these people that you were working with, and they continue to bill, I'm going to say, in my opinion, erroneously for fees that were inappropriate, clearly brought on by Blue Cross Blue Shield. So I think that's a separate issue, in my opinion. I don't know. And I think that the AG's office, whether they move forward with investigation with you or the person who, I'm not going to name the person, RG, I'll say, is that let them go down that path, okay? My concern was about your supervision and your fund of knowledge for prescribing. Clearly, you have shown us that that is not an issue, okay, with your fund of knowledge. So I'm very pleased to see that. Like I said, I've been on this board almost a long time, I think. It's too long. And so over 10 years, and I have never seen a pass one like that before. So that is to be commended. And I like to say it because you've been around a long time, too, like me. So anyway, we can still do it, okay? We can still do it, all right? My only concern is that I do think that you did not appropriately supervise your PAs. And that was my only concern with that. As for your fund of knowledge, I don't have any others. Does anybody else want to talk before I make a motion, or you can go ahead? Because I was the main person here then.
Well, what I do want to say is commendatory, that instead of resisting this and getting stuck in old ways, you've come around and changed your methods, and that's very commendable. And I think for that reason, I think I'm comfortable with you personally practicing on your own.
I think this is a much different interaction than we had last time with you, okay? And I think that you've learned from this. I don't think you're going to let this happen again. Just tell me how you're supervising your PAs now. Just give me a little bit of flavor about that, because you have 1 or 2 PAs now, is that correct?
Correct. We're in the office together. I review their notes and make a comment on them. And we see each other several times a week. I'm in the office. We both are only working part-time, so it's not a full-time agreement with or employment with the PAs or with myself.
Are you in private practice by yourself still? Or?
Private practice, and I'm also the medical director at Chandler Valley Hope, and so we both round at Chandler Valley Hope.
And what does that entail? What's Chandler Valley Hope? I'm not sure.
It's a residential treatment facility for chemical dependency.
Okay.
Alcohol still is our biggest problem, and opiates and methamphetamines are close.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I would make a motion for a letter of concern, non-disciplinary, okay, for improper supervision of the...
on the first case?
On the first case, right. I'm sorry. So I'm on case DO-170111A for improper supervision or not properly supervising. There were 2 PAs, as I recall, that were in that practice. And that's my motion. Can I have a second? Okay, I have a second. Any discussion? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. I'm not sure how, like I said, the other 2 cases are of concern, but I said I don't know if I want to wade into your billing procedures that was done. The AG's office, I'm going to let them, I think, would be the proper way to go. So does any other board members, I know Mr. Landau wasn't here for that board meeting, do any other board members feel any different?
The third one, the second one I'm going to recuse myself from, because I noticed there was a full hearing.
So let's do one at a time then. So let's do the second one.
Won't get involved.
This would be, let me get the number.
That's the 10,000.
0070.
Yeah, the 0070A. Can I have a motion for that? What you would like to do with that? I'm going to say I'll make a motion that I would make a motion for dismissal only from the fact that I'm going to let the AG's office take care of it. And
Is
go
there
from
another category other than dismissal where we can't make a decision about it? because
Well,
we-
the only thing would be a letter of concern. Another
You could do
no.
it, like without prejudice, and
Yeah.
if the Attorney General makes some findings or referrals, or there's a conviction, it could come back to the board.
So with prejudice.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, is that
Without
called
prejudice.
Without prejudice.
dismissing it without prejudice, or how does that?
how do you frame it? How do you
It would be
frame it?
You can
dismissal
come
without
back.
prejudice.
Without prejudice?
Without prejudice.
I would like to make, I'm sorry, so first of all, your first motion, I'm not going to give a second to.
Okay, so I withdraw my motion.
And
Okay, go
I'd
ahead.
like to make a motion to dismiss without prejudice, correct?
Correct. And I'll second that. And if there's any findings with the AG's office, then that can come back forward to the board again, is that correct?
That's right.
All right. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
And I recuse myself.
And Mr. Landau recused himself. The third case, then, again, is 0065A. Mr. Landau, you had a comment?
That one's pretty, that's a cut and dry billing issue. I think a letter of concern would be appropriate there. I don't think the issues, which I think may be more serious in B, depending what the AG does or doesn't do. So I think there a letter of concern may be appropriate.
For charging an inappropriate fee?
Yeah,
All right.
or for billing practices.
For billing practices. So can I have a motion then?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion for a letter of concern for billing practices,
For
improper billing practices.
improper billing practices. Can I have a second? Dr. Reese?
Oh, okay, either way.
All right, and you're going to recuse yourself?
No, I think I'm okay on third one.
Okay with that? And then, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. So again, you have done well, sir, with this. Remember, these are the only one that, if there is an issue with the AG's office, you might come back with us again.
And the other two are non-disciplinary.
Non-disciplinary as well, okay?
Dr. Cunningham, do you want to have a motion terminating the interim
Okay.
order
And
and
I'm-
finding that he complied?
I make a motion to terminate the interim order, and the doctor has complied. Can I have a second? I have a second with Dr. Reese. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Good luck to you, doctor. All right, thank you for coming. Next is DO-18-0155A, Joseph Christopher Thompson, DO, license number 007732. Dr. Thompson, is Dr. Thompson in? Welcome, Dr. Thompson. Dr. Thompson, can you have a seat on this side, please?
Yes.
All right. And we'll swear Dr. Thompson in. Go ahead and swear Dr. Thompson in, please.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. Dr. Thompson, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice, or I believe training program that you're in now?
Is going to be Family Medicine Residency Program in Sierra Vista, Arizona.
And where was your training?
Training was at AT Still, Missouri.
ATC, Missouri. Not a bad place. I went to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Dr. Prague, can you bring us up to date on this one?
I believe we're going to have to go into executive
Okay.
session.
So, we're going to go into executive session for medical information. I have a second with Dr. Madam. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, so can I have you all just step out of into the back?
And please take your belongings
Take your
with
belongings
you.
with you, too. Thank you. You let me know when we're ready. Good? All right. We're at an executive session for medical information. I don't think we need to do anything forward. Do we want to meet with him and have him come back and meet with us? I want to say, let's have him come back in November and check in with us. What do you guys think?
Works.
All right, before the end of the year. I'd like to talk to you again before the end of the year, okay? If you'll put him on the agenda for November. Good luck to you, doctor. Safe travels back to Sierra Vista, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Next one is DO-17-0218A, Joseph Michael Janser, DO, license number 4221. Dr. Janser, is Dr. Janser here?
Dr. Janser is not able to appear, so that we don't have to go into executive session, I can just tell you that Dr. Janzer was ordered to have to perform CME 10 hours. 10 hours in medical record keeping and documentation, and he's had not done that, and I contacted him, and because of medical issues, he's unable to do so, and I thought that the board may want to, I wrote a letter to him.
If the board wants to know exactly what's going on the medical issues, we'll have to go into executive session to talk about it. That being said, I hope the board will just take my advice, and I think that we should just close this case. Let's just close the case.
I'm fine with that.
Okay? All right. So I make a motion to close the case. Can I have a second? Dr. Reese, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, that one's done. All right. Now, where do you want us to go on to? To number 9?
Please.
All right, so this is review and consideration and action on applications for licensure, pursuant for permits and renewal of licenses. The first one is ADO-18-009A, Veronica Jean Rustin. Dr. Rustin, please come forward. Welcome back. Welcome back. How's life for you?
It's going pretty well.
All right. Do you want to just bring everybody up to date on this real quick?
So Dr. Rustin signed a consent in March 24, 2018, and she had several evaluations that were ordered, and then she came back before the board in June of 2018 to have clarification for those, and another evaluation was added. I contacted Dr. Rustin because I hadn't heard anything from her, and then she has had the 3 evaluations that the board ordered, and they're included in the medical record for your perusal. And if you wanted to speak about them, we probably would need to go in executive session.
Do any of you have any questions for her? I don't.
I don't.
I don't either.
No.
Does anyone? Do you want to say anything at all, or I'm ready to make a motion, so it's up to you. Does anybody have any other questions? I make a motion for an unrestricted license to the doctor. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
All right, and good luck to you, doctor.
All right.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you as well.
All right. Next one is BDO-19-0056A, Jonathan Paul Mann, DO license number 005979. Dr. Mann, please come forward. Welcome. My computer is, there it goes. Doctor, welcome. Can you, for our medical students, tell us about your educational training and then the type of practice that you have now?
For sure. And it's Mon.
Dr. Mon, I'm so sorry.
No worries. So I did go to Midwestern University in Glendale. Graduated in 2009. Obviously had a nonlinear path getting into medical school since I'm 51 and went to medical school, a decade and a half ago. And graduated from there, went to residency at Sierra Vista, internal medicine program, and trained there 3 years, boarded in IM. And I've been a preceptor there since 2012 when I graduated. And in addition to that, I think my practice would be described as I'm a hospitalist. I have been what is called the chief hospitalist for the hospitalist company that is there called Sound Physicians. Since 2015, I've been the chief hospitalist. I've been the chair of academic affairs. I've been the chief of medicine for 4 years. I was the vice chief of staff. Consecutively, I've resigned both of those positions to become the program director for the internal medicine program in May of 2018.
Okay. Can you introduce your counsel with you, too?
So this is David Cohen.
Okay. Welcome, David. Thank you. John, I think this is yours.
Yes, sir. May I have a moment?
Let's just review the case first. Do you want to talk about the case?
I think the case might involve medical issues.
Yes. Okay. Well, then he's going to review it first, and then you can talk. Okay?
I'm not going to describe them. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Jonathan P. Mann applied for a renewal of his Arizona osteopathic license on February 20th, 2019. He meets the education, training, and examination requirements for licensure. Dr. Mann disclosed yes answers on the professional conduct history portion of the application regarding any award, settlement, or payment made on his behalf to resolve a civil suit or a malpractice claim, and also regarding physical, mental, or emotional condition which may impair his ability to safely practice medicine. Dr. Mann reported that he was involved in the settlement of a failure to diagnose case in which the patient presented with normal imaging. The vital signs were stable under his care for several hours. 10 hours after Dr. Mann left the facility, the patient was transferred to another facility, and 12 hours after that, he was ultimately diagnosed with an internal hernia secondary to gastric bypass surgery. There was an out-of-court settlement, but Dr. Mann did not disclose that amount, nor did he provide a date. Dr. Mann also reported excuse me, that on January 29th, 2019, he called in sick to work.
I prefer we go into executive
Okay, we'll go into executive session then. All right, hold on one second. Okay. All right, we're going to go into, can I have a motion to go into executive session? Can I have
To
a
review
second?
confidential.
For confidential medical information. I'll signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then can I have you all just step out again? We're out of executive session for medical legal information. I'll make a motion that for the things that were discussed in the executive session, that we will move forward, and we will put this then on the May 18th agenda to be addressed again. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second with Dr. Madam. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Good luck and drive safely back, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Where do you want us to go to next? 10?
Actually,
Who's-
let's finish up with
who's
Dr.
here?
Doran.
I'm
Let's
sorry,
finish with Dr. Doran. He's C, 9C.
Oh, I thought we were going to do that. I'm sorry. I'm jumping the gun. DO-19-0048A, and I don't know how to say, Joseph Doran, I don't know how to say the first name.
Yeah.
Dr. Doran.
And Dr. Doran,
Yeah.
Dr. Doran is not here. The reason that it is on the agenda is that Dr. Doran is an Orthodox.
He's Orthodox Jewish.
And I had Dr. Reese review
and
this.
I reviewed it.
And he doesn't feel there's any
I don't
issues.
have a problem really
All right,
with it.
so if nobody else has any other issues, you want to make a motion, Dr. Reese, then?
Yeah, just
Unrestricted license.
unrestricted license.
All right, and then I'll make a second. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Okay.
Good job.
Then we can move to.
Do we have any other
Foster.
doctors here?
No, we don't.
Okay, so what do you want to go to next?
Dr. Foster, 10A. We had, the last board meeting, you had asked us to do a consent agreement with him and his
Never
attorney, Mr. Myers, and he never signed it. We did one, and he never signed it.
And the application was the wrong application for his.
Yeah, he applied for a regular license instead of a renewal. So
that was
we
incorrect.
informed him that they needed to correct all that, and he.
We don't need to do anything. Remember, you made, if he wouldn't sign it, it would go to OWA for revocation.
Right. So it goes to formal hearing.
It's a formal hearing. Yeah.
So no action is necessary then?
No action is necessary.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact motion, but I did put in.
Yeah, you did.
To
You were
include
covered.
formal.
So anyway,
Okay.
so he never moved forward with that, so I'm not sure what's going on with his life. Back to Dr. Childs then, again.
We're finished with him?
Well, you guys accepted the consent to surrender, but we didn't vacate the formal hearing.
So can I have a motion to vacate the
So
formal
moved.
hearing?
I'll move we vacate the formal hearing.
Can I have a second? Dr. Madam, all in favor,
Aye.
signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Great.
I can
then
hit the
maybe go
restroom
to-
before Mr. Dr. Bitsa.
Okay. You need
Maybe
a
go
5-minute
to-
break?
Yeah, 2-minute break, yeah.
Oh,
2-minute biologic
All right.
break. Just quick. 2 minutes. Then we'll get in and out. Wrap it up.
11A.
So this is consideration and possible, consideration possible action regarding a proposed consent agreement. This is DO-number 18-0143A, James William Osborne. And I understand we have a signed consent agreement. Is
We
that
do.
correct?
If you look under the 1, 2, 3, 4th miscellaneous, that's where it is.
Okay.
It says consent.
Anyone want to make a motion?
You read it.
Okay.
Let me see what the order says.
I didn't understand it.
My computer's like locked.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agreement.
Can I have a second?
I do second that.
Call me.
Do I need a roll call for this, or can we just do, can I have a roll call, please?
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
Excuse me, aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Madam. Aye. Mr. Burke.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Now we go down to 13. Dr. Bitsa?
Yes.
This
Yes.
is DO-18-0192A, Ronald Joseph Bitsa, DO, license number 1370. And we have a agreement for surrender of license.
Yes, we do. And you'll find that under miscellaneous surrender. It's the second to the last thing from the bottom.
Gene, before we do, do we do anything from a legal point of view for the women that had these horrible experiences? I mean, does Phoenix Police Department do anything with this or not, or do they have to call them?
Yeah, they would have to.
We can refer it. Well,
why?
It's theoretically we can refer it over.
I was just curious.
They were notified of this meeting.
Yes, they were. As a matter of fact, we notified the complainant, who is a physician, and both the patients. And
I thought the complaint was going to be here.
She did come. She was here, but she told us it probably maybe took a lot longer than she thought.
Okay.
She came here earlier in the day, and she told the.
She had something else going on that she needed to attend, so she said she was going to leave.
So she left, and she even said that she wasn't sure she was going to speak. She was just coming to hear it, I guess.
Yeah.
And one of the patients said that she was for sure going to come, but she never did.
Yeah, okay. Nothing really to do.
All right. Okay. Can I have a motion then?
I'll move we approve the surrender of license.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Madam. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. All right. You want to go down through the... we're done with the cases. Anything else you want to talk about? Some executive director issues? Or anything?
We can certainly go to the, if you want to, well, actually, the next thing on the agenda
You want to
is
let the student go?
Mr.
Do you want to just do the 16 real quick? It's not going to take that long, and then we can do the next.
Mr. Landau also wanted to talk about the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact Commission.
2 minutes.
Yeah, this just real quickly. After we have a meeting in April, and then we have our annual meeting in November. After November, I open it up to anyone else who would like to just to spread the wealth around. If anyone else would like to serve as the representative, it could be a member of the board or the executive director. The Interstate Medical License Compact, those of you who don't know, is a compact that individual states enter into, and about half the states in the country so far have entered into it. And it allows basically a shortened process for a physician who is practicing in one state to obtain a license in another state without going through everything we see with every other physician. And under the compact, which has to be ratified by the legislature, each board gets each state gets 2 members. And in Arizona, there's a medical board and an osteopathic board, and therefore we have 1 member, which is me, and the medical board has 1 member, which is the executive director, Pat McSorley. And we meet twice a year in their committees. I'm on the bylaws committee, and it's basically the governance of the compact.
Well, it would help if Justin jumped in there.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Traditionally, it's been the ED before.
Yeah. Well, it varies. The chairman is a physician. It's probably split. 50-50, and my suggestion was either Justin, once he gets settled, and I'll be glad to do it. No, I do want to do it through November, and then, or if Justin's interested, and that would be great, and whomever the board decides, and then we can maybe we can switch over. 2 years ago, the meeting was in Phoenix in November. It'd be nice if it is. You can attend. Last year, the accountant for the compact's in Denver, so we ended up at a hotel right by the airport in Denver. It was kind of an in and out. So, yeah, if that's what the board wants to do, that's great, and Justin's willing to.
I'm happy to do that.
To step in, and yeah, we don't need to vote until the November meeting, but I wanted to put it on everyone's horizon. So that's that.
Perfect. Any financial stuff you want to talk about?
Well, we can move into that. So I'll just give my report, and that is that we had 3 ED dismissals recently, besides the ones that were on Committee A and Committee B this time. You'll be hearing those soon. Then our open complaints are up, but that's because I have been doing ED responsibilities. So you're going to see that go up. The number of complaints that have not been processed is actually, I want to say that it's really cool because it's down to 60 now. It was, I said 75 as of April 4th, but already it's down to 60. And it was 102 last time we met.
That's good.
And then there's 28 cases that are waiting to go to investigative hearing, and 4 that are pending case review, and we have 7 that are ready for 3 reviewers. The licensing also is doing really well. We're down to 84 licensees that are waiting to be processed from 115 in February, which I think is amazing. We went from 100 days in February to now 60.
Fantastic. Good job, staff.
Yeah, they've really stepped it up. I'm telling you, they've really stepped it up, and they've come up with solutions to how to make things streamlined. So it's been a big team effort. You see the financials in front of you. We are at the 69.4% at this point until that we've used thus far until the end of the year.
June, right?
The end of our
June
fiscal year,
30th,
which is June 30th. And Justin and I met with our accountant a couple days ago, and we specifically asking her if I could still work full-time for a couple weeks to get him acclimated, and she said we could afford it. So I'm gonna.
Why don't we just make you full time for good, man?
Yeah. Full time for life.
So anyway, that's all I have really. And then
One question.
I think that yes.
Oh, finish up. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that you were going to talk about legislation. Maybe.
Yeah, I'll be real. That'll take 30 seconds. But are we still down a person technically?
Not
or we filled
really.
up?
We filled because we.
Okay.
No, Mary is a temporary employee because she's on loan to us from a temp agency, but we're hoping to make her a permanent employee once that all runs out, and
Perfect.
so yeah, we're
I'm all
not
for
down.
that.
When's that run out?
It's 6 months, and she's already been here for about a month and a half. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we have to keep it the way it is for 4.5
for
months.
6 months. Yeah. Well, so you don't have to pay a finder's fee.
Yeah, and that will take it into the next fiscal year anyway.
Yeah.
So it works out.
So it works out.
And I got something I'd like to say.
You're not retiring. You're not retiring.
This lady right here has done more for morale in this section than we've had.
Thank you.
in forever. And I speak for all of us.
Oh, that's great.
She brings food.
Energy. Good.
And we're looking forward to having Justin.
Yes.
Good.
I see that I have big shoes to fill.
And coincidentally, both John and I worked with her uncle.
My uncle. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, years and years ago.
And I didn't know that until Jerry told me.
Yeah. Yeah, both myself, technically we still do, both myself, John, and Mary's uncle belong to a traffic accident association, which we were in on the ground floor of.
Anything else?
We're founding members.
We're founding members, yeah.
Other than speaking to the medical students.
Yeah, let me just say, I gave you legislation. It's in the materials. I won't go through it. If there are any questions, just let me know. It's just an update on the bills that directly or tangentially affect us. So if there are any questions, let me know. There's a lot of questions about House Bill 2569, which I know how I interpret it. The Attorney General's office is going to have to interpret it vis-a-vis this board and all the other boards. And I can talk to Gene about it. But the bill is an initiative to allow transfer of license from one state to another without going through all the regulatory hoops that you have to go through normally. However, there is an exception for interstate compact, and and the way it's drafted. So, but I know you'll probably hear more from. It doesn't take effect yet, and won't until the session, 90 days after the session ends, which will probably be the end of August. Well, the 90 days will probably be the end of August into September. So there's time, but you'll hear more. You'll hear more about it. Do you have anything to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, so that's that.
Let's have the med students come up here. The two remaining ones, the only ones.
The only ones.
Come up right up here. You guys, come up right up here. Yeah, we won't bite you. Come on up. We just want to ask you a couple of questions. All right. Hopefully you learned something today. What did you guys learn today? Hi. I'm Imran. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you.
Imran.
Are you guys third or fourth years?
Third year. Hi, I'm Jerry. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Do you guys remember me coming to speak to you in your first year?
My
feelings are hurt.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming, guys.
Nice to meet you.
What did you guys learn today? Tell us what you learned.
You gotta be careful. Everybody can take notes. Timely, in a timely manner.
Communication.
Communication's a big one.
Respecting patients. A lot of it is, rubbing the patients wrong as well.
Don't rub the
consent. Yeah.
Don't rub the patients.
Don't rub the patients at all.
That's another Good.
Because Megan jinxed it. She kept saying, it's going to get out at 2.
Yeah.
3:30 at the latest.
That's before I saw all those other people added. I didn't even know the agenda changed.
You just wanted to jinx us.
I didn't even know.
I just wanted to tell us. It's okay.
What are you guys going to go into? How about you?
I'm thinking about radiology.
Say we're done today.
Good. You heard a little bit about maybe some substance abuse issues here too, and things like that. And Dr. Prosh, she's always very good with this too. But if you have a drinking problem or something like that, or even if you have a friend that is in school that has a drinking problem or some other substance abuse, talk to them about it. You might lose a friendship, but this is the time to deal with it. Don't deal with it when you're out, practicing, because I'm going to tell you that we are pretty hard on doing that. Now, we do have a program here, and Dr. Pra can tell you about the program here. It's a gift, I call it, for doctors that may self-report. Now, self-report is not that you got into an accident, okay, and you got a DUI. This is beforehand, okay? So you self-report that you have an issue, and she can tell you about that.
The confidential physician program is offered in some states. Arizona is one of the states that offers it. It's if the physician self-reports prior to any board action, patient harm, or legal action, then we'll bring you into the program. We'll help you get started on whatever treatment that might be necessary, and then the person would be on more or less probation with us, but it's confidential. It doesn't get reported to the data bank or any hospitals or anywhere. So it's really nice for people that can do it early on in their lives and get help with their addiction, and then it will never have to be on your license or affect you, long-term for licensure.
What's it called?
The Confidential Physicians Program.
You're like, if you catch it early and you can help people early on, then
Yes.
you can avoid all sorts of
Yes.
sequelae.
Yes.
A lot of sequelae.
Yeah.
Jerry, do you want to talk about their...
You're just starting off in the medical profession, and hopefully you'll be in it for many, many years. Whenever you apply for a position, be it at a hospital or you're applying to a state for a license, you're going to have to recount your life's history. And you're going to have to indicate what medical school you went to, what hospital you worked at, what facilities you worked at. And sometimes it's hard to remember. Now you're young and you're starting out, but 10, 15 years from now, if you decide to move and you have to go back to square one, it's difficult. So the idea is now there are credentialing verification services. You can provide your information to a service and they will record it for you, and when you need it, it's brought up instantaneously. You heard Dr. Steingart talk and myself talk a little bit about the Federation of State Medical Boards. We have the credentialing verification service. If you Google FSMB, Federation of State Medical Boards.org, and you go, you'll find the FCVS, the Federation Credential Verification Service. And there are other ones out there too. I'm familiar, of course, with the federations. And it's cheap. You can sign up for it, and then you start providing your information so you don't have to go back. I'm an attorney. We have to do the same thing for the bar, and we didn't have that when I passed the bar. Luckily, I haven't moved around all that much.
Years ago, right?
Yeah, it was just the program started last year, and I graduated 2 years ago. So yeah, I really urge you to sign up, because many times hospitals aren't there anymore. And you say, well, I worked for this hospital in small town Minnesota, and then you try to get information, and small town Minnesota is underwater somewhere, and the hospital is long gone. So if you feed this information constantly to the credentialing verification service, then you're going to have it, and you'll be all set. So I really suggest you go ahead and do that. Get ahead of the curve, and it makes it a lot easier.
Well, it'd be great for medical schools to get more information about this.
Because we don't really get that
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
information.
We need to talk to Midwestern then.
Yeah, that's why it's beneficial to come here, because you pick up stuff in real life. There you go.
Yeah,
You got real life doctors here.
Hearing it from like
Real life
different
doctors.
people,
Yeah.
actually observing.
Oh,
it,
sure.
Of course, doesn't everything just sit.
Yeah.
Anything you
You
want to...
realize there's a difference.
Just keep in mind, doctors break. You're put in a lot of tough situations, and dealing with that on a continuous basis can be very trying. So you have to keep in mind your own health and welfare, which is tied into a lot of what we've been talking about here. So you'll see a lot of people that come here because they push themselves past the breaking point, and obviously physicians are too cool to do anything about it, so they just keep on going. And it just doesn't work. So just be realistic, and you have to take a moment to self-reflect and think about where you are and what you need to do about it. Don't be that next person who is too cool to do something about it.
Right. Jeff, you got any recommendations for him?
If you end up being a doctor who's a business owner, and a lot of practices are, you probably not so much on the radiology side in terms of operating a business, but depending on where you.
Oh yeah, radiologists do. Yeah.
But if you end up doing that, I would recommend, to the extent that it's available, take some business classes. I think I see so many doctors that end up as business owners just out of happenstance. It's not really what you guys signed up, what you wanted to do, but just as a function of what you do, you end up being a business owner, and that's a whole different skill set than what you're learning right now.
Yeah.
So either get some help, right, or take some classes if you want to do it yourself, but don't ignore that part of it, because that's how you end up with people who are making a really good amount of money get into a really big financial trouble.
Yeah, Jeff's in the financial world. He knows about that. So.
Dr. Reese, do you have any recommendations for these youngins?
Yeah, it's all ahead of you.
So, any questions you have for us? Any questions you have for us?
What made you all interested in joining the board?
Crazy. Craziness.
Dr. Steingart made me do it.
Oh,
He said it was payback
There you go.
for dragging him
You're
onto the
appointed by the
synagogue
governor,
board.
and you can be for a 5-year
Yeah.
term with one repeating one. So
If they still like you.
Yeah, if they still like it.
Yeah.
It's almost like a presidency. You can only do 2 terms.
There you go.
Very similar.
We tweet a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for
Thank you.
coming. Have the rest of your afternoon.
Have a great
Good luck
day.
to you guys, okay?
Take care.
All right.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
All right.
So make a motion for adjournment?
So move.
All right, second.
Okay.
All in favor, say
Do you want a roll
aye.
call vote?
We're adjourned.
We're done. Good job, Doug.